Chapter 1, Luin. Countless cracks spread out on the broken earth, black smoke obscured the remaining light of the setting sun. On the muddy road, countless people walked with difficulty, their faces covered with despair and fear. From time to time, people fell into the cracks, the cries never stopped. The line of tens of thousands of people formed a long queue. On both sides, every distance there is a body strength and warrior protection. This kind of person is known as evolutionary. Ever since the sudden catastrophe on Earth half a year ago, evolvers had appeared one after another. At the back of the team, Luin raised his head to look into the distance. A numbing chewing sound could be heard in his ears. With a hiss, a mutant dog with scarlet eyes 2 meters long rushed out from behind a burning tree, blood flowing from the corners of its mouth and growling as it rushed towards the team. Many survivors in the team screamed in horror at the sight. Luin's eyes flinched, and he drew an odd weapon from his waist. It looked like an iron rod, but one side was sharpened like a blade. Luin jumped up and slashed with one hand, decapitating the mutant dog's head without any hindrance. Blood sprayed on the ground, staining the grass red. Seeing the death of the mutant dog, the team then quieted down and fearfully continued walking towards the front. Luin retrieved the iron rod and looked at it. There were a few cracks on it, so it didn't look like it would be used for long. As the sun set and the land fell into darkness, all the evolvers lit flames and spread them all the way along the procession in a vain attempt to use this method to drive away the mutant beasts, and the procession stopped moving forward. Going to an unfamiliar place in the darkness was equal to seeking death. A hoarse electric current sounded. Luin's waist walkie-talkie transmitted a voice. The evolver with the tail number of 3 was looking for food, with a range of 1 kilometer in a circle. Luin's evolver codename was 103, raised his head, looked towards the decapitated mutant dog, picked it up and flung it in front of the team. Eat. A clamor came out from within the team, followed by several men coming forward to handle it, the way they had long been accustomed to, even if there were still remnants of human bones in the corners of that mutant dog's mouth. A mutant dog was only enough for more than 20 people. Luin walked out of the fire, gripped the iron rod tightly, and walked towards the distance. The sound of chewing never stopped in his ears. In the darkness, a pair of eyes emitting green light stared at Luin. These were mutant rats. The look was ugly, but the meat was edible. Luin threw up his iron rod and smashed more than 10 mutant rats to death, carrying and throwing them towards the team. He had enough on his side. Suddenly there was a scream. Luin didn't need to look to know that it was an evolved person who died. He didn't intend to save it. Who knows what attacked the evolved person? Maybe it was a highly poisonous snake, a blood-sucking mosquito, or a powerful mutant rat that could bite steel. These creatures weren't hard to come across in the wild. The group was quiet. Everyone hid behind the flames, as if a thin layer of flames could really protect them. Luin looked at these people with pity, then looked up at the sky. The stars were so bright and clear. The once polluted air had been completely restored half a year ago, and along with it, countless creatures had mutated, including humans themselves. No one knows what that mutation was due to. As if overnight, the creatures all became terrifying, and many of them turned into walking corpses, devoid of reason, devouring living things everywhere. Such people are called zombies. The remaining survivors' bodies became a little stronger, although the change was not big, but they could become stronger by swallowing the crystals inside the bodies of the mutated creatures. These were the evolvers. The Earth seemed to have returned to the ancient times overnight. The weak were the strongest. The huge arsenal of weapons that once ruled the Earth were almost all destroyed. Luin saw with his own eyes the arsenal in his city explode, as if those modern weapons were not allowed in today's times. Gusty wind blew across the ground, and the bloodstained newspaper was pressed down by the stones, making a soughing sound. Luin picked up the newspaper and looked at the headline 2200 February 3rd, a day that will go down in history. That day, the Chinese Sky 5 logged on to Neptune. Bai Xiao became the first astronaut from Earth to explore Neptune. Neptune is a gaseous planet. That day, Luin threw away the newspaper. A little girl carefully handed him a piece of roasted beast leg. Luin took the beast leg and smiled lightly and said thank you. The little girl smiled coyly and ran back to the group. The beast leg was very hard to eat. Although it was sprinkled with seasonings, it was still very hard to eat, but Luin ate it with great satisfaction. Only when he was full would he have the strength. The flames suddenly fluctuated. Luin fiercely drew out his iron rod and smashed it down hard, smashing a mutant praying mantis that had passed through the flames to death. This kind of mutant praying mantis would cause very large casualties once it rushed into the team. The pair of blades reflected red light, no worse than Luin's iron rod. In the course of the night, Luin only rested for 2 hours, during which time, he killed more than a dozen mutant creatures that were trying to storm the team. There weren't many casualties on his side, but the other sections were different. One of the teams of survivors along with the evolvers had dozens of people killed, slaughtered by a huge mutated boar that could fire its hard bristles. A round of attacks could take away quite a number of people's lives, and if it wasn't for a few of the more powerful evolvers making a move, the casualties would have been even higher. As the sun rose, the team continued to move towards the south. They were going to Jilin, to that largest gathering place in the land of Su province, where there was an army, many evolvers, and Zhou Shan, who was known as the criminal sage of Huaxia. Half a year of the apocalyptic calamity had given birth to many evolvers, and even more so to the supreme powerhouses known as the Seven Saints. Nowadays, although the information is not smooth, it is still possible to contact each other. Not long ago, the evolvers were clearly divided into levels, which are the ordinary evolvers who just swallowed the crystals, the human-level powerhouses who have the power to crush the ordinary evolvers, and then above that are the powerhouses who have the power to destroy the cities, and are known as the earth-shaking level powerhouses, which can be called the earth level as well. At the top is the flying sky-level powerhouses, as the name suggests, can fly in the sky, also known as the heaven-level powerhouses, and the Seven Saints of Huaxia are the seven heaven-level powerhouses. Doomsday half a year can only be so divided. Perhaps after a period of time there will be a more systematic division, but the seven can fly to the sky of the strong as long as they do not die, will always stand at the top, which is also the origin of the word saint, or perhaps it may be the countless survivors look forward to their protection, so call it a saint. The Jinling gathering place possessed a saint, the criminal Saint Zhou Shan. The procession continued to advance. They were still more than 100 kilometers away from Jinling, a journey of a few hours in the peace era. In today's world, it would take at least several days. A few miles away from the long line of the team, countless wandering zombies slowly approached, as if they smelled something alive. The evolvers on both sides of the team were on tense alert. Many of them had fearful gazes. Although these zombies were not fast, they were very strong, and their blood contained a strong poison. Once they touched, even the evolvers would have their skin ulcerated until their sanity disappeared, and they would become the same as they were, which was the most horrifying of all. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, gripping the iron rod tightly. Fighting with zombies is not difficult, they will always be that way, unlike evolvers who can become stronger, and this is what countless survivors are thankful for. If zombies could also become stronger, they would really have no way to live. The current biggest enemy of the survivors was the mutant beasts. Just as Lu Yin and the others were preparing to fight the corpses, the zombies suddenly paused and then turned around. Lu Yin's heart jumped and a bad feeling welled up. The ground suddenly shook, and in front of the team, a huge vine rose from the ground. Its branches and leaves grabbed a number of survivors as if they had spirituality, and with desperate wails, all the survivors that were grabbed were crushed into blood and water, pouring it into the soil where the vine had taken root. All the survivors fled in fear, even quite a few evolvers. Lu Yin's eyelids jumped straight up. This mutant vine had definitely reached the earth level. It was not comparable to ordinary evolvers, even if there were human-level powerhouses in their team. The evolvers in the team did not plan to fight hard at all, and all of them fled to the back, avoiding the range of the vine. After a while, the vine shrank back into the ground as if they had had their fill. Countless survivors cried out in pain and despair. Many people would have a mental breakdown in this environment, even some of the evolvers. Soon, a hoarse electric current sound came from the waist. The walkie-talkie sent out a voice, "Rest in place, the criminal saint will personally come to pick us up." Hearing this news, countless people cheered. To today's survivors, heaven-level powerhouses were like gods, as if anything could be solved as long as a heaven-level powerhouse appeared. Lu Yin's face showed mockery. Saint? He covered his left arm with one hand. Until now, half of his body was still in pain, a piercing pain that seemed to forever remind him of that night. An entire city was abandoned. All the undestroyed heat weapons were declared into the city, wailing all over the place. Half of his own body was incinerated, and what he saw when he turned around was that pair of towering eyes and piercing golden light. Lu Xiaoga, he could never forget that man known as the Saint of Light, one of the seven saints, letting him experience extreme pain, a pain that Lu Ying vowed to absolutely repay tenfold. As the flames rose, the sky became dark. Lu Ying was about to rest when screams and cries came from not far away. Lu Ying frowned and turned his head to look. 100 meters away, several girls were surrounded by more than a dozen evolvers, wantonly laughing and joking, and several of them had only a little bit of their clothes left on, shedding silent tears. This scene is not unfamiliar. Doomsday calamity, human nature sinks. It's normal. Lu Ying has seen it quite a few times. How can I put it? It's impossible to want to be protected in this kind of environment without paying a small price. Lu Ying closed his eyes, his spirits slowed down slightly. In the distance, a young girl screamed and was slapped on the ground. Damn, the old man does not want to protect you. Play what happened, don't give face. 2 days ago there was a small starlet was played by the old man, and now begging for the old man to play. The old man does not play, get up. The young girl indignantly glared at the evolutionists, her eyes red. Around the evolutionists grinning, they like this era, they can play with abandon, no one can control them. Whistling a gust of wind, the evolver in front of the eyes of an additional person, it was Lu Ying. At this moment, Lu Yin's hand iron stick on the neck of this evolver, faintly said roll. The surrounding area was silent, only the several young girls were crying silently. The evolutionist who was threatened by Lu Yin's face was extremely ugly, gritted his teeth and said, "Surname Lu, this matter has nothing to do with you, they are under my protection." "You have disturbed me," Lu Yin faintly said, the sharp side of the iron rod pressed down. Immediately, the evolver's skin cracked, blood flowed down the iron rod. The evolver was horrified. Good, you are ruthless, they are yours, I won't move." Lu Yin put away the iron rod and walked back to his original position indifferently. Many people within the team quietly watched the scene, they had long been used to it, even if those young girls had just been killed no one helped. Lu Yin looked strange to them. The dozen or so evolvers looked at each other angrily, but did not move. Lu Yin, very strong, this they knew. The girls ran behind Lu Yin and tried to say something, but Lu Yin closed his eyes and ignored them, so they could only look at Lu Yin gratefully and sat down carefully. After a short while, a young woman with a voluptuous appearance and revealing clothes came to Lu Yin's side with a smile. Her stern gaze swept over those few young girls, scaring them so much that they immediately stepped back and bowed their heads in fear. Only then was the voluptuous woman satisfied, sitting on Lu Yin's side and blowing into his ear. Lu Yin raised his hand and pinched the woman's neck, opened his eyes, and said in a cold voice that if there is a next time, he will die. The voluptuous woman's gaze was grim, barely revealing a winking smile. "You are still so heartless." Lu Yin let go of his hand, coldly staring at the woman. "What is it?" The woman rubbed her neck and blankly glanced at Lu Yin. "Do you know that you have offended someone?" Lu Yin did not answer. The woman went on to say that Zhang Tong's men are plotting against you, they have more than 10 evolvers, and you're only one person, you can't deal with it, so be careful. "Thank you," Lu Yin faintly returned a sentence. The second chapter of the Seven Saints Criminal Camp. The woman looked at Lu Yin helplessly. "In fact, as long as you ask, I will help you, there are people behind me." "No need," Lu Yin faintly said. The woman sighed. "Well, contact me anytime, don't worry, I will help you watch over them, let's go." After saying that, she smiled at Lu Yin and turned around to leave, leaving behind a fragrant breeze. Lu Yin closed his eyes again. The woman's arrival did not affect him in the slightest. In the latter half of the night, the voluptuous woman arrived again and looked at Lu Yin and smiled. "Congratulations, the trouble is gone." Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at her. The woman said, "I asked my big brother to take action, Zhang Tong was captured, my big brother asked you to come over to talk about what to do with them." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Got up, let's go." The woman smiled and led the way in front, crossing the flames to 300 meters away from the group. This place was equally unsafe but not too far away. The moment Lu Yin arrived, Zhang Tong, the evolver who had bullied those women and the dozen or so people beside him all knelt on the ground, and in front of him was a tall man with his hands behind his back. "Big brother, Lu Yin has come." The voluptuous woman walked to the man's side and said in a delicate voice. The man turned around and looked at Lu Yin with a smile. "You are Lu Yin?" Lu Yin nodded his head. "My name is Lu Shang, I am one of the captains of this team," the man said with his head slightly raised, looking at Lu Yin rather proudly. Lu Yin faintly said, "I know." Lu Shang frowned. He didn't like Lu Yin's attitude. "What are you going to do with these people?" "Hand them over to you." Lu Yin looked at Lu Shang. "Conditions?" The corner of Lu Shang's mouth rose, staring closely at Lu Yin. "The bright people don't speak in the dark. I've heard about you and observed you. I don't think you've ever absorbed the energy crystals in the body of the mutant beasts, but it's very powerful. Can you tell me why?" On the side, the voluptuous woman also looked at Lu Yin expectantly, including Zhang Tong. Those evolvers kneeling on the ground all stared at Lu Yin. The corner of Lu Yin's mouth contained a smile. "Is that why you lured me here?" Lu Shang smiled faintly and looked at the voluptuous woman. The woman took a few steps forward, walked to Lu Yin's side, blew a breath at him, and delicately said, "Brother Lu, tell us, will you? Is it another path of evolution? To tell us is to tell all mankind. All mankind will be grateful to you, and I, too, can accompany you," said the woman, leaning towards Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin turned his head to look at the voluptuous woman. "I said, there will be a next time, die." The words fell, the iron rod flashed, the voluptuous woman covered her neck, the blood flowed down her fingers, staining her clothes red, and she fell down unbelievably. She didn't put Lu Yin's words in her eyes, and also didn't expect at all that Lu Yin actually dared to kill her in front of Lu Shang, who was one of the captains, a human-level powerhouse. Lu Shang also froze. He similarly did not expect Lu Yin to be so bold. Lu Yin flung his iron rod. "You guys are annoying, you have been staring at me from the moment this team was formed. Tonight, it's all over," said he. Took the initiative to rush towards Lu Shang. The iron rod slashed down on his head. Lu Shang was furious. "You look for death," said, from the waist draw a seemingly long knife, a knife frame iron stick. In his opinion, this knife not only can block Lu Yin's attack, but also should be Luin seriously injured. However, the reality is the complete opposite of what he expected. His long knife was split in two, the iron stick blade and even in his right shoulder to leave a deep visible bone blood marks. This scene made Lu Sheng couldn't believe it. He was a human-level powerhouse, someone who was strong enough to single-handedly challenge many ordinary evolvers, but he actually lost to Luin with a single move. How could that be possible? Luin slashed Lu Sheng without stopping, and swept his iron club across the room. Lu Sheng hurriedly avoided a sideways flip to throw the hilt of the knife towards Luin. Luin swung away the hilt of the knife with a stick. The chi was like a sharp blade chopping on the ground, chopping out a small crack in the ground. "What are you looking at? Come together, kill him for me," Lu Sheng roared, glaring angrily at Zhang Tong and the others. Zhang Tong and the others didn't dare to hesitate and drew out a variety of weapons to attack Luin. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. He flipped the iron rod, his legs stomped out with great force, the airwaves visible to the naked eye cracked the ground, his body directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, the blade of the iron rod chopped horizontally. In an instant, Zhang Tong and the others were all looking at their chests, the blood dripped down their chests. Soon, they were unconscious and fell to the ground, completely dead. At this moment, Lu Yin's heart is as hard as iron. This is the worst era, there is no constraint, but it is also the best era. Evil people can be eliminated. Lu Sheng looked at Luin in stagnation. How could it be possible? You are an Earth-level powerhouse, definitely an Earth-level powerhouse. It is impossible for a human level to be this powerful. Lu Yin's gaze was icy cold. Lu Sheng trembled, directly kneeling on the ground. "Luin, no, Lu Xiao, let me go, please let me go. I can be your dog, I can kill for you, I can find a woman for you, everything you want I can do for you." Luin raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. Lu Sheng gazed sinister, fiercely from his arms to pull out the blade to stab at Luin. The blade is very smooth to stab Luin, but in front of the eyes of Luin, slowly fade. Just now that was just a residual shadow. Lu Sheng pupils contracted, incredibly looked at this scene. What is this? This is called the wandering body step, a battle technique. From the starry sky, Luin faintly said. The iron stick slashed, Lu Sheng's head drooped, kneeling on the ground to die. Luin sighed, put away the iron stick, still looking up at the starry sky. "I am just a guest, but I am making a racket." Soon, Luin removed the energy crystals from Lu Sheng and these people, close to the ring on his hand. Suddenly, those energy crystals suddenly disappeared, as if they never existed. This was the condensed air ring, a precious ring that could store things, and like the battle skill, it also came from the stars. No one cared about the disappearance of Zhang Tong and the others, but Lu Sheng was different. He was the captain, and now he actually disappeared as well, which drew the attention of several other captains. However, because Lu Sheng wanted to plot the method of Lu Yin's evolution, he purposely hid his whereabouts, so no one came to look for Lu Yin's trouble, and it was considered Lu Sheng's own fault. At noon the next day, the tens of thousands of people teamed up to look at the distant heights. Just a moment ago, they got the news that the criminal Saint Zhou Shan was about to arrive. Not long after, a black dot appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, high up in the sky, a man appeared, with a strong body, more than 2 meters tall, short hair. In his hand was a 3-meter-long huge axe for opening mountains, standing high up in the sky, quite domineering. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Humans could really fly? This was a flying-class powerhouse? One of the 7 saints of Huaxia. With a roar, Zhou Shan didn't say a word, raised his hand and pressed it against the bottom. The wave of air raised dust, blowing tens of thousands of people who couldn't open their eyes. All the evolvers looked ahead with scorching heat. This was a heavenly-level powerhouse, powerful enough to destroy mountains and rivers. Under the ground, huge vines snaked out, ruthlessly sweeping towards Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan grunted, exploding in the ears of the crowd, and then, raising his giant axe high, the air behind him fluctuated, vaguely transforming into transparent wings, and with a loud cry of storm chop, Zhou Shan's body tumbled down along with the giant axe, fiercely chopping at the vines. Shocking roar exploded, the ground, huge cracks spread in all directions, the earth dust flying, a wisp of chi scattered in all directions. Fortunately there is an evolutionary captain blocking the front, otherwise these chi alone is enough to cause huge casualties to the survivors. Luin stared ahead. Yesterday they guessed that the vines were Earth-level strength. In fact, he was the only one who sensed that the vines were definitely heaven-level strength, which was why Zhou Shan went all out. The wind blew. When the smoke cleared, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was Zhou Shan's domineering figure carrying a huge axe. While the vine had been completely shattered, the ground was a huge pit filled with green liquid. Tens of thousands of people looked up to Zhou Shan in reverence and let out cheers. Zhou Shan carried the giant axe into the air and shouted, Go back to Jinling, it is safe there." "Thank you, Sage of Justice. Long live the Sage of Justice. Sage of Punishment." Tens of thousands of people shouted the name of Zhou Shan. In this apocalyptic era is too much in need of heroes. Zhou Shan is a hero, the seven saints are heroes. Luing gripped the iron stick tightly. His strength nowadays is still not up to the heavenly level, just like what Lu Sheng said. He really didn't absorb the energy crystals, he has to take the other path of evolution, the real path of evolution in the starry sky. Thinking about it, Luing raised his head. It's almost time, it should be coming soon. With Zhou Shan protecting them, the procession advanced smoothly. There must be powerful creatures in this world that far exceeded Zhou Shan, but those creatures were so rare that they would almost never be encountered. A day later, tens of thousands of people team came to Jingling. Until this moment, many people put down their burdens and cried out loud. The golden mausoleum was heavily guarded. Outside was a huge earthen wall. On the earthen wall rows of evolvers were silent as they watched the tens of thousands of survivors enter. Their eyes were sad. This team had lost at least 1/10 of the population from the time they started to the time they finished, and they were coming out of despair. Luing had come to Jingling in the era of peace. At that time, Jingling had beautiful scenery. The streets were lined with ancient trees. However, at the moment, Jingling had shrunk a lot. The periphery had been abandoned. Countless wandering zombies covered the outer city. If it wasn't for Zhou Shan opening up the way, if they wanted to enter the gathering place of Jingling, they would definitely have to go through a bloody battle. The survivors would be arranged by someone, while the evolvers were arranged by another group of people. This team of evolvers was more than 500, relative to the tens of thousands of survivors, equal to one evolver protecting nearly 100 people, a rather rare ratio, and also side-by-side proof that mutated creatures were not good to kill. It was a pity that there were no energy crystals in the zombies' bodies, otherwise the number of evolvers would definitely be much higher. Criminal Camp. Criminal Saint Zhou Shan created an organization to manage evolvers. All evolvers in the Jingling gathering place must register at the criminal camp to test their combat strength and physical condition regardless of whether they join or not. Luin and the others were brought to the criminal camp. The so-called criminal camp is not a camp of land, but is very large, occupying Jingling Zhongshan. Legend has it that at the beginning of the creation of Jingling zombies and mutant beasts countless, Zhou Shan led all the evolvers took a month to take down the Zhongshan. This is still because the Zhongshan used to be a tourist area in Jingling. There are not too many wild mutant beasts reason. With Zhongshan as the center, the criminal camp radiated outwards, gradually helping the survivors to take down the Jingling gathering area, becoming one of the largest survivor gatherings in the East China region of China. The Zhongshan criminal camp was solemn and dignified, and the surrounding evolvers looked enviously at the criminal camp evolver soldiers wearing uniforms, who were going to be here in the future. But only half a year, the criminal saint actually created such a huge organization as the criminal camp. It's really unbelievable, someone lamented. Immediately next to someone to agree, the end of the arrival, many people are still hiding. Criminal saint has created the criminal battalion. The future can absolutely dominate the Chinese summer. As soon as the words came out, immediately many people chimed in. Luing walked in the middle of the evolvers, looking around at the evolver soldiers that walked by from time to time. His eyes flickered. These soldiers, they were real soldiers. Logically speaking, the end of the world had come. No matter how charismatic anyone was, it was impossible to create such an organization. Zhou Shan was even more impossible, but the criminal camp had still appeared. There was only one reason: the people here were real soldiers. Zhou Shan, representing the country. Huaxia didn't collapse because of the arrival of Doomsday, it just stabilized in another way. Zhou Shan was in the army. It was even possible that all the seven saints were, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to reach the heavenly ranks in half a year's time alone. I don't know if I should be thankful that the Doomsday didn't lead to a total collapse of communications, otherwise even the country wouldn't have been able to stabilize the situation in a short period of time. Chapter 3, Descent. Zhongshan was hollowed out, and inside was a huge space filled with modern facilities that left hundreds of evolvers in awe. Teams of evolver soldiers walked by, carrying standardized steel swords, as if modernity and antiquity were combined, full of strangeness. As evolvers became stronger and stronger, ordinary firearms weren't as good as cold weapons, plus many weapon depots were destroyed. Being able to equip themselves with standardized steel swords already proved that the penal camp was not simple. Luin and the others were guided to the huge square, surrounded by a circle of evolved soldiers. There were also quite a few female soldiers looking at them with a solemn demeanor. There was a layer of transparent glass above the square more than 10 meters high, and inside was the same huge space. At this moment, close to the glass, several men and women were playfully looking down. I don't know if I can recruit a few useful ones this time. Even if they can't reach the human level, they shouldn't be too bad, a middle-aged man said in a jar. Don't hold too much fantasy, human level is not so easy to reach. This team's several human level captains have long been criminal saint arranged. You and I have not a share of the next demeanor charming woman dissatisfaction. It is not impossible, so far to protect tens of thousands of survivors to Jinling is not easy, these people I value, you do not all let me. Good young man on the other side laughed. Don't dream, see how Feng Hong arranged, this time he is the instructor, the big head is sure to be taken away by him, middle-aged man said. A few people are criminal camp 10,000 captains, criminal camp registered evolvers 80,000, only to reach the ground level can become 10,000 captains, to reach 10,000 captains, in the Jinling is definitely a party hegemony, only in the criminal Saint Joshan status below. For the millions of survivors in Jinling, the criminal saint is uncommon, and the 10,000 husbandman is the sky. I heard that the snow lady under Luoshang is coming to Jinling and will be sparring with us, who do you plan to go on? The charming woman suddenly asked, looking at the next few people with a smile on her face. A few people were quiet and didn't intend to pick up the fight. The charming woman lost her smile. Rumor has it that Luoshang announced to the outside world that the snow maiden is invincible at the earth level. You guys, do you really not intend to see it? A few people still didn't say anything. The flirtatious woman pursed her lips and laughed, no longer speaking. Luo Camp White Snow, Standing Snow Mountain, create Blue Camp, although with the criminal Saint Joshan and the Seven Saints, but its status is also above Joshan. Chinese Seven Saints and outsiders seem to have the same status, in fact, only a small number of people know. Seven Saints, divided into the upper 3 saints and the lower 4 saints, Luo Saint Snow is one of the upper 3 saints, while Joshan, subordinate to the lower 4 saints. On the square, one by one, the evolvers were examined, mainly because many viruses mutated after the end of the world, especially the zombies virus, which was hard to treat. The criminal camp had to make sure that all the evolvers' bodies weren't infected by the viruses, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Soon it was Lu Yin's turn. Looking at the sample bottle of his own blood on the side, the nurse began to fill in his personal information. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, his legs were powered up, his figure suddenly blurred, and the next instant was back to normal again. Everyone didn't see it clearly, the only thing was that the color of the blood inside the sample bottle changed a little bit, it seemed, with a hint of purple, but then it quickly returned to normal. Lu Yin? Please wait a moment, soon the small nurse smiled to Lu Yin said. Lu Yin nodded, thank you, finished, and walked to the other side. After a period of time, nearly 500 evolvers were all sampled and there were no problems. Not a moment later, a middle-aged man in a dark-colored military uniform walked in. As he approached, a pressure arose, and all the evolvers looked at him in surprise. ZZ. The ground cracked, and chi energy swept across, shaking all the evolvers. Earth-shaking level powerhouses, some exclaimed in shock. All evolvers looked at the middle-aged man in fear and envy. The middle-aged man walked to more than 10 meters away from Lu Yin and the others, and said aloud, my name is Feng Hong, the 10,000 captain of the penal battalion. Now I have to ask once again, anyone among you who is not willing to join the penal battalion can leave. Hundreds of evolvers looked at me and I looked at you, and then one after another, someone walked out. Although the criminal camp was powerful, it had to be disciplined. Many people had never been a soldier, it was normal that they were not willing to join. Lu Yin was also one of them. There were nearly 200 people who were unwilling to join the penal camp, which was close to half. Feng Hong looked at the evolvers who were unwilling to join, and faintly said, join the criminal camp. Not only will your safety be guaranteed, but you can also receive your loved ones to the Zhongshan periphery, and every month you will be able to share energy crystals to cultivate, and you will even be able to receive the battle skills taught by the criminal saint. What are battle techniques? Someone asked curiously. Feng Hong coldly said, techniques that can bring 200% of your strength into play are battle techniques. Criminal saint's battle technique is the storm chop. There are not many in the world that can block under one chop, you should have seen it. All the evolvers are excited, of course they have seen it. A chop destroys the mutated vines, causing the earth to crack and the wind and clouds to change. How powerful it is. Can we learn the storm chop? Someone asked expectantly. Feng Hong indifferently said that anyone can learn, as long as the recognition of the criminal saint. Once this was said, the evolvers who originally intended to leave hesitated and returned to the original team one after another, while only less than 50 people truly intended to leave, and Lu Yin was among them. Feng Hong waved his hand and led them away. Soon, nearly 50 evolvers were taken out of Zhongshan. Lu Yin looked back, this place would soon be unsettled. There were quite a few survivors and even evolvers gathered outside the Bell Mountain. When Lu Yin and the others came out, they all gathered around. Brother, do you want to buy a property? You can find me, the price is absolutely fair. Brother, do you want a tour guide? Don't look at me like that, there are too many zombies and monsters outside of Jinling City. Without a guide, you will easily fall into a siege. Brother, want a weapon? Sharp swords, hardened lances, everything. If you want hot weapons, buy a few bombs for protection. Do you have a map? Luin asked. A thieving evolutionary immediately came over. First of all, the eyes of the fierce sweep around the circle. Scared away, Piers carefully took out the map. Brother, this map sincere favor 10 crystals. Luin raised his eyebrows. 10? You are crazy, a map for 10 energy crystals. Do you know that one energy crystal can make ordinary people evolve? The thieving evolutionist whispered, Brother, this is not an ordinary map. It details the concentration of powerful monsters and zombies in the outer city of Jinling. You don't want to be surrounded just after you go out. This is about your life. Is your life not worth 10 crystals? Luin lost his smile. At most 3, no more. The thievish evangelist quickly said, Yes, make you a friend, take the map. Luin feels that he has been cheated. This is also too fast, but he does not mind. Hand into the pocket to take out 3 white crystals of the size of a grain of rice, handing over to the evangelist. The thieving evangelist took the crystals, his eyes are excited, and then close to the Luin, whispered, Brother, look at you so fast on the part of send you something, no need to thank, said, shoved a round pill into the hands of the Luin, turned around and left. Luin looked at the pill, his gaze was strange, this thing he recognized, aphrodisiac. After the end of the day, many plants mutated, the drugs of the peace era have long been obsolete, the use of mutated plants to produce drugs are more effective, this aphrodisiac Luin has seen others use, the effect, absolutely, but, this pill is very precious, if taken out to sell definitely more than 3 crystals, where did this guy come from? Luin did not think too much, casually threw away the aphrodisiac, looked around the periphery and walked towards the outer city. Looking carefully at the map, Lu Yin's eyes scanned and finally settled on the barren mountains in the south of the city, hoping that there would be clues here. The topmost level of Zhongshan's inner space, the huge conference room was filled with people. The topmost position was empty. The first one on the lower left sat a man with a scar on his face, wearing a military uniform. The first one on the lower right sat a young girl with a pretty face and glasses. Most of the people seated here were the 10,000 captains of the criminal battalion. After a while, Zhou Shan crossed into the conference room, naturally sat in the top position, his eyes scanned everyone, and finally looked at the young girl wearing glasses. How is the planning? The young girl pushed the glasses. Preliminary estimates want to expand the Jinling gathering place at least 2 months. Combatant losses may reach 2,000 to 3,000. If you want to expand the peace era Jinling territory all into the gathering place, the loss will also increase 3 times. Zhou Shan frowned. The gathering place must be expanded. The journey to the north is still going well. At most a few months we'll be able to connect to the eastern capital, then the whole country will be connected. Want to recover the country will be very easy. We cannot lag behind. We cannot let other people laugh. Criminal sage, we just received news that the Brahma kingdom has given birth to a heaven-level powerhouse. The bitter monk's scarred face man suddenly opened his mouth. Everyone was in an uproar. There are only 7 heaven-level powerhouses in the whole of China, so it can be seen how difficult it is. I didn't think that the Brahma kingdom had actually given birth to one. Zhou Shan's eyes flinched. Bitter monk? Checking his information, it is reasonable to say that it is impossible for anyone else to break through the heavenly rank in a year. Yes. Is there anything else? Zhou Shan continued to ask. Scarface down, an evolved person was just about to open his mouth. His eyes suddenly stared out of the window, the others followed, all staring blankly. Zhou Shan steeply turned around and looked out the window, his gaze shrinking. Only to see dozens of meteors sliding down in the sky, dragging long flames across the sky, one of them smashing towards Jinling, eventually landing in the south of the Jinling gathering ground, and the earth shook for a moment. At this moment, countless survivors and evolvers saw the scene. The sky meteors were as gorgeous as fireworks, fleeting. Outside of Jinling city, Luin, who was following the map to the barren mountains south of the city, also saw it, and at this moment, the meteor that smashed down outside of Jinling city was not much far from him. The violent air waves swept the sky, blowing away the clouds and cracking the earth by inches. Luin kicked away the steel and iron frame that smashed into him, fixed his eyes to the south, thought for a moment, and quickly rushed away. Inside Jinling city, Zhou Shan rose up in the air, wanting to rush to the south, but he was stopped. Criminal sage, countless zombies stormed the city walls. Zhou Shan's gaze turned to the east. As far as the eye could see, a black pressurized patch of zombies wandered in. Jinling city had been blocked off, many of the survivors of which were still locked outside the city, crying out in despair. Zhou Shan holds a huge axe to open the mountain, flying to the outside of the city, an axe chopped into the earth. Countless zombies were cut. Open the city gate, let them in, I will guard. South of Jinling city, where the meteor smashed into the ground, smoke and dust rose into the sky, a huge pit spreading 1,000 meters in a circle, in a conical shape. At the bottom is a white ball, 2 meters in diameter, smoking white smoke. The air around the periphery is distorted. Luing close to the pit, hiding in the pit not far from the abandoned factory, through the wooden boards to look at the white ball, eyes slightly changed, although some guess, but really appeared. He was still unexpected. I did not expect to come earlier than I predicted, the spaceship. With a soft sound, the white spaceship hatch opened, a hand probed out, paused, then a young man came out from within the spaceship, short hair, wearing white light armor and stepping on the combat boots, slowly stepped out of the spaceship, raised his head to look upwards, and stretched his waist, so tired. The trial is just the trial, choosing such a faraway place, and letting us fly over by ourselves, so disgusting. After saying that, the young man took out a short knife from inside the spaceship, and took out a wristwatch-like thing to wear on his left wrist, and tapped it. A dripping sound rang out, the young man's gaze condensed, and looked in the direction of Luin. What kind of person, said a leap up, drew out a short knife horizontal chop, huge chopping stroke. Plant was everything too broken. Chapter 4 Body Shaping Decision. Luing bent down to avoid it, and fled in quite a sorry state for more than 10 meters, and in the same place, that factory building was reduced to ruins. The young man soared high in the sky, coldly looking at Luin with a haughty gaze. Are you a native of this planet? Lu Yin's gaze was grave, heaven-level powerhouse. I'm asking you, didn't you hear me? The young man let out a low gulp and casually slashed his blade across the ground. A chop visible to the naked eye sliced through the earth, raising smoke and dust from the sky. Luin seriously said you are an alien? The young man laughed coldly, landed on the ground, looked at his wristwatch. Battle power only 8? Rubbish. Wait, 8's battle strength is impossible to dodge my knife, said the young man, surprised to look at Luin. You specialize in physical cultivation? I'm not sure. Luin was puzzled. You are an alien. The young man frowned and said, to you natives you can call us that, however, we prefer you to call us Shangren. The upper man? Luin frowned. The young man looked down and said, your planet has long been within the surveillance range of our Diwu Empire. To us, you are just captive natives. Of course we are Shangren. Alright, tell me, do you specialize in cultivating the physical body and have cultivated it to the Hope realm, or even close to the Probe realm? I don't understand what you mean, Luin returned. The young man's eyes narrowed as he thought about it. How could this indigenous planet know about realm divisions? A cold aura flickered in his eyes as he stared at Luin. Attack me, let me see your strength. Luin clenched his fist. Are you sure? The young man laughed coldly. I, Asta, am not so bad as to be injured by a native like you. Even if you can hide your battle strength, you will never reach the Tan realm, and even if you were in the Tan realm, you can't compare with me at all. I will let you know what is meant by the gap of despair. Luin drew his iron rod. Then I will strike. Yasta was cold and arrogant, and hooked his finger. In the next moment, Luin rushed towards Asta. The blade of the iron rod swept across, slicing through the air, running towards Asta's neck. Yasta easily avoided, hands easily inserted in the pocket, teased the planet evolution really can give birth to a group of barbarians. The attack is harsh and decisive. Out is a killing move. This is good. The only way to create an iron blood warrior. Luin iron stick seal Yasta all routes. A strike faster than a strike, resulting in a powerful air force is like a blade chopped on the ground, cutting out a trace. Yasta is easy to handle. See Luin a knife. Chop, lift the leg, boots directly on top of the blade, hands are still inserted in the pocket, cold and arrogant look at Luin. Battle strength 302, good, just by the physical body can reach the realm of hope is not easy, even our academy's probing realm trainees want to reach the realm of hope by the physical body is not so easy. I appreciate you, give you a chance, follow me, become my slave, I can take you out of this planet. And let you see a different starry sky. Lu Yin's iron stick pressed Yasta's battle boots to death, and his eyes were amazed. A different starry sky? Yasta proudly, of course, I am the first military academy of the Diyu Empire senior students, qualified and bold enough to apply for the elite of the planetary evolution trials. Once I successfully complete the task, I can be promoted to a higher institution of learning. To follow me, it will be the glory of your life. Of course, it also depends on this planet. There is no more suitable than you. You pray that you're not too bad, huh? Said, a leg will Luin in the hands of the iron bar kicked it away. Luin looked at Yasta indulging in the pride of being superior, his gaze suddenly chilled, his right palm shook sharply, the air formed ripples visible to the naked eye, as if it was being grasped in his palm. Asta didn't care at first, the moment he saw it was unbelievable, fluctuating palm? How could you? The next moment, Luin a palm ruthlessly slapped in the heart of Asta, airwaves roll away, Asta white light armor broken, a mouthful of blood sprayed out and flew backwards, in midair Asta hard to raise his head, the body forcibly twisted, drew out a short sword cut at Luin towards the short sword rushed, right palm again rapid shaking. Yasta gritted his teeth and roared, you are not a native, you come from the stars. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, and he slapped out his palm. Yasta low roar, short knife stabbed out, but stabbed a blank. Luin body disappeared. What he stabbed was just a residual shadow. Step battle technique. Yasta sprayed blood, his finger ring melted, forming pieces of battle armor to cover his whole body. With a bang, in the same position, Yasta was once again slapped with a palm. This time the sound of shattering was vaguely heard. A second after he was hit, the battle armor covered his entire body, but unfortunately it was already too late. His heart was completely shattered, his body smashed down next to the spaceship inside the pit, blood flowing down the shell of the spaceship. Luin knelt on half a knee, gasping for air, the blood vessels in his right hand bursting, his face in pain. The wave palm was not something that the current him could perform. If it wasn't for the sake of killing Yasta, he wouldn't have risked the loss of his arm to perform it. Luckily, the ambush was successful. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Just now, in a split second, he casted the fluctuating palm twice and the wandering body step once. His body trembled violently, it was already overloaded. Slowly walking over to Yasta's body, he watched as the battle armor covering his body slowly disappeared, changing into a ring once again. Luin removed the ring and put it in his pocket. This is the ring battle armor. Many cultivators in the starry sky often have protective devices. Yasta's ring battle armor is only the lowest grade, but it has no problem defending against attacks from heaven-level powerhouses. In addition to the ring battle armor, on Yasta's wrist to test his battle strength was the personal terminal, which contained all his information, including positioning. Luin removed the personal terminal, very skillfully unloaded the positioning device, and put it into his condensed air ring, and finally, scanned Yasta. His eyes flickered, and finally fixed on the second knuckle of Yasta's right hand, and directly cut it off, and a wafer fell out from within the blood. Sure enough, it was here. Luin was ecstatic, picking up the wafer. The reason why he ambushed Yasta, the reason why he didn't become an evolutionary by absorbing the energy crystals was waiting for this thing. Body shaping decision. Super strong people with their own energy condensed into a chip. Anyone melted in the body can stimulate the cells, flush the body, let the body break through Hoven, can directly absorb the universe energy cultivation, which is the universe is recognized as the most effective method of cultivation. As for swallowing and absorbing energy crystals to cultivate is only the inferior cultivation method, cannot use the body to directly absorb cosmic energy, not only need to look for energy crystals, but also very difficult to break through the shackles. People who cultivate in this way are known as wandering soldiers in the universe, and many people even call them war slaves. The energy that can be directly absorbed in the universe is known as star energy, and the energy crystals in the body of the mutant beasts are also a kind of star energy cohesion, but they are too refuted, and directly absorbing them is harmful and unhelpful. Luin came from the stars. In order to legitimize his identity, he didn't pass the body-shaping decision cultivation before he came to Earth, and put himself completely and utterly in the perspective of an ordinary person. But now, on this planet, there was no need for him to be concerned about anything else. The planet evolutionary trial, everything was possible. In the universe, anyone who cultivated through the body-shaping decree must register, otherwise it would be illegal. But on the planet evolution trial, what you get is your own. This was a rule set by the Daewoo Empire's youth convocation, and no one could violate it. This person is only probing the realm, which means that this body-shaping decree has been used twice, and there is still one more chance. Unfortunately, there is still a need to continue searching. Luin muttered, threw Yasta into the spaceship, and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a shadow covered the sunlight. Someone attacked from behind. Lu Yin's body sidestepped, turned around and threw out a leg, banging hard against the incoming person, an Earth-level powerhouse. Lu Yin's first reaction, his body retreated. The attacker also retreated a few steps, looked up, a clear face into Lu Yin's eyes. A woman. Why did you attack me? Lu Yin's tone was icy cold, even though he did not feel a killing intent from this woman. An attack was an attack, or a sneak attack. The woman looked at the spaceship, her eyes fixed on Lu Yin. I saw you throw that alien's body into the spaceship. Why did you kill the alien? What do you know about it? Lu Yin sneered, why tell you? The woman said in a cold voice, I will make you say it. After saying that, she drew a dagger from behind her and rushed towards Lu Yin with a leap. The dagger cut through the air and emitted a gust of cold aura. Lu Yin lightly avoided. In front of me, the woman's speed is not slow. The dagger flipped, tearing the air, emitting a burst of sound whistling, each hitter running at the vitals of Lu Yin. Lu Yin through the cold, recognized the right moment to grab the woman's wrist. The other hand grabbed her abdomen, the woman's brows knitted, her feet cracked the earth, let go of the dagger, probed his hand and Lu Yin's single palm touched. The air suddenly cooled down. Lu Yin's gaze was aghast, his palms were freezing. Battle skills? You are not my opponent, say it. The woman drank low, and the temperature dropped again. Chapter 5 Cultivation. Lu Yin's gaze is lingering, because the injuries sustained from the execution of the fluctuating palm have not recovered, and he is actually unable to break free from the freezing ice. Seeing that the cold ice is spreading more and more, Luin has no choice but to use his legs to exert force, and bring the woman along to perform the wandering body steps. The woman in front of her eyes a wobble, scene change, unawares directly be made dizzy, subconscious vomiting, Luin a tear off the woman's sleeve, a few extremely cold leaves fell to the ground, fast icing. I said, how can you possibly perform supernatural battle techniques? The original rely on external objects, Luin mocked. The woman gritted her teeth and stared at Luin. What did you just do? Battle skills? Luin did not answer, he was thinking about whether or not to silence her. At that moment, an air current swept across the sky, and criminal Saint Joshan flew in. Luin was helpless, it was too late to silence him even if he wanted to. When the woman saw Joshan, her face didn't look too good. Luin was puzzled, could it be that this woman was not from the criminal camp? An Earth-level powerhouse, Joshan shouldn't have let it go. With a whirring sound, the air current stirred, and Joshan landed, his majestic eyes swept over Luin and the woman, and finally looked at the white spaceship, his gaze suspicious. Someone explain this to me, Joshan said in a deep voice. Luin thought for a moment and faintly said the spaceship landed, and a man inside tried to kill me, but he was not my opponent, perhaps because the impact he received was too severe, and he was killed by me in return. Joshan's eyes stared at Luin, then looked at the woman, and did not rush to check out the spaceship, revealing a hint of a smile. Long time no see, the three great snow women only came you one? The woman bent down and saluted, Snow Woman Zhaoyu, I have seen the criminal saint. Luin looked at the woman in surprise, Snow Woman? He had heard of it, a strong person under the banner of the northern Qingbai Mountain Luoshang Blue Camp. How did the Snow Woman appear in Jinling? Since the disaster, we have not seen, I did not expect to see you again, already things are not the same, Joshan lamented. Zhaoyu respectfully said, Luoshang asked me to congratulate you, the criminal battalion domination of the Soviet province, congratulations criminal Shang. Joshan smiled bitterly, what is there to congratulate, how can I compare to Luoshang, the last three saints, how strong I know, not to mention others, you are stronger than all the 10,000 captains under me. Zhaoyu laughed and said that the criminal sage is overpraising, I just lost to this Wanfu chief under you, but he is really strong. Joshan was surprised and pointed at Luin, I don't recognize him. Zhaoyu was surprised, isn't he the Wanfu chief under your command? Joshan heard and understood, Zhaoyu lost to Luin, he was surprised and looked at Luin, this person actually defeated the Snow Maiden, I can't see it. Luin lowered his head, his eyes pondering, listening to Joshan's tone. They knew each other before the end of the day, and they hadn't seen each other after the end of the day. In that case, the so-called upper three saints' power he had seen before the end of the day, and sure enough, the seven saints had cultivated long before the end of the day. He had heard rumors that the exploration of Neptune wasn't for nothing at that time, but they had obtained a battle sword in a corpse. It was said that because of this matter it almost triggered a world war, and in the end China compromised and gave something to the other countries before giving up. Then, the reason why the seven saints could cultivate was based on what they got from that corpse. Luin clenched his fists, he hadn't guessed wrong, and the direction he had been searching for was also good. The seven saints couldn't possibly know about the body-shaping decree. Then, if that corpse was an overwhelmingly strong person, there might still be remnants of the body-shaping decree in his body that he could use, and that would be his target. Soon, the criminal battalion's army arrived, and the leader was a woman with glasses and a beautiful appearance. Joshan had the army blockade the surrounding area and watched as several researchers in white coats explored the spaceship, then looked at Luin, little brother, do you know anything else about this alien? Snow Maiden Zhaoyu also looked at Luin. Luin thought for a moment and said, I heard him say a few things, academy test, primitive planet evolution trial, mission. Joshan's eyes flashed, is that all? Luin nodded, he didn't say much to me, he just wanted me to be his slave, calling us savages. Savages? Joshan snorted and looked up at the starry sky. It seems that the Earth will soon be unsettled. Just now enough dozens of spaceships landed, which means dozens of aliens. I did not expect the day of contact with the aliens to come so soon. Luin looked at Joshan, who, it seemed, was not surprised. Report to the criminal saint, the spaceship is about to be transported back to the Jinling Resolution. The alien was killed by someone who broke his heart. According to the detection, he should have a weapon, but searched the surrounding area and found nothing, the glasses woman reported to Joshan. Luin had already destroyed the battle scene when he was looking for Yasta's body. They couldn't even restore the battle scene. Joshan looked at Luin, little brother, the things on the alien's body help with research, can you please hand them over? Don't worry, if the research is over it will be returned to you. Luin pondered for a moment and drew out his short sword. This is his weapon, I didn't take anything else, said Luin. He purposely tore open his top to let Joshan and the others see. All of his things were stored in the condensed air ring. The condensed air ring was not at all recognizable to Zhou Shan and the others, and they couldn't imagine having a ring that could store space, so of course they wouldn't care. Zhou Shan received the short blade and casually swung it. The chopping blow swept across and sliced through the earth, so sharp, this kind of material really didn't come from Earth. After saying that, Zhou Shan threw the short knife to the glasses woman. His stern gaze swept Lu Yin. Seeing that he really had nothing on him, he took a few steps forward and patted Lu Yin's shoulder, appreciating that he was able to both decapitate the aliens and defeat the snow woman. Little brother, you're very good. What's your name? Are you interested in joining the penal camp? Become a 10,000-man commander? Lu Yin did not hesitate, immediately agreed. Really, he had no way not to agree. Zhou Shan seems to be calm, but his suspicion of himself has definitely not been put down. Not just him, everyone will guess whether he is hiding something on the aliens. This situation will not let himself go. It is better to agree painfully to avoid conflicts. A heaven-level powerhouse was not something that today's self could deal with. Yasta couldn't have been killed if he hadn't been too careless. Lu Yin could be sure that the same method wouldn't be able to deal with Zhou Shan, not to mention the fact that there were so many other revolvers around. Just one Jiayu was very strong. On the other side, Jiayu frowned tightly and said to Zhou Shan, I can't contact Luo Shang. All communication lines were cut off at the moment the aliens descended. Zhou Shan nodded, gruffly saying that the alien ship descended and destroyed all communication lines. I will send people to repair it as soon as possible. Don't worry, even if there are aliens appearing in the northeastern blue camp, it will be fine. Luo Shang is very strong. Zhao Yu nodded silently. The research of alien spaceships is not overnight. Fortunately, the spaceship is not big. The army smoothly transported the spaceship secretly back to Jinling. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was authorized to reside in Zhongshan and became the 14th Wanfu chief of the criminal camp. The penal camp army was 80,000, he, the 10,000 husbandman, was just a title. There was no army under his command. Lu Yin didn't care. Nowadays, the most important thing he wanted to do was to mold his body, to become a real cultivator. At the top of Zhongshan Mountain, Zhou Shan looked to the south. Behind him, the arrival of the spectacled woman, the criminal saint. The entire area around the heavenly pit has been explored. There is nothing hidden. That person did not lie. Zhou Shan sighed. Got it, you go down. There is something that needs to be reported. We have found traces of battles around the sinkhole that have been covered up. This Lu Yin may not be as simple as he appears. His strength may be very strong. Cobalt woman said solemnly. Zhou Shan laughed. I know, he has injuries on his right palm and leg, and he was still able to defeat Snow Maiden in that situation. His true strength crowns the Earth level, otherwise he wouldn't be able to kill the aliens. What's more, he doesn't seem to have absorbed any energy crystals. This person is very interesting. Do we need to monitor him fully? The glasses woman asked. Zhou Shan shook his head. There is no need. Human beings should try to unite at this time, not to mention that even if he hides his strength, so what, a mere Earth level cannot overturn the sky. Yes. Zhongshan Penal Camp, within the military tent of the 10,000 captain, Lu Yin sat on the bed with his knees crossed, slowed down his breathing, opened his eyes after 10 minutes, his gaze cleared, took out the body-shaping decision from the condensing air ring. His gaze was hot, bit his index finger, blood gushed out. Lu Yin pressed the body-shaping decision on the injured index finger. At once, the body-shaping decision was slowly integrated into the fingertip, and it soon disappeared. Lu Yin waited expectantly, but a moment later, intense pain spread from the fingertip, and then spread to the whole body. Lu Yin's gaze blazed, and he clenched his teeth as he endured the pain. The pain came like a tidal wave, as if tearing his body apart. All the cells in his body were reassembling, shuffling, the surface of his body, the blood vessels were writhing. Lu Yin felt that his whole body was being roasted by fire, being crushed by a big invisible hand. This was the power of the Jie dynasty powerhouses. All the body-shaping decisions came from the hands of the Jie dynasty powerhouses. At this moment, Lu Yin truly felt the greatness of this power. Put. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Lu Yin. His eyes looking into the void grew a few points brighter as countless impurities were cleared out from his body surface, which were then burnt by the energy, causing the air around him to distort. Chapter 6, Dice and Heavenly Star Technique. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin once again spewed out a mouthful of blood, and waves of air shot out from outside his body, toppling the camp tent and spreading to hundreds of meters in a circle. The monitors outside the tent popped and shattered, and the trees were toppled over layer by layer. This commotion attracted the attention of the criminal camp, and immediately two Wanfu chiefs rushed towards Lu Yin's side. One of them was none other than Feng Hong, and the other was a woman with a charming appearance and a curious look in her eyes. The two Wanfu commanders appeared outside the ruins of the tent where Lu Yin lived and looked inside. But is the new Wanfu commander Lu Yin? Feng Hong asked in a loud voice, and the evolutionary army at the back waited cautiously. Soon, Lu Yin walked out of the ruins of his tent. His face was pale and his footsteps were a bit wobbly. Sorry to bother you too. I am exactly Luin. Feng Hong and the charming woman looked at Luin in surprise. Why are you so weak? Luin smiled bitterly. Before, he had seen the criminal sage perform his battle technique. Some of his hands were itching to try it out, but he failed, and he himself had suffered some injuries. Feng Hong understood, laughed. Lu brother is too anxious. War skills are not something that anyone can control, and it is not something that can be fathomed out in a short period of time. Our criminal battalion 10,000 captains have the opportunity to be taught by the criminal sage himself. You do not need to be anxious. Luin nodded deeply. I understand. Thank you for teaching brother Feng. Feng Hong waved his hand. There is no point in the daytime when the instructors frame, no need to be polite, are all criminal battalion brothers, the future together to face the end of the day, rely on each other's comrades in arms, line, I will let people to rearrange the place for you, you first recuperate your injuries, by the way, do you need a doctor to come over? Luin said no, it is just a superficial wound, overworked, there is no need to call a doctor. Feng Hong nodded, good, then we will leave first, brother Lu first rest, finished, made a wink to the charming woman. The woman nodded and glanced at Luin once again before leaving. Luin followed the soldier to the nearest tent. I will leave first. If the army chief has any orders, he can directly call out to me. The soldier gave a military salute to Luin and retired. Luin nodded, stepped into the tent, his eyes became incomparably excited. There is a hint of apprehension and expectation. Body-shaping success, not only successful, but also brought him a great surprise. Thinking, Luin raised his hand, a palm-sized dice slowly emerged, emitting a hazy starlight, 6 sides, the same as ordinary dice, each side represents a kind of points, a total of 6 points. This was a talent that could only be born after a very few cultivators had molded their bodies. Talents were magical, no one knew where they came from. Many scholars in the universe believed that talents were the deepest secrets of mankind, representing a person's ancient origins. However, this statement was just speculation, no one could really study talents. Luin didn't care about the origin of the talent, what he cared about was the talent itself. Before he came to Earth, he had heard about the power of talent countless times. Every cultivator with talent was a wunderkind, and was recruited by all the major powers in the universe, with the most famous incident being that any cultivator with talent could directly join the Cosmic Youth Convocation. Louis looked at the dice with a hot gaze, although his own talent was a bit, how should I put it, odd, but the use was the most important thing. Looking at the dice floating in the void, Louis gently clicked it, and the dice spun rapidly, then slowly stopped, and the 6 faces began to change, with the points on 5 of the faces directly disappearing, leaving only the points on 1 face, which happened to be 1 point. Louis stared at the 1 point, and uses inexplicably appeared in his mind, allowing him to randomly obtain any item in anyone's condensed air ring. Before Louis could react, the dice emitted a beam of light that shot into the void and disappeared in an instant, as if a channel had opened up, and then a wafer fell to the ground and the dice became dull, and then simply disappeared. Louis stared blankly at the wafer that fell to the ground. Is this the thing that had helped me steal back? No, get back? Louis picked up the wafer, looked at it, and then took out Yasta's personal terminal from the condensed air ring, inserted it into the wafer, and a light screen surfaced in front of him, and 3 big words appeared, Heavenly Star Gong. Louis stagnantly looked at the screen flashing, silhouettes, the universe, nebulae, palm prints. After half an hour, the original chip inserted into the personal terminal was automatically destroyed, which woke up Louis. Louis was shocked, he knew that he had obtained something extraordinary. The Heavenly Star technique was a technique that absorbed star energy to cultivate, mimicking the operation of the stars. Theoretically, for every star that mimicked the operation of the stars, the speed of absorbing star energy would be accelerated by 1 point. This Heavenly Star technique, even though it was only a primary level, contained a method that mimicked the operation of the 8 stars, that is to say, as long as Louis succeeded in his cultivation, the speed of his absorption of star energy would be increased by 8 times. 8 times, what a terrifying efficiency, and within the Heavenly Star merit also contained a set of battle skills called the Heavenly Star Palm, which was absolutely powerful as the stars appeared out of the palm. Louis put away his personal terminal, his eyes were excited. The Heavenly Star merit, he had never even heard of it, but it was absolutely incomparably terrifying, to possess such a powerful technique. Perhaps it came from the inner universe. Louis forced down his excitement, he didn't expect his luck to be so counterintuitive. It is reasonable to say that when the dice are shaken to 1 point, the percentage of randomly being able to get a battle technique gong method is quite small. Even if this thing steals back a pair of underwear for him, he is not surprised. He actually got such counterintuitive gong method as the Heavenly Star Gong for the very first time. This set of gong method is enough to achieve his future. It was a pity that it was only elementary. Luin shook his head and lost his smile. He thought too much. This kind of gongfei is definitely the treasure of a powerful force. It is impossible to have a full set burned on the chip. The preservation method is exceptionally strict. The destroyed chip is obviously just burned. It should be stolen from some unlucky guy. Want to get a full set of gongfei is too difficult and too difficult. Luin no longer think too much, out of the tent, looking for a tree to lie up, looking up at the sky, recalling the method of cultivation of the heavenly star technique, star movement? In the future, I guess I will be exposed to the stars forever. At the same time, the vast depths of the universe, a giant peak slowly floating around dozens of stars, the top of the flames burning, from a distance as if the cigarette, every few seconds will be extinguished once, and then burned again. The sky smoke burned all over the starry sky dome, as if to the darkness of the universe wrapped in white ribbons. Inside the giant peak, a loud roar was heard throughout the universe. What did you say? Bastard, the technique is gone? Did you give it to that smelly bitch again? Get your arse over here. In the dark universe, a young man fled in aggravation, covering his buttocks. Quite a mess. Pops, don't accuse me. I don't have it. It's really gone. Hella. Bastard, do you think old dad is an idiot? Who can steal under the eyes of my old man? Give me a roll over. Don't do it, Dad. I've really seen a ghost. During the night, Luin didn't study anything and stepped into the interior of the Bell Mountain with a slight fatigue. On the topmost level of the Bell Mountain's internal space, there were quite a few people sitting in the huge conference room, and the top position was empty. Luin stepped into the conference room, and everyone looked at him, with gazes of curiosity, friendliness, and questioning, in short, all kinds of gazes. Brother Lu, sit here. Feng Hong was the first to open his mouth when he saw Luin. Luin naturally sat next to him, and on the other side was the flirtatious woman he had seen last night. And diagonally across from Luin was the glasses woman that he had met once. Most of the people sitting here were Wan Fu chiefs, as well as some researchers. Not a moment later, Zhou Shan stepped into the conference room, his eyes swept, and paused on Luin for a moment, flashing a hint of doubt, then sat at the top, smiling and said, "Let me introduce to you all, Luin, the new Wan Fu chief." Luin got up, nodded to the people around him, and sat down again. Introducing Luin was just the process. Next, the meeting discussed all kinds of things. Luin didn't want to listen at all, until half an hour later the meeting ended. Everyone left, and Zhou Shan left Luin alone. Luin, yesterday I thought you hadn't absorbed any energy crystals to cultivate. I had wanted to discuss it with you, but it seems that you used up your energy yesterday. Zhou Shan looked at Luin and said tentatively. Luin nodded his head and said seriously, "Criminal saint, that alien is very strong, despite being seriously injured. He is not that easy to deal with. I also used up all my energy to kill him. I can see that he is a heaven-level powerhouse, thanks to you being able to kill him." Zhou Shan laughed. Luin smiled without replying. "I heard that you came to the penal camp yesterday and didn't agree to stay. Why?" Zhou Shan asked, looking at Luin. Luin said, "I like freedom. I can't stand the atmosphere of the military camp." Zhou Shan nodded. Inside, many people think this way. In fact, the end of the world was born. Mankind should be united. What can be given up should still be given up. "I know," Criminal Saint Luin returned. Zhou Shan gave a sound. "How is your injury?" "It is okay, it will soon recover." Evolutionary is this good, strong recovery. In fact, compared to ordinary people, evolutionary is more dangerous. Experience the taste of the powerful will never want to be weak after. The more you want to be strong, the more you have to fight. Countless people fell on this road. Even I do not know when I will die, Zhou Shan lamented. Chapter 7. Inside the city. Luin looked at Zhou Shan. What he said was true. The so-called 7 saints of Huaxia heaven-level powerhouses were just ants compared to the vast universe. A random student possessed heaven-level strength. The first step is to look at the realm, which means that he can only look at the fledgling birds, and he is in the realm of looking at the realm, and then he is exploring the realm. Learning to explore the human body is powerful. The third step is to melt the realm, initially become powerful, touching the limit of the human body, and the fourth step is the extreme realm, breaking through the limit of the human body, and can be crossed by the emptiness of the sky, and then above that is to be able to walk through the emptiness of the explorers, and the character of that kind of level is to once appeared in the earth. Waving his hand can make the mountains and rivers roll back, the continent collapsed. And explorers still fail to reach the degree that can make body-shaping decision. Cultivation a long and vast road. Zhou Shan, this use of energy crystal cultivation of the wandering soldier want to reach the explorer is almost impossible. The more powerful become, the more you can feel their own smallness. Hee, what am I saying to you for? Let's go out and take a look. At this time, Jia, you should be facing off with the Wanfu chief under me. Zhou Shan gave a spontaneous smile and led Luin out of the conference room. Lu Ying followed silently, and soon arrived above the square where he had appeared before, and through the glass, he was just in time to see a Wanfu chief being defeated by Zhao Yu, and falling to the ground in a sorry state. Zhao Yu was dressed in a strong suit, and her strikes were harsh and decisive, something Lu Ying had seen long ago, and at this moment, she was pressing Feng Hong to fight. Zhou Shan looked down from above and shook his head. There are also strengths and weaknesses in the earth level, and the gap is huge. Zhao Yu can easily defeat the Wanfu chief under me without even using battle techniques. Lu Ying looked down and said in a deep voice her battle technique was catalyzed using a plant. Zhou Shan laughed and said, of course it is, no matter if it is the Snow Maiden or Luo Shang, they all have to borrow external objects to perform the cold ice bomb that can freeze the human body. The human body itself is unable to produce this effect. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, unable to produce it? Wrong, powerful feats and battle techniques as well as talents could change the heavens, it was just that the earth was out of reach. His heavenly star technique even mimicked the movement of the stars. All of this, no one would believe it if they said it. Below, Feng Hong was quickly defeated, followed by 2 consecutive Wanfu leaders who were both defeated. No one was willing to go on. Zhao Yu raised his head high and scanned the surroundings. I heard that the criminal battalion 10,000 warriors are all Iron Blood warriors. What, no one is willing to spar with me? Feng Hong and the others had ugly faces. Above, Zhou Shan lost his smile. The 3 snow maidens under Luo Shang's command were called by her to be invincible at the earth level, so they really do have some skills. At this time, Zhao Yu looked upwards, staring straight at Lu Ying, raised her hand, and hooked her finger, quite a gallant flavor. Feng Hong and the others looked upwards in surprise. Lu Ying raised his eyebrows. This was provocation. Zhou Shan laughed and said, it seems that you defeated her yesterday and she is not convinced. Undivided yesterday, Lu Ying said. Zhou Shan, Dao, then go and fight. We can't let our criminal camp be too humiliated. Lu Ying nodded and turned to leave. Inside the square, the surrounding hundreds of evolvers were talking. Many evolvers looked at Zhao Yu with reverence. A woman can beat the criminal battalion 10,000 captains do not dare to fight, absolute idol. Zhao Yu saw Lu Ying come down. She took a deep breath, her gaze was awe-inspiring. She was indeed unconvinced by yesterday's battle. She originally had the upper hand but was somehow defeated. She was eager to see that kind of battle technique again. In the distance, Feng Hong and the others looked at Lu Ying, who was slowly walking. They couldn't help but open their mouths. Brother Lu, be careful, this woman can perform the battle technique cold ice palm, it's very powerful. Lu Ying nodded and took a step towards Zhao Yu. Please. Zhao Yu's eyes were full of battle intent. He leapt up, raised his hand. He didn't know where he drew his dagger from. He came up and grabbed the attack just like he did by the sinkhole. The dagger tore the air, reflecting a cold aura. Lu Ying dodged with ease. Yesterday's him and today's him were completely different. Yesterday, he was just an ordinary man with a strong body, but today, he was a cultivator who had reached the realm of hope. Lu Ying dodged with ease, but it made Feng Hong and the others sweat. Zhao Yu's attack speed was getting faster and faster. Even the daggers had a cold aura on them, causing the air to appear white and the temperature to plummet. The ground of the plaza popped up and shattered. Zhao Yu flung his dagger, blocking Lu Ying in all directions like a whirlwind. Strands of chi shot out in all directions, piercing through the walls, pressing many evolved people who had difficulty breathing. Lu Ying stared closely at Zhao Yu, suddenly raised his hand, his figure staggered. The wind was light. In his hand was a dagger that emitted a cold aura. Everyone dared not breathe, quietly looking at the field. There, Zhao Yu froze, her hand was empty, the dagger was snatched. Feng Hong and the others were surprised, then cheered up. Good brother Lu. Lu is great. Lu Ying turned to face Zhao Yu, the dagger in his hand flipped, casually returned to Zhao Yu. Still want to continue? Zhao Yu stared at Lu Ying. How did you do it? Lu Ying shrugged his shoulders. Eyesight, hand speed, you can't have one without the other. Nonsense, the word popped up in all the people's heads. Zhao Yu said in a complicated way, you won, you can snatch my dagger without any injury. No one in the earth level should be your opponent, you are very strong. Lu Ying lost his smile. These people's eyesight was too low. They, the Hope Realm fledglings who didn't even have formal battle techniques, were simply at the bottom of the pile when placed in the universe's major academies. How could they be qualified to say such words? However, Zhao Yu was right. Lu Ying was confident that no one in the Hope Realm should be his opponent. Zhao Yu put away the dagger rather lost. At this time, she realized that Lu Ying was different from yesterday. Yesterday's energy was depleted? Lu Ying didn't explain. He turned around and walked towards the outside. He was going to go out for a turn. There was nothing he wanted to find there in the barren mountain. Maybe it was hidden in other directions. Zhao Yu watched Lu Ying leave. She wanted to ask about that kind of battle technique yesterday, but the battle technique was a matter of personal privacy. She was not able to ask. Feng Hong and the others were quite surprised. They didn't expect the newly joined Wanfu commander to be so powerful. The rumor that the alien was killed by him should be true. They should know that the alien was a heaven-level powerhouse, albeit a severely injured heaven-level powerhouse. Luin became the Wan Fu chief. Although he had no real power, the criminal camp still assigned him a team of 100 soldiers for him to deploy. Walking out of Zhongshan, Luin beckoned. Behind him, a young evolved soldier came forward. "Army commander, please give orders." Luin faintly said, "Jinling once had a thermal weapons depot, know where it is?" The soldier answered and said, "Northwest direction." Luin took out a map and marked it for me to see. The soldier took out a pen and drew a circle on the map. Luin looked at it. "You guys go back, I walk by myself." Soldier forbid the army chief. The weapons depot was blown up at the beginning of the end. The remaining few hot weapons have been transferred. You can apply to the criminal sage if you need it. Luin nodded. "Alright, got it, you guys go back." After saying that, Luin walked alone towards the northwest direction. These soldiers were sent to him by the criminal camp, on the one hand for him to deploy, on the other hand, there also existed the meaning of surveillance. Luin did not intend to hide his tracks. What he was looking for was hidden very tightly. It was useless to look for it blindly, it could only scare the snakes, and now that he was looking for it brightly and openly, he wouldn't cause too much scruples with his own strength at the earth level, and he might be able to find it. Luin guessed correctly. As soon as he left, someone reported to Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan's gaze stared. Weapon depot? What was he looking for that place for? The glasses woman came and pushed up her glasses. "The weapons depot has been destroyed. What he is looking for shouldn't be thermal weapons, but I'm not sure exactly what he wants to find." "Let him be, we have no secrets here." Zhou Shan smiled and did not care. Jinling is centered on Zhongshan and radiates outwards, and the closer it is to Zhongshan, the better the location and the safer it is. The city has long since lost the planning of the peace era, and there are people living on the streets, in the flower beds, and even in the rivers, living day after day in blind fear. In contrast, there were people who lived a very happy life, with the moral bottom line collapsing in their hearts, doing whatever they wanted to do, and along the way, Luin saw quite a few evolved people bullying the survivors, and it was too late for them to take care of it even if the soldiers of the penal camps wanted to do so. This is the state of this world. To the earth, everything today is bewildering, but Luin knows that this is evolution, a civilization evolving towards another civilization. The cost will be quite high. The sky was overcast, and it soon rained heavily, washing away the ground, red blood and water spreading along the rain, mixed with all sorts of rubbish. Luin found a restaurant that looked fairly clean and sat down. The entrance of the restaurant was squatting full of survivors. Whenever the restaurant lifted out food rubbish, it would be looted like crazy. Roll, stay away. Remember, return the bucket after washing it, otherwise next time, change the set of people to clean the restaurant. Waiter loudly scolded, obviously an evolved person. Chapter 8 Flame Crystals. Luin looked at this scene, casually ordered 2 dishes. In this kind of time can still run the restaurant. This restaurant background must be quite big, at least no one dares to make trouble. The criminal camp soldiers patrol at the entrance every 2 minutes, obviously also special care passed. "Your dishes, please enjoy your meal." The waiter brought 3 plates of dishes to Luin and left without looking back. Luin ate a bite, his brows wrinkled. It wasn't tasty, but it was too much better than rat meat, mutant dog meat. He took out the map and ate it while looking at it. After eating for not a while, a dozen silhouettes walked into the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant brightened up when he saw the visitors. "Kong Xiao, please come in." "Kong Xiao, it's raining so hard outside. What do you want to eat? We will send it off." The man known as Kong Xiao gave in, sat at a table not far from Luin, glanced at Luin, did not care, knocked on the tabletop, brought over. Bang bang, a figure was dropped on the ground, smashed the bench, trembling and looking at Kong Xiao. "I am sorry, Kong Xiao, I do not know that is your things. If I know, borrow my 10 guts. Also dare not steal." Sorry Kong Xiao, you spare me once." Kong Xiao sneered, "Forgive you? Then how can I bring the following brothers? Do you know, that thing is I gave to my uncle. Now you lost one, give you 2 choices, either 30 energy crystals, or death. You choose one?" The silhouette despaired. "Kong Xiao, I really didn't know that it was your thing. Please let me go. I am willing to be a dog for you. You let me go." Kong Xiao slapped the desktop and pulled out a gun and put it on the silhouette's head. "No crystals, bye-bye then." The silhouette's gaze contracted, crying out in despair. Suddenly he saw Luin not far away. Raising his hand he pointed over. I gave him that thing." Everyone turned their heads to look at Luin. Luin put down his glass of water and did not say anything. From the time he entered the door he saw, the one who was beaten up badly was none other than the thieving evolved person who sold him the map. When 3 crystals bought a map, that guy also gave him an aphrodisiac. At that time he thought it was strange, an aphrodisiac was very expensive. Now it seems that he had stolen it, that is, he had stolen it from this Kong Xiao. Kong Xiao gazed at Luin for a while, and kicked at the thieving evangelist. Susan, you dare to fool me, just find a random person and try to fool me. Susan hurriedly cried out, really, it's him, he bought a map from me, look, that map on the table is the one I sold to him, it's marked in the bottom right corner. Kang Xiao and the others looked over. Luin himself glanced at the map, and sure enough, there was a mark. Kang Xiao and the others carried Susan around. Brother, took what you shouldn't have taken, shouldn't you spit it out? Rolling Luin faintly returned. Kang Xiao's face changed, and the dozen or so evolvers around him were furious. What a big temper. Do you know what Kang Xiao represents in the Jinling gathering place? The kid has quite a lot of guts. Saying that, someone immediately made a move and grabbed at Luin. Luin casually shot out chopsticks, directly piercing through the arms of several evolvers, and finally nailing them to the wall, which instantly cracked, while blood spilled onto the tabletop, and miserable howls rang out. Kang Xiao's face turned white, and he hurriedly backed away, and all the surrounding evolvers also backed away in unison. The restaurant owner was shocked and directly ducked out. Kang Xiao pointed his gun at Luin. My uncle is a criminal battalion Wanfu chief, don't mess around, hand over the stuff and everything will be fine. Through Luin faintly said. Kang Xiao obviously does not believe it. Say it again, hand over the things, or I will let you know what is called despair. The Earth-level powerhouse is not something you can offend. Luin was suddenly curious and looked at Kang Xiao. Why does your uncle need an aphrodisiac since he is an Earth-level powerhouse? Kang Xiao's face twitched with rage. You dare to slander my uncle, looking for death. La Wu, contact my uncle immediately. He is not stupid, he knows that guns can't deal with Luin. Lu Yin's stern gaze swept towards Susan, who was beaten half to death. He thought wrong, this Kang Xiao wanted something else than aphrodisiacs, this guy's woe is him, he took the blame himself. Lying on the ground, Susan saw Lu Yin's gaze and immediately lowered his head, not daring to look away. Lu Yin smiled, not caring. He didn't care if he took the blame or not, now he was curious about the things that could make the wannabe care. The Earth had gone through evolution and had given birth to a lot of good things, which was one of the reasons why it had attracted a lot of students from colleges and universities in the universe to come to the trial. Perhaps, this wannabe had really got something. Not a moment later, a middle-aged man walked into the restaurant, waving his hand to disperse all the soldiers of the penal battalion, his eyes looking into the restaurant. Uncle, you are here. Kang Xiao was overjoyed, his gun was raised even higher. Luin looked over and saw an acquaintance. It was one of the Wanfu chiefs that was defeated by Zhao Yu. It seemed to be called something like Kang Dafeng. Kang Dafeng nodded to Kang Xiao. Things found? Kang Xiao fiercely said, found it. It was taken away by that kid, said Kang Xiao, pointing at Luin. Kang Dafeng followed Kang Xiao's gaze, saw Lu Yin's face change dramatically at the moment. Just now the two have only met. The Snow Lady Zhao Yu's power he remembered, however, so powerful Zhao Yu faced Luin without any power to fight back, which makes Kang Dafeng very envious, is thinking about how to learn a few strokes from Luin, did not think that this would be bumped into. So it is brother Lu. Kang Dafeng attentively walked up to Luin, smiling and polite. Luin looked at Kang Dafeng with a faint smile. So coincidental, brother Kang came to eat? Kang Dafeng said, this restaurant is opened by brother Li, we will come over from time to time to get together. Today's matter, I want to make amends to brother Lu. I hope that brother Lu will not blame my nephew, he is still small, do not understand things. Everyone stared at this scene in disbelief. What is this? What is this? Luin laughed and said, it's fine, just joking. Kang Dafeng immediately glared sternly at Kang Xiao, don't come to make amends to brother Lu. Kang Xiao was not stupid, he hurriedly piled up a smile, bent down, his attitude was extremely respectful. It was me who had eyes but did not recognize him. Tai, please don't blame Captain Lu. Luin waved his hand, it's fine. Kang Dafeng waved his hand for Kang Xiao and the others to go out, and then left after saying a few more words to Luin. It was not the right time to say more, but before leaving, that Susan was left behind by Luin. After Kang Dafeng and the others left, the restaurant owner personally refilled Lu Yin's water, while serving several plates of very fine small dishes, saying that they were free gifts. Outside the restaurant, Kang Xiao was puzzled. Uncle, why are you so polite to that man? He is also a Wanfu chief? Kang Dafeng whispered, remember, be polite when you meet him in the future, this person is very strong. Uncle, aren't you also a Wanfu chief? How strong can he be? Kang Xiao muttered. Kang Dafeng glared at him, shut up, tell you, this person is stronger than your uncle me a few times. Look at the Jinling, in addition to the criminal saint, no one can be sure to win him, perhaps even the strongest 10,000 Captain Li Hongliang is not his opponent. Kang Xiao opened his mouth wide, looked back at the restaurant in a daze, then quickly ran away. He knew that he had wiped the floor with the god of death today. Inside the restaurant, Lewin stared coldly at Susan. You have quite a lot of guts, you dare to accuse me wrongly. Susan felt unlucky, stealing things to Kong Xiao's head, not to mention wrongly accusing someone or an even more bullish one. Even the Wanfu chief was so courteous and respectful, he felt that he was already wasted, and the heavens had abandoned him. What is the thing Kong Dafeng wants? Lewin asked casually. A kind of red crystal, I sold it, Susan said bitterly, falling limply to the ground. Lewin's eyes flashed. Red crystals? Isn't it a bit hot? Susan was surprised. How do you know? Lewin knows what that is. Flame crystals, a kind of crystal that seals the flame energy. Touching it can produce flames. A lot of flame battle techniques need to use things. The effect is the same as Jiayu casting the cold palm, belongs to the outside of the casting of the battle technique. This kind of thing in the universe is a hard currency, in the earth is naturally even more precious. No wonder Kong Dafeng is so nervous. Do you know where it is produced? Lewin asked. Susan shook his head. He didn't know. Lewin lost his smile. That is to say, you have wronged me, for nothing, erected an enemy for me, and in the end, I cannot get any benefits? Isn't that what it means? Susan's face turned gray, and he could only apologize in fear. I am sorry, I am sorry. Lewin played with the chopsticks. Do you think this chopstick can shoot through your throat? Let's try it. Susan's gaze was fearful. He hadn't forgotten the scene just now where those evolvers were shot through their arms. He hurriedly begged for forgiveness. His head was swollen from knocking. Lewin shook his head. He was just scaring him. Sometimes when people are at the end of the world, it is not good to have their nerves too tense. After taking a drink of water, he was leaving. Chapter 9, Talented Double Pupils. Susan saw Lewin get up, thought he was going to take action against himself. Doomsday people's lives are like grass. He had no doubt that he would be killed to vent his anger. Hurriedly said, Lord, I can help you work, help you do a lot of things, please don't kill me. Lewin raised his feet and walked towards the outside of the restaurant, ignoring him. When Lewin crossed beside Susan, this evolved person's fear reached the limit, really thought that he would be killed. He had seen too many scenes of high and mighty people killing. Gritting his teeth, he urgently said, Adult, I have a special ability, I can help you. Lewin steeply stopped, surprised to see. What did you say? Special ability? Susan's face was pale. Whispered, my eyes can see far away, several times farther than normal people. Because of this, I can steal a lot of good things. Lewin was surprised, squatted down and stared at Susan's eyes, only to see that the pupils of this person's eyes were vaguely dispersed. Double pupils? Lewin was really surprised. This is a talent. The universe, countless cultivators can only give birth to one talented cultivator. Does anyone else know that you are special? Lewin asked with a frown. Susan shook his head and whispered, I don't want people to think that I am a monster. No one has told anyone. You are the first. The corner of Lu Yin's mouth lifted. Name? Susan. Good, Susan, from today, you will follow me. I will take you into the penal camp, Lewin faintly said. Susan looked up in fear. Are you going to dissect me? Lewin lost his smile. I won tea, but others might, so your special must never be exposed, understand? Susan nodded in confusion. Without stepping into the stars, one will never understand the importance of talent. The Cosmic Youth Convocation is willing to directly allow talented cultivators to join. This is something that countless people can't even reach in their dreams, so it can be seen that it's difficult. To Lewin, Susan is a treasure. It will definitely be very useful in the future, and even if it's sold, it can be worth quite a lot of money. Susan was the head of the ground. Under his leadership, in a few days, Lewin ran all over Jinling, including the weapon depot that was once destroyed, but there was not a single clue to what he was trying to find. Boss, this is the peak of Jinling, second only to Zhongshan, Susan said to Lewin. Lewin gave an look. Which places have a higher concentration of troops, except Zhongshan? Susan nodded and looked around. The pupils of his eyes were lax and became brighter and brighter. After a while, Susan smiled bitterly. Boss, my eyes are farther than normal people can see, but not so far that I can see the entire Jinling. Lewin faintly said, practice more, you can always improve. Susan was speechless and opened his eyes wide to look. Boss, do you see a person flying over in the sky? Susan suddenly shouted, pointing high in the sky to the east. Lewin looked up, his eyes were surprised. There was really someone flying over, and it was by no means an earthling, coming from the stars just like Yasta. The incoming person flew at a fast speed, directly descending into the sky above Jinling, took a deep breath, let out a loud roar, and a fierce power pressed down. At once, energy like a storm swept over Jinling. At the same time, an alarm sounded in the Jinling gathering place. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the silhouette standing in the sky in shock. Zhong Shan, Feng Hong, and the other 10,000 commanders rushed out in a hurry, their faces pale as they looked high into the sky. Heaven-level powerhouses? Countless people stared blankly into the sky. Being able to fly is exactly the sign of a heavenly-level powerhouse. When did Huaxia have an additional heavenly-level powerhouse? High in the sky, Orton looked down at the Jinling gathering place. His gaze was arrogant, the same as Yasta, or all the people from the universe treated the Earthlings as savages. Respected heaven-level powerhouse, why did you strike at the Jinling gathering place? This is the area protected by the criminal sage. A voice came out from within the Bell Mountain. Although it was questioning, the tone was quite respectful. Orton sneered, criminal saint? Is that what you natives call yourselves? How dare you? The word saint is also something you can manage. Let your so-called criminal saint roll out. Millions of people in the Jinling gathering place were terrified. The unfamiliar heaven-level powerhouse brought strong hostility. This was the enemy. Feng Hong and the others' faces were unsightly. Others were not sure, but they knew that the person coming was definitely an alien, the same as the one who was killed a few days ago. Both possessed heaven-level strength. Jinling was not good. With a loud shout, Zhou Shan rose up in the air carrying a 3-meter giant axe. Facing Orton, his face was grave. I am the criminal Saint Zhou Shan. Countless people cheered. Criminal Saint Zhou Shan is the protector of Jinling. Orton, cold and arrogant, I think you must have guessed my origin. Give you a chance to serve me. In the future, I may be able to take you out of the earth and cross the stars. Zhou Shan's eyes narrowed. I am not clear about your origin. Orton snorted. District natives still dare to play tricks with me. Yasta landed in this section. Don't tell me you haven't seen him before. Tell you what, the academy ranking him much higher than him. Following me has a better future than following him. Zhou Shan gripped the giant axe tightly. We are earthlings, not natives. Orton's mouth curved up. It seems that he is still unconvinced. I will let you know the gap between the indigenous people and those of us who are on the top. After saying that, a sword appeared suddenly, directly stabbing at Zhou Shan. Everyone did not expect Orton said to strike. Zhou Shan did not expect, but Zhou Shan's reaction is very fast. Combat experience is extremely rich. Huge axe handle up, swing away from the long sword. Follow the trend of 360 degrees rotating from the bottom to the top of the chopping. Orton was surprised. Good fast reaction ability. He cannot help but to Zhou Shan importance of a few points. The longsword stirring will be the huge axe blow block, but the body was shot to fly 100 meters, both hands numb. The airwave from the sword and axe collision chopped into the gathering place in an arc, and immediately, the earth was cut with cracks up to 100 meters long, and many people were caught in the wave and fled in fear. Good strength, Orton surprised. Zhou Shan holding a huge axe fiercely chopped at Orton. Orton coldly smiled. Waves of energy outside the body, long sword crossfile. This blow steadily blocked Zhou Shan's huge axe. Zhou Shan's gaze condensed, his eyes narrowed as he attacked again. You want to press me outside of this gathering place? It doesn't matter, I will convince you. After saying that, Orton's longsword collided with the giant axe once again. His body was pressed back by the enormous force, and he flew directly out of the sky above the golden gathering. Although the exchange of hands just now was brief, it shocked countless people. Humans could actually fly in the air and fight. Every move was enough to split the earth. This was the power of a god, right? Feng Hong and the others had worried gazes. The aliens must be prepared if they dared to land on Earth. They were worried about Zhou Shan. On another mountain peak, Susan trembled. It was the first time he had seen a heaven-level powerhouse battle. It was an eye-opener. Luin looked out of the city and frowned as he listened to the roar that was faintly coming from the city. Every student who descended had ring battle armor that could defend against attacks from heaven-level powerhouses. This made Orton invincible. He thought he was bound to win, but Zhou Shan was the 7 saints of Huaxia. These 7 people had definitely obtained the inheritance of that corpse from Neptune's planet. Even if the inheritance was small, it was not something Orton could take lightly. To be able to stand on Neptune's planet proved that that corpse possessed the power to walk through the stars. This kind of person's depths were unfathomable. Luin could underestimate all the evolvers on Earth, but he would never dare to underestimate the 7 saints of China. The 7 of them had cultivated before the end of time. When he saw Yasta's corpse in the spaceship a few days ago, Zhou Shanka wasn't too surprised. Luin had observed the scene very carefully, and Orton might not be able to win. Not long after, a heaven-shattering roar emanated from outside of Jinling City. Countless chi energy tumbled and shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds, before calmness was restored. Soon, Zhou Shan soared high into the sky, looking a little pale but not injured, raising his giant axe high, followed by the cheers of millions of survivors in Jinling. You stay here, Luin commanded, then rushed to the outside of the city. The location of the battle between Zhou Shan and Orton was not far away, just over 20 kilometers outside the city. When Luin arrived, what he saw was the earth in ruins and patches of burning skyscrapers. On the ground, a chopping mark was clearly visible, stretching into the distance. The zombies and mutant beasts that originally existed in the surroundings had long since fled or turned into dust. Luin squatted down and touched the chopping marks. There were still hints of harsh chi energy on it. This was the power of Zhou Shan's battle technique. That day's decapitation of the mutant vines wasn't his full strength at all, this was the full strength. Not far away, white fragments reflected. Luin picked it up, his eyes condensed. This was a fragment of the ring battle armor. Orton lost miserably, even the ring battle armor was shattered. I don't know if he is dead or not, he shouldn't be dead, or else Zhou Shan would have definitely brought his body back to Jinling. Luin reassessed the power of the 7 saints of Huaxia. He didn't know what strength the upper 3 saints had, but Zhou Shan, perhaps possessing the peak of the exploration realm's battle power, being able to chop up the ring battle armor was evidence of that. There were noises coming from the distance. It should be the other Wanfu chiefs arriving. Luin didn't want to meet up with them and directly left. Chapter 10, Palmouth Star Present. That night, Zhou Shan, Susan was sent away. Luin once again came to the big tree outside the army tent and looked up at the sky. The doomsday had purified the Earth's air, allowing him to see more stars. For a few days now, he had been cultivating the heavenly star technique. How could it be so easy to mimic the movement of the stars? Luin originally didn't have the slightest clue, but today, after touching Zhou Shan's chopping trace, and vaguely feeling the power of the battle he fought with Orton, his heart had a feeling for it, and he stared at the night sky with his eyes fixed on the night sky. As more time passed, the murmur in his ears gradually disappeared, and all the other stars that his pupils could see also gradually disappeared, leaving only a moon emitting a bright light. This beam of light illuminated the night sky, and also illuminated Luin, so that there was nothing else in his eyes. Luin unconsciously raised his hand. The air produced ripples, energy as if visible to the naked eye was sucked into his body. In his palm, a star shone dimly. It was the moon, rotating around the palm. Palm out of the star is now, this is heavenly star palm. Luyin's body shook, sobered up, shocked looking at the star in his palm. At this moment, he could feel how terrifying the power of this star was, even though there was no comparison. Luin always felt that his palm might be able to make even Zhou Shan horrified. Luin casually dissipated the star, feeling the vigorous star energy in his body. This was the energy he absorbed, not limited by energy crystals. He absorbed it anytime, anywhere. Moreover, he absorbed it twice as fast as those of Aista. This was the heavenly star technique, and he had finally begun. At the moment Luin dispersed the stars in his palm, Zhou Shan suddenly opened his eyes. At this instant, he felt a palpitation, but immediately after, he couldn't feel anything. An illusion? It seemed that he was too tired from fighting today. The next day, Luin received a notification that criminal Saint Zhou Shan personally ordered him to support the Northern Front. The Northern Front line is the battlefield of Jinling to open the way to the eastern capital in the north. Zhou Shan has always wanted to connect Jinling and the eastern capital, and then connect with the other 6 saints, and join hands to recapture Huaxia. The idea is right, but it is too difficult. Just a small road has taken several months, and even 1/10 of the journey has not been opened, and the communication line has been broken a long time ago. The front line is very important to Zhou Shan. No matter how hard it is, his focus is on the front line. The criminal battalion of 10,000 captains, nearly half of them are on the front line. It can be seen that Zhou Shan wants to connect to the eastern capital of the determination. This time, the ones who went to the front line were Luin, Kang Dafeng, and Luo Yun. Luo Yun was the Wanfu chief whose appearance was very charming, and she had always been very curious about Luin. Leading 10,000 troops, Luin and the others walked out of Jinling and set off towards the north. Instead of supporting the front line, it would be more accurate to say repairing the line, Luo Yun tiredly said. Tens of thousands of troops had already traveled for a day with very little rest, so it was no wonder that Luo Yun was complaining. The road was bumpy and had to be repaired from time to time. Along with paving the road, the traveling speed was not fast. Inside the other armored vehicle, Luin closed his eyes and rested his mind. From time to time he looked up at the sky and watched the piercing sunlight. He wondered if he could simulate the sun's orbit. Once he succeeded, the speed at which he absorbed the star energy would be increased by 2 times. Nowadays, he felt that he wasn't far away from the realm of probing. But want to simulate the sun is not easy. Perhaps should start from the Earth first, not necessarily to look at the starry sky. Looking for a video of the galaxy map in the era of peace can also. Simulating the operation of the stars looked for that feeling of catering to the operation of the universe. Luin was going to try without interruption. Passing through a city, flames burning on both sides, zombies roaming, from time to time, impacting the convoy, swept by the army guns. You guys restrain yourselves, there are only so many bullets in total, Kang Dafeng shouted and cursed, and at once, the frequency of gun sweeps was reduced by a lot. Inside the armored car, Susan snorted, the longer the doomsday, the lower the roll of thermal weapons. Now do not use when to use? After a while these firearms would not even be as good as scrap metal. Lewin looked outside the window. More and more zombies were gathering. Frowned and ordered to go down. Speed up, don't waste time by being surrounded by a wave of zombies in the city. Okay, boss, Susan answered and walked out of the armored car. Soon, the convoy speeded up. Lewin had defeated Zhao Yu and had a high status amongst the 10,000 heroes. Kang Dafuk and Luo Yun didn't dare to refute him at all. Speaking of Zhao Yu, Lewin truly admired her. She actually dared to cross the territory alone and still came to Jinling safely. This courage was not something that any person had. Not long after, the caravan stopped. The road ahead was destroyed and was being repaired. Lewin closed his eyes and tapped his fingers in the void, turning them from time to time, mimicking the orbit of the stars. Suddenly there was a shout. Kang Dafuk struck out, decapitating the zombies and cursing. Lewin looked at it impatiently, not caring. Susan exclaimed, worthy of being a Wanfu chief, those zombies were directly scared away. Let Kang Dafuk come back and continue to move forward. There are so many zombies that we simply can't finish killing them, Lewin said in a cold tone. Susan nodded, just about to get off again, helpless to turn back. Boss, Kang Dafuk chased the zombies, ran into the abandoned building. Lewin raised his eyes and looked for a while, stepped out of the armored car, his face grave. Boss, what's wrong? Susan asked. Lewin narrowed his eyes and made no sound. Susan thought about it. Yeah, there was no sound of fighting in that building. Brother Lu, where did Kang Dafuk go? Luo Yun walked up at this time and asked. Lewin said in a deep voice, you guys stay here, I will go and take a look. After saying that, he drew out his iron rod and walked towards the abandoned building. Yasta, that short knife, was still in Jinling. Lewin didn't even expect the criminal camp to return it to him, and also refused the steel knife that Zhou Shan gave him, and proceeded to use the iron stick. The periphery of the abandoned mansion was burning with flames. Even in the sunlight it looked unusually eerie. Lewin slowly stepped into the mansion and saw Kang Dafuk's knife, while he himself was missing. Lewin took a step inside the mansion, took out Yasta's personal terminal from within the condensation ring, tapped it a few times to measure his battle power, only to see an arrow on the terminal pointing to the right rear, and a set of numbers appeared, 900. Lu Yin's body suddenly gave way sideways, and the white silk thread pierced through the air and fiercely bombarded the wall, knocking out huge cracks in the wall. Lewin fixed his eyes on it, and it was actually a huge mutant spider, with 6 pairs of scarlet eyes that were quite oozing, and a piece of blood-stained fabric at the corner of its mouth, from the penal camp. Lewin sighed. Kang Dafuk was dead, eaten by this mutant spider. He was still too late. The mutant spider possessed 900 battle power, equivalent to the top of the earth level. Kang Dafuk had only just crossed into the earth level. Naturally he was no match. Lewin gripped the iron rod, his body violently rushed out. The iron rod swept horizontally. The mutant spider 8 legs popped up in a vain attempt to avoid, but the next instant, Lu Yin's body disappeared, and then reappeared, has already come to the back of the spider. The iron rod, downward chopping, directly chopped off the body of the mutant spider, and from its abdomen fell out of the undigested Kang Dafuk. This scene was disgusting. Lewin frowned and turned away. After returning to the convoy, Lewin asked Susan to announce that no one was allowed to leave the convoy without permission, and violators would be expelled from the penal camp. Kang Dafuk, really dead? Luo Yun was shocked. Lewin faintly said, you can go to the mansion to take a look. The body has not been digested, vaguely recognizable. Luo Yun's face whitened. All 10,000 chiefs said dead on death, not even a sound. If not Lewin shot, Kang Dafuk are digested by the spider. This is the cruel end. 10,000 chiefs cannot protect themselves. Susan also blanched and immediately boarded the armored car, deciding that he would not leave Lewin even if he died. Luo Yun also boarded Lu Yin's armored vehicle, not intending to leave. Lewin was speechless. As long as he didn't leave the convoy, he would be fine. Luo Yun gave Lewin a blank look and said, I don't know what kind of mutated creatures there are in the world. It's better to be safe on your side. Lewin stopped paying attention to Luo Yun and ordered the convoy to continue. Boss, should we report to Jiling? After all, the death of the Wanfu chief is not a small matter, Susan asked. Lewin faintly said, there is no hurry, wait until we reach the front line. We may not be able to reach the front line alive. This statement scared Susan's face even whiter. Luo Yun licked her lips and subconsciously approached Lewin. It is not that bad, right? We should be able to safely reach the front line, Susan comforted himself. Lewin looked out the window as the convoy slowly advanced. But then again, Kang Dafuk was too unlucky to have chased after that building. otherwise he wouldn't have died, Susan muttered. He felt that the only way to feel safe was to talk more. The speaker had no intention of listening. His words made Lewin raise his head steeply. What did you say? Say it again? Susan froze and said, I said Kong Gothing was too unlucky to chase after that building, otherwise he wouldn't have died. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Chase, zombie, building, no, although zombies have no consciousness, but they have instincts to avoid danger. That mutant spider is obviously quite dangerous, zombies shouldn't be close to it, but they still fled into that building. Why? End of the day, more than half a year, Lewin has experienced many dangers, and knows zombies very well. Even if he is afraid of Kong Gothing, it is not possible to escape to the vicinity of more dangerous creatures. Chapter 11, Tide of Zombies. Could it be a deliberate lure? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, hoping that he was overthinking it. After experiencing the incident with Kong Gothing, everyone's nerves were even tighter. A day later, the convoy stopped next to the abandoned toll station. Their mission had begun. This section of the line was damaged and had to be repaired. Report: a battle was found 5 miles away. 5 evolvers were surrounded by mutant beasts, a soldier reported. Lewin let the rescue take place. Half an hour later, the 5 evolvers were brought in, 5 men, each in a sorry state, ragged, and by the looks of it, hungry. Lewin did not let anyone give them food. Dare to come to the wilderness alone to hunt mutant beasts have to be mentally prepared for death. Lewin is not a saint. The food within the army is not for nothing. Really can't do. Mutant rats all over the place can be eaten as well. 5 evolvers were isolated outside the toll booth, watching the army firing with greedy eyes. Not a moment later, an evolver asked to see Lewin. Lewin stood on the roof of the toll station and looked around. Below, the evolver's face was gray and white as he said, "This one, my lord, can you please give us some food? We can exchange it with information." Lewin looked at the evolver and said, "You will give us food after saying that?" The evolver said expectantly. Lewin coldly said, "Are you bargaining with me?" The evolver's face changed and he said in fear, dare not," said the evolver. The evolver continued, "In fact, we had brought enough food out, but it was snatched away yesterday. It was snatched away by a celestial-level powerhouse wearing a silver-white battle armor." Lu Yin's gaze flickered as he continued. The evolver swallowed. His throat was a bit dry, but still continued. "We only have one heaven-level powerhouse around Jinling, Lord Zhoushan, the criminal saint. But that person can fly. I guess it's because of that battle armor. That person was going to kill us to silence us after he snatched the food from us, but he seemed like a psychopath talking to himself, and excitedly flew towards the east." Lewin knew that these people had run into Orton, talking to himself. It's only right that it's a personal terminal contact. Could it be that he got in touch with the other students who landed? This wasn't good. It was already hard enough for Zhoushan to repel Orton. If there were other students out there, Zhoushan might not be able to hold out. "Give them something to eat," Lewin ordered and sat down, looking up at the starry sky. What exactly was one worrying about? Jinling? Or those survivors? He was always an outsider, not a native of Earth. To put it bluntly, he was the same as those people from Yasta, but living on Earth had gradually made him accept this new identity. He only had 2.5 years of memories. His previous memories were blank, and in the only 2.5 years of memories, most of them were of the Earth. The Earth could be considered his home. Lewin took a deep breath. It was a pity that he was not an absolute powerhouse. He could not save Earth, but he could save some people within his power. Thinking about it, Lewin connected to Zhoushan's contact and told him about Orton's speculation. Zhoushan gruffly said, "I know, repair the line as soon as possible. I need to know how the others are doing. That group of students is not simple." Lewin hung up his contact. The others? The other 6 saints? "I hope Lu Xiaoga doesn't die, otherwise, who will I find to take revenge?" Lewin muttered in a cold voice. This night, the sky was covered by dark clouds and there was no starlight. Lewin was quite disappointed and slept inside the armored car. In the middle of the night, a cry of alarm woke everyone up. "Boss, corpse tide, found," Susan anxiously shouted. Lewin stepped out of the armored car and jumped to the roof of the toll station to look at the dark earth. Countless wandering zombies approached, all in all directions. Everyone immediately switched on their protection and lit flames to throw out, Luo Yun shouted. Not a moment later, the tide of zombies began to impact the toll station. The earth was burned, countless lit flame objects smashed on the ground, the flames burned, the heat wave came from all over the sky. "Be careful, don't let the flames get close to the toll booth, or else it will burn you all," Luo Yun shouted. Machine guns swept in all directions, and the black night that should have been silent emitted earth-shattering sounds. Nearly 10,000 soldiers in the outermost slaughter of zombies, machine gun bullets swept away only on the steel blade. From time to time their soldiers were scratched, and even dragged into the zombie group, disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. The five were saved by the evolutionists, horrified to look at the surroundings. This is the army combat, the degree of tragedy far beyond their imagination. Luo Yun wielded a steel blade. A strong earth leveler is not comparable to an ordinary evolved person. A blade down, the powerful Qi is enough to tear off dozens of zombies. Although she is a little bit timid, but she is still very brave in combat. Luin similarly swung his iron rod and charged into the zombie group, often sweeping away a piece with a single strike. The best way to deal with this kind of zombie tide was actually thermal weapons, but unfortunately, the number of thermal weapons left in Jinling was too small. If those arsenals weren't destroyed, and the missiles swept through the area in pieces, no amount of zombies would be enough to kill them. Luin slaughtered the zombies. The intercom on his waist sent out a panicked voice, "Boss, the southwest direction is about to collapse." Luin was shocked, jumped up, stepped on the zombie head and rushed to the southwest direction. Sure enough, countless soldiers were brutally killed there. What happened? "Boss, there is a strange zombie that is very powerful. The human level captains cannot stop Su-san report. He has been standing on the high ground watching." Luin landed on the ground, aimed at the intersection of soldiers and zombies. The iron rod chopped down hard. The naked eye visible chopping cut through the sky, sliced through the air, tore the earth apart, and at the same time chopped down dozens of zombies, dividing the ground into a clear demarcation line. Within the demarcation line, countless soldiers retreated, looking ahead in fear. Just now, no less than 50 of them died. With a bang, the iron stick in Lu Yin's hand broke in half. As Lu Yin's strength increased, the iron stick naturally couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Wan Wu was careful. Someone cried out in alarm. All around, a tidal wave of zombies came. The number was simply uncountable, at least 100,000, all over the mountains. Lu Yin's body surfaced Tianqing operation, star energy to form a wave of air shocked away, a radius of 10 meters empty. All zombies were shaken back. Only a long-haired zombie withstood the impact of Lu Yin's energy, stood steadily on the ground staring at Lu Yin dead. "Boss, that's him, he killed a lot of soldiers." Su-san's voice came from within the intercom. Lu Yin looked at the zombie in front of him with surprise. This is by no means an ordinary zombie. This zombie has intelligence. The zombie produced intelligence. The sky was the limit, but it did appear. Louis looked at the zombie that was only 2 meters away from him with surprise. The scarlet eyes gave him a feeling that he was not stagnant, but thinking. This zombie was thinking. Before Louis could think more, the long-haired zombie rushed violently, both claws probing forward to grab at Louis. Louis avoided it, and the claw wind sliced through, tearing apart all the zombies 10 meters away. Earth-level strength, and far beyond Kong Dafeng and Luo Yun, comparable to Zhao Yu. Luin stared closely at the long-haired zombie attack trajectory. There are rules and regulations, although chaotic, but airtight. If not see with their own eyes, Luin will never believe that the attack on their own is a zombie. After several consecutive unsuccessful attacks, the long-haired zombie roared low and turned around, unexpectedly fleeing. Luin stared at the white silk threads on the back of the long-haired zombie. Was this spider silk? Suddenly, Luin thought of the possibility that he had guessed during the day. It was this zombie that attracted Kong Dafeng to that building. This zombie definitely had intelligence. Luin could not think too much. He threw off the iron rod that was broken in half, piercing through the void and inserting it into the abdomen of the long-haired zombie. The long-haired zombie growled and stared back at Luin, and then fled towards the south. The surrounding zombie tide suddenly roared, as if stimulated by the general all blocked in front of Luin. Luin shouted, "Su-san, tell me the location of that zombie." Su-san's voice came out from the walkie-talkie. "Boss, he turned 100 meters away and fled towards the west, the same road we came from." Lu Yin's legs muscles exerted force, his figure directly disappeared. Where it was, a wisp of residual shadow was drowned by countless zombies. Su-san looked at this scene in shock. Is this a battle technique? It's too amazing. Luin rushed out of the zombie tide encirclement at full speed and chased out the way he came. However, there was no longer any trace of the long-haired zombie. "Boss, I can't see Su-san now." Luin stopped in place, his back facing the toll booth, took out his personal terminal and tested his battle power. The terminal kept flashing. There were quite a few battle power displays closest to him, all from the surrounding mutant beasts. However, there was one battle power that was very powerful, 990. It had already reached the top of the ground level. It must have been the long-haired zombie. Luin followed the direction of the individual terminal and chased after him. As long as he solved that long-haired zombie, the corpse tide should be able to end. If he wasn't wrong, that zombie should be the corpse king. It was him who commanded the corpse tide to surround him. It was also him who wanted to solve this army of his own. Kong Dafeng was the first one. Chapter 12, The Starry Sky's 10th Courtyard. How wide the detection range of Yasta's personal terminal was Luin didn't know, but covering a 10-mile radius should still be possible. Luin followed the direction indicated by battle force and chased after them, gradually moving away from the toll station. And with the departure of the long-haired zombie, the original wave of corpses that had been stimulated actually slowly subsided, once again reverting to a state of aimless wandering, which caused Susan and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. The stinking ditch snaked into the distance, and from time to time green eyes appeared in the grass in the darkness of the night and lifted up, then disappeared again. Luin walked within the grass, looking at his personal terminal from time to time. The location shown on it was right here. If this long-haired zombie was not resolved, it would be very dangerous for Jinling's army to pass through this road in the future. An intelligent corpse king might even bring disaster to Jinling. Click, click, click. Chewing sounds rang in Lu Yin's ears. Following the source of the sound, Luin looked down to the ditch, where a dark red color flickered. As dark clouds drifted away from the sky and the moonlight poured down, a red color shone, accompanied by two scarlet eyes. Lu Yin's gaze narrowed. Flame crystals? This corpse king was devouring flame crystals? Roar! With a roar, the long-haired corpse king leapt high into the air and grabbed Luin with a claw. His arm was dark red in color and emitted a scorching aura. Luin was surprised to avoid it, and the grass was torn apart by the corpse king's strike while producing a scorching odor. In the next moment, several flame crystals fell from the corpse king's body and smashed within the grass. Instantly, the flames burned, illuminating the land. Luin executed his wandering body steps and circled directly behind the corpse king, pulling out the iron rod that was still stuck in the corpse king's back, and ruthlessly stabbing it into the back of the corpse king's head. The corpse king was stagnant and motionless, then his body trembled and slowly collapsed. A dark red color surged out from inside his body, and flames engulfed the corpse king from the inside out. Luin really did not think that the corpse king can actually produce talent by swallowing various energy crystals. Humans want to get talent in 1 in 10,000, and the corpse king can actually swallow and get it. In the end, who is the higher product of evolution? Luin was a bit confused. The corpse king was soon burned out, and the flames around it gradually went out. Luin walked to just under the channel where the corpse king ate the flame crystals. There is a hole there. Luin opened the light to illuminate into the eyes of a dark red. This is flame crystal mine? Luin was shocked, then excited. Energy crystals in the universe is quite popular, whether it is pure star energy crystals or flame, water flow, and other natural energy crystals are very valuable. He did not expect that there is actually a flame crystal mine here, although he did not know how many, but it is definitely a treasure. Luin was quite excited. He didn't expect to get this kind of harvest from chasing after the corpse king. Thinking about it, Luin took some of it, and then recovered the hole and did some treatment to make sure that no one would find it. This place was just as much of a treasure as Susan, and it was all the capital that Luin had left for the future. Luin was just about to leave when a dark red color appeared under his feet. He lowered his body and plucked away the earth. He saw a scarlet vertical eye, not a real eye, but a scarlet vertical eye made from a strange material. Luin picked up the vertical eye. His back was a little chilly. He turned it around, and on the back was a skull with a wry smile, staring straight at him. The moment he saw the skull, Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he subconsciously wanted to throw the thing away, but he still didn't throw it away, and put it directly into the condensed air ring. Only after putting it away did Luin come back to his senses, his gaze unbelievable. What on earth is it? Why is it here? It was obviously an artificial product. Someone had been here? A single thing, yet it could send chills down the spine of today's self. Luin felt that he had picked up something extraordinary. Exhaling, Luin quickly left. After returning to the toll station, he found that the tide of corpses had receded a lot, with many more receding one after another. It took an hour for the tide of corpses to recede completely. The corpses were piled up outside the toll station, emitting a foul stench that attracted many mutant rats to gnaw on them, making people ooze. "Brother Lu, where have you been?" Luo Yun immediately chastised Luin when he saw him. Luin fatally said that he had found a corpse king with intelligence, and the tide of corpses was attracted by him. What? Really? Luo Yun was surprised. Luin said to Luo Yun, "Immediately report to the criminal sage. The appearance of this corpse king means that the zombies are no longer just based on numbers, but can also give birth to a strong man. Tonight, at least 50 of our soldiers died under the hands of that corpse king." Luo Yun knew the situation was serious and immediately reported upwards. "Boss, how are you doing?" Susan asked. He wasn't concerned about Luin, it was just that without Luin, he had no status at all in the penal camp. Luin indifferently said the rest of the things to deal with. "I rest." "I know, boss," Susan answered. A corpse tide brought nearly 100 casualties, seemingly cruel, but all have been numb. The end of that day to now, how many people died no one knows. around the comrades one after another change, the soldiers have been accustomed to. Lying on the roof of the toll station, Lewin couldn't help but touch the condensed air ring. The skeleton vertical eye inside made him unable to feel at ease. That kind of material, that kind of feeling is definitely not something from Earth. Are those students bringing it down? What kind of students would bring this kind of thing? Luo Yun leapt onto the roof. Her charming face was very tired. Sitting on Lu Yin's side, Criminal Saint asked us to get in touch with the front line as soon as possible. It is best to connect to the East Capital line and report this matter to the East Capital. Lu Ying lost his smile. East Capital? Maybe it already knew about it. Why do you say that? Luo Yun asked in surprise. Lu Ying shook his head. I don't know, it's just a guess. If a corpse king can appear in Jinling, it can also appear in other places. Luo Yun hugged her knees, staring blankly into the distance. The dark night sky was bottomless. Raising her head, only the moonlight illuminated this sky, but it was soon covered by dark clouds again. You say, when will the earth restore peace? Luo Yun murmured and asked. Lu Ying did not answer. The dark night makes people lonely. This time Luo Yun is completely different from the Luo Yun in the daytime. But so what? The end will not end just because a person is lonely and afraid. The planetary evolution still has a long time to go, and the trial, it has just begun. All of this is only known to him. Perhaps, the Seven Saints also know that the group of students are the ones who will decide the fate of the Earth in the future. Yasta, Orton is just a student of the Daewoo Empire's ordinary academy, perhaps elite, but put in the real top institutions cannot be called elite at all. Any of the elite of the top institutions have strong battle skills. Far from these people can be compared to the so-called trials. They are the protagonists. Thinking of these, Lu Ying touched the condensed air ring and looked towards Luo Yun. Go rest, I'll be on duty tonight. Luo Yun nodded and smiled at Lu Ying. In fact, if you just comforted me, maybe we could have something happen. Lu Ying smiled, not caring. This woman was not his favorite. Luo Yun left the roof, surrounded by soldiers numbly cleaning up. Susan yelled in the distance. Lu Ying took out the Yasta personal terminal and tapped it. Even though he removed the positioning device on the Yasta personal terminal, he was still uneasy and had never dared to enter the cosmic network, but now that he had left Jinling, he could take a look. A personal terminal was a person's proof of identity. For example, Yasta's personal terminal contained all of his information, as well as his friends and family, and his family. Lu Ying tapped on his personal terminal and connected to the network, but he saw the words network unable to connect. Despite his guesses, Lu Ying was still a little disappointed. These students who participated in the planet evolution trials were registered and died, and their personal terminals would be driven off the network, which also meant that the message of Yasta's death had long been discovered. Lu Ying exhaled and looked up at the starry sky. He was not worried that his killing of Yasta would be exposed. The planet evolution trial was very important. It was supervised by the Daewoo Empire's youth convocation, and no one was allowed to intervene in the trial. To the Daewoo Empire, although the Earth was an indigenous planet that hadn't yet ascended into space, it was also a part of the Daewoo Empire, and this trial wasn't only targeting the students, but also targeting the Earthlings. This was a fair trial. Lu Ying killing Yasta was not surprising to the Daewoo Empire youth convocation. On the contrary, it might be appreciated. That was one of the reasons why Lu Ying did not hesitate to kill Yasta. He wanted to get into the eyes of certain people. Any student who enters the Earth can't get in touch with outside the Earth except with each other. They can only look, they can't talk. This is the trial, the Iron Blood trial. Death is common. Lu Ying looked at the personal terminal screen. There was little valid information. Eventually, he found a few notifications saved by Yasta in the corner. Yasta student, if you fail to complete the mission within 3 months, the convocation will put in a second batch of trial participants. Please endeavor. The Cosmic Youth Convocation ruled that the Daewoo Empire Youth Convocation should be cancelled and reorganized at a time to be determined. The Cosmic Youth Convocation ruled that the Starry Sky 10th Academy would enter the Tsanglan borderland of the outer universe. Wishing all of you good martial luck. A total of 3 notifications were saved, 2 of which involved the Cosmic Youth Convocation. Lu Ying looked at the screen in surprise. He didn't expect the Daewoo Empire Youth Convocation to be cancelled, and he didn't expect that the Starry Sky 10th House would appear in the Tsanglan territory. Chapter 13, Lu Shaoga. The Starry Sky Battle Academy was the topmost academy in the universe, with a total of 10 academies, and apart from the 9th academy in the endless frontier of the outer universe, the remaining 9 academies were all in the inner universe. Yet this time, the 10th academy would appear in the Kanglan frontier, a frontier that contained the Daewoo Empire. Lu Ying closed the screen, his eyes flickered. This piece of information contained too much gold. The Starry Sky Battle Academy had a fatal attraction to countless young people in the universe. Originally it had nothing to do with himself, it was too distant, but now, the Starry Sky 10th Academy was entering the Tsanglan territory at this juncture, saying that there were no thoughts was impossible. If one wanted to enter the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky, in addition to being overqualified and having a strong combat strength, one would also need to have a passing experience. There was a trial right in front of him, the Earth Evolution trial. No wonder there were so many people coming to the trial this time. Yasta should have come here because of this news as well. Lewin felt bad. For one thing, he didn't know what Yasta's so-called mission was, and for another, if no student completed the mission in 3 months, then the second batch of students from the trial would descend. At the juncture when the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky was about to appear, many people wanted to get the experience and increase their qualifications, including the children of those powerful clans and famous families. The Earth evolutionary trials were undoubtedly appealing, and the second batch of students from the trials would perhaps bring incomparable cruelty to Earth. Lewin was a little anxious. Even the first batch of trial students were at least at the exploration realm, so the second batch, perhaps there were even stronger people arriving, and one's own strength might not be able to defend oneself. Thinking about this, Lewin was a little annoyed. He had to reach the scrying realm within 3 months, otherwise he would be reduced to an ant. The night passed, and the next day, the army set off once again, heading north. Lewin became even more silent, and instead of staying inside the armored vehicle, he lay on the roof. Hubei, Wuchang, in the heart of China, more than 10 million survivors had gathered at this moment. Even so, countless people still came here every day, all because of the presence of one of the 7 saints, the light saint Lu Shaoge. When the end of the world came, a batch of strange ores appeared in the surroundings of Wuchang, ores containing light, which can be cracked to reveal light. Lu Shaoge used this ore as the basis, together with his own battle skills, to guard the 10 million survivors of Wuchang, which is why he was worshipped as the Saint of Light. Martial City is surrounded by pillars of light that rise up to the sky and encircle the entire Martial City. Because of this, Martial City is also known as the City of Light, and some people call it the City of Night. In the center of Wuchang, a piece of land was lifted up by a pillar of light, suspended in the sky. This is the seat of the Saint of Light, and many people call it the capital of heaven. Below the capital of heaven, there is the light camp, 100,000 evolvers guarding the light saint capital of heaven, gradually radiating outwards. There were no magnificent palaces on the capital of heaven, just beautiful courtyards without any cover. Anyone standing in the capital of heaven could look up at the stars. At this moment, within the courtyard of the capital of heaven, a young man with a handsome appearance and dashing demeanor stood at the border, looking into the distance, picking up his wine cup and gently taking a sip, an odd smile rising from the corner of his mouth. He, precisely, was the light saint Lu Shaoge. Not far from Lu Shaoge there is likewise a young man, although not as handsome as Lu Shaoge's appearance, but his gaze is incomparably haughty, looking at Lu Shaoge's eyes as if looking at a mole cricket. Everything here is your resources, especially those light crystals, can make you 10 years ahead of your kind. You are too wasteful. The young man behind Lu Shaoge was dissatisfied. Lu Shaoge turned his head and looked at the young man with a smile. Don't say that, Pui, everything here is shared between us, it's not mine alone. The man known as Pui's face slowed down a little after hearing this. Remove these light pillars, you're squandering resources. Lu Shaoge nodded. Okay, listen to you, right? What did you just say about regional division? Can you say it clearly? Pui faintly said trials have the unspoken rules of trials. As long as our batch of trainees control a certain territory, we can mark this territory as blue on the network. Generally in the early stages of the trial no one will take a shot at the blue area, unless it is an enemy. So, Wuchang has been marked as a blue region? Lu Shaoge asked. Pui let out a cry. Of course, otherwise you think I'm the only one approaching here these days? The trial is very cruel. Generally speaking, no one will fight to the death at the beginning. Of course, there is also the background of each student to consider. It so happens that my background is not weak. No one will bother us after labeling. Lu Shaoge nodded with a faint smile. So that's how it is. Alright, let me ask you, how's the matter that I asked you to check up on? Pui impatiently asked, then glanced at the light pillars. Eyes flashed a trace of neat pain. Quickly turn off those light pillars, too wasteful. Lu Shaoge smiled and poured wine for Pui. The thing you asked me to investigate has a clue. Pui's eyes lit up. Really? Say. Lu Shaoge handed the wine glass to Pui. Take a look at this glass of wine. Pui puzzled, subconsciously look, there is nothing special, only the wine ripples, a circle and a circle and a circle, a circle and a circle, never ending. Lu Shaoge wore a smile on his face, waited for a while, and faintly opened his mouth. Give me the personal terminal. Pui stared blankly, removed his personal terminal and handed it to Lu Shaoge. Not long after, Lu Shaoge closed his personal terminal and rubbed his head. Trouble, actually closed the cosmic network, so to speak. Did he find out that I controlled him? Forget it. After finishing, Lu Shaoge put on the personal terminal. The corner of his mouth contained a smile, his eyes raised to the sky with a wise gaze. 2 days later, the criminal camp army approached the front line, and if it wasn't for repairing the communication lines along the way, it would have arrived long ago. These 2 days Lewin stayed like staring at the moon at night, making Luoyun think that Lewin was stupid. The convoy suddenly stopped. Susan said to Lewin, "Boss, not right, since yesterday we have not seen survivors, and the front line should have soldiers to monitor along the way. After traveling for nearly a day, not a single person has been seen." Lewin got up and looked into the distance as the army stopped to rest. Avoiding the crowd, Lewin clicked on his personal terminal and measured the battle strength: 1 mile in a circle, 2 miles, up to 10 miles. Lewin shielded the battle strength below the probing realm, and finally found the probing realm battle strength 37 kilometers away from here, 1,800, and this is the strength of the battle strength found. Luyin's face was grave. He took out the map. 37 kilometers away happened to be an abandoned county town, and there, only less than 20 kilometers away from the front line, it happened to be located between the front line and their convoy. Luyin told the army to stay put, and he himself headed to the north. He wanted to know whether the realm-searching battle force was a mutant beast or a human. After advancing less than 10 kilometers, Luyin knew that he didn't need to go ahead. An army of evolvers walked by. The presence of an army meant that the abandoned county ahead was a gathering place, which meant that the probing realm warforces detected was one of the students who had descended to Earth. Luyin pondered for a moment and reloaded Yasta's personal terminal positioning device. Just at the moment the positioning device was restored, a dozen kilometers away from Luyin, a woman in white battle armor with waist-length hair changed her face, looked towards her personal terminal, and flew towards the south with a cold snort. However, a moment later, in the sky, a white silhouette appeared, hovering high in the sky staring coldly at Luyin below. "Classmate, this place has been marked as blue by me, please leave." Luyin looked at the woman, his eyes lit up. "Good looking. How are you, classmates? My name is Yada, from the Daewoo Empire Tata Planet's first military academy. I am not interested in knowing." "Leave immediately," the woman indifferently said. The energy outside her body rippled and pressed down. Luyin hurriedly said, "Classmates, do not rush. I was injured, itself is not strong, no threat to you, and I can give you resources, many, many resources." The woman's gaze is cold. "District Hope Realm, actually dare to join the planet evolution trial. How did you get in?" "My grandfather is the headmaster." Luyin spoke directly, his tone arrogant. The woman was disgusted. "Roll." Luyin immediately took out a few flame crystals from within the condensing ring and threw them to the woman. "Help me to survive the trial smoothly, and give you a bucketful of such crystals after you go out." The woman was surprised to receive, feeling the warm touch of the flame crystals, landed on the ground. "Where did you come from?" Luyin pretended to be proud. "Of course, my grandfather gave me. My grandfather is a strong man who walks on the stars. How many of these things do you need?" The woman's eyes narrowed and she clenched her fist, radiating a hint of killing intent. Luyin stepped back alertly and glared at the woman. "Don't you mess around. Although no one can intervene in the trial, but it is still possible to find out who lives, who dies, and who was killed by whom. You don't want to be hunted down by my grandfather." The woman thought about it, loosened her hand, and indifferently said, "I can help you get out of this planet alive, but the results of the trial have nothing to do with you." Luyin exhaled. "It doesn't matter. No matter what, my grandfather can send me into the Starry Sky 10th Academy. The results are all for you." Chapter 14: Star Energy Crystal. The woman became more and more disgusted, at the same time also very disdainful. Starry Sky 10th Academy is not a person who can interfere, even if it is a strong person who walks in the starry sky. So what? In the universe there are many strong people who can walk in the starry sky. "Wait, how can I be sure that you are not an indigenous person?" The woman stared at Luyin and said. Luyin raised his hand, his right palm shook sharply. The air was like a curtain being grasped, and it fiercely bombarded the earth, and instantly, the earth was blasted with huge craters. "Wave palm?" The woman looked at Luyin in surprise. Luyin was smug. "How about it? This can prove it." The woman's eyes narrowed. The fluctuating palm is not something that an ordinary person can master, although it is a popular battle technique, but the body strength is not up to a certain level, cannot be used. The woman thought that she could not use it, did not think that a small realm of hope can actually use it. For a time, the woman was a little scornful of Luyin. "Can use the fluctuation palm to prove that you are still a bit useful. Help me take over the Golden Mausoleum. The results can be added to your." Woman's tone a little slower, faintly said. Luyin was surprised. "You want to seize the Golden Mausoleum? I heard that there is a criminal sage there who is very powerful, a strong exploratory realm." "I know, Orton also lost to him, but I am not that waste of Orton. You and I join forces, enough to suppress the native." Woman coldly said. "How do you know that a student lost to a native?" Luyin asked. The woman faintly said before the trial, students from the same academy would agree with each other that once they landed in the nearest area they could join forces, and no one was looking for you? That's right, you are so weak. Lewin, heart secretly thankful, fortunately did not impersonate Yasta. This woman knows Orton may know Yasta. Since this woman knows Orton, then at the beginning Orton lost to Joshan fled to the north is to find this woman? But why did he go to the east halfway? Lewin did not ask more questions. The more you ask the easier it is to be exposed. This woman is now looking for herself to join forces, indicating that there is a conflict with Orton. It is also possible that Orton has found someone else. No matter what, Jinling is in danger. Okay, I will help you, but I must improve my strength, Lewin said. The woman frowned. No need. Lewin was helpless. Then I must always recover my injuries. The woman stared at Lewin, then grabbed him and flew towards the gathering place. Yasta's body-shaping decision was only enough to be used 3 times. He used it twice himself to break through from ordinary people to the Hope Realm, then to the Probe Realm, and the last time it was used by Lewin to break through the Hope Realm. And to break through to the Probe Realm there must be a new body-shaping decision. That is why he tried to find a way to approach the woman, and he must get the body-shaping decision before he could break through. There are not many survivors in the small gathering place in the county, only more than 200,000, but there are quite a lot of troops. Most of them are wearing criminal battalion uniforms. These people should be frontline soldiers, controlled by this woman. Jinling, that called the criminal saint, is also considered capable, under the command of 80,000 evolvers, of which 20,000 put on the front line want to open the connection with other regions. The strength of the Realm of Hope also came to 6, was killed by me too, 1 died in the mouth of the mutant beast. There are still 3 left. The woman took Lewin to the top of the high building of the gathering place and introduced him. Lewin asked, I still do not know your name. The granny woman said indifferently. At this time, a silhouette came to the high building and respectfully said, My lord, the criminal battalion army was found 30 kilometers away. Lewin turned his head and saw the visitor at a glance. His gaze changed. The visitor also saw Lewin. His gaze was puzzled. Lewin suddenly rushed towards the visitor, his fluctuating palm probed out and printed on the visitor's chest before Granny could react. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the visitor. His body was blasted out of the roof of the building by the huge force and smashed fiercely into the ground, causing a large area of shocked cries. Granny stared at Lewin and said sternly, What are you doing? Lewin angrily said, It's him. I just landed on this piece of ground. It's this bastard who brought people to sneak attack me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been injured. Granny coldly said, When? The day we descended. Lewin did not hesitate to return. Where is it? About 100 kilometers to the south, Lewin said, then looked at Granny. Do you doubt me? Or you can't let go of this native? Granny grunted, Watch your words. I don't care about a single aborigine, but you can't just kill my people. Lewin didn't care, it's just a native. That is also my granny said angrily. Lewin is helpless. Well, I know, I won tea next time, right? The army 30 kilometers away is my people. Do you want to bring them over? Granny turned around and looked in the direction of Jinling, then looked at her personal terminal, ignoring him. Lewin looked at the bottom of the building and exhaled. This person's name was Li Hongliang. He was there at the moment Yasta was killed. He had seen Lewin and knew that Lewin was an Earthling. He even killed Yasta. If Lewin didn't make a move just now, Li Hongliang recognized him and he would be in trouble. This woman is not Yasta. Lewin can feel that her strength exceeds Yasta. He may not be able to sneak attack successfully. It is better to wait. The front line was no longer there. Granny's presence had caused the front line of the criminal camp to collapse. The soldiers were either collected or fled, 9 deaths, and the Jinling side could not be contacted since this morning, which made Lewin a little annoyed. He brought Luo Yun, Susan, and nearly 10,000 other revolver soldiers to the gathering place, sternly warned the remaining 2 Wanfu chiefs who had defected to Granny, and approached Granny again that night. What? Looking for me to borrow star energy crystals? Granny looked at Lewin in surprise and said strangely. Lewin nodded his head. Don't worry, borrow me as much as you can and repay me tenfold when you return. Granny sized up Lewin. You have flame crystals but no star energy crystals? Used up, Lewin said. Granny hesitated. Star energy crystals are not the energy crystals in the body of the Earth's mutant beasts. Each planet or ecosystem has its own energy, which is not exactly the same as star energy, so countless ways of cultivation have been born, but in the end, it is ultimately necessary to cultivate to the universe, and the star energy crystals contain star energy that can be absorbed. This kind of energy crystal can be absorbed and cultivated by anyone. Generally only the ecosystem that fuses with the cosmic ecosphere can be produced. The current Earth can produce flame crystals, ice crystals, and other strange crystals, but can't give birth to the star energy crystals. This kind of crystals are also the most needed by these students. Don't believe me? In that case, I can change Lewin Dao. Granny looked at Luwine. How can I exchange it? Luwine poured out a bunch of flame crystals from within the condensed air ring and exchanged them with these. Granny's eyes glowed. Her brain recalled the exchange ratio of various energy crystals in the universe, but found that there was no uniformity. The universe orientation is different, the exchange ratio is naturally different, and now it is even in the Earth. Facing Luwine, a big user who was in urgent need of star energy crystals, the exchange ratio naturally has to be adjusted even more. I can give you 5 star energy crystals, Granny said indifferently. Luwine stared wide-eyed. You are also too black, right? These flame crystals can at least exchange 20 star energy crystals, you actually only give 5, compressed 4 times the price. Willing or not to follow you, Granny cold pride. Luwine is helpless, gritted his teeth and said yes, but I have a condition, let me try the power of battle skills. Granny disdain, at any time. Luwine received 5 thumb-sized transparent star energy crystals and turned to leave. After Luwine left, Granny excitedly put away the flame crystals. This strange crystal can both assist in the cultivation of battle techniques and also enhance the power when performing battle techniques. It is a treasure that countless people can only dream of, especially for her it is even more precious than the star energy crystals, because her battle techniques need this kind of flame crystals, making a lot of money. Planet Tata? Why haven't I heard of it? Could it be a planet that specializes in producing such strange mineral deposits? Granny wondered. Leaving Granny's residence, the corners of Lu Yin's mouth rose. Although the exchange was a loss, but it was all empty gloves. The important thing was that no one on Earth had star energy crystals except these students. Yasta didn't even have a condensed air ring. There was no way he could carry these crystals. This Granny's family was much stronger than Yasta's. Maybe he could even get something from her. Returning to his residence, it was actually an abandoned villa. Luwine buried the flame crystals at the periphery of the villa to prevent people from sneaking in. Returning to the living room, he waved his hand and threw away all the discarded furniture, then took out an energy crystal and directly crushed it, and immediately, raging star energy surged and filled the living room. Using body-shaping decision to cultivate could directly absorb the star energy that was free in the void, but the absorption speed was related to the technique, and many powerful forces collected these star energy crystals in order to accelerate the absorption speed, so that the star energy could explode in the narrow space and enhance the absorption speed. And this was one of the reasons why all the major forces snatched the star energy crystals. Chapter 15, The Battle of Jinling. Luwine didn't realize that he could use this method to cultivate on Earth. Coupled with the heavenly star techniques doubled enhancement of his cultivation speed, the speed of his energy absorption far exceeded that of students such as Granny, and should be at the top of the list when looking at the Du Empire. It wasn't long before an entire star energy crystal was consumed, and the star energy absorbed within Lu Yin's body increased by a lot. Afterwards, Luwine crushed another one and started absorbing it. Just because there were enough star energy crystals didn't mean that one could cultivate the current realm to the top. It also contained energy impurities that needed to be condensed, and this was something that only those who cultivated through the body-shaping decision could do. Direct absorption of star energy crystal cultivation people can only reach the melting realm to get rid of impurities, so those people's energy strength is not high, unstable, and cultivation must rely on star energy crystals. But these star energy crystals are very difficult to get. The formation of a vicious circle, this is the wandering soldiers and the origin of the name of the war slaves. A total of 5 star energy crystals, Luwine absorbed all of them, and only then did he feel the surging energy in his body. He reached the peak of the Hope Realm, that is, the top of the Earth level on Earth, only one step short of reaching the Exploration Realm, and this step requires the body-shaping decision. Luwine lay on the roof of the villa, rested for the night, and the next day directly approached Granny, cut the fight. Granny was speechless. You're looking for me to spar early in the morning? Although I am a cultivator, I am also a woman. What kind of man looks for a woman to fight early in the morning? Luwine also felt that it wasn't quite right, but he was too eager to know the gap between himself and the Academy's elite exploration realm cultivators. Then I'll come back to you in the afternoon. No need, fight if you want to, Granny said. She didn't put Luwine in her eyes at all. If it wasn't for that hand-fluctuating palm getting by, she wouldn't even be looking for Luwine to cooperate. The two found an open space, the distance of 10 meters, on both sides of the hidden roar of the beasts, the faint bloody gas with the gale drifting. Go ahead, I won't fight back, Granny faintly said, her gaze arrogant. Lu Yin's right palm clenched, then loosened. The air like a curtain was lifted, legs stomped out, air waves cracked the earth, the body rushed directly in front of Granny, a palm clap. This is pure fluctuation palm, Lu Yin's full force. A style of fluctuation palm, let Granny surprised, originally intended to resist with one hand, but finally both hands all raised. Bang! Waves of air swept across, huge air pressure crushed the ground, shattering the earth. Lu Yin's palm pressed Granny's legs into the ground, and a several meters square crater appeared on the ground. Granny was surprised. Not bad power. Even our academy's probing realm students may not be able to have such a fierce palm, if a sneak attack is enough to kill a probing realm cultivator with a battle strength of 2000 or less. Lu Ying grinned. He did slap Yasta to death with the fluctuating palm, although it wasn't as powerful then as it is today. Yasta didn't reach 2000 battle power either. It's not over yet. Continue. After saying that, another palm was slapped out, still the fluctuating palm. This palm was not much different in terms of power than it was just now, and slapped Granny a little deeper into the land once again. Granny frowned, her hands tingling. Enough, your attack is ineffective against me. My battle power is more than 2000. You should know that for every 1000 rise in battle power, the energy intensity is different, and the strength is also different. Lu Ying shouted. The last palm said. The surface of his right hand vaguely flashed with starlight. The moon rotated around the palm, and the outermost part was the same airflow as the fluctuating palm. This is Heavenly Star Palm. The moment Lu Yin's last palm slapped down, Granny's heartbeat accelerated, her body disappeared as a residual shadow. The original place was shattered by Lu Yin's palm. The earth shattered in 100 meters radius. The air force shot out in all directions, gradually spreading out, making a loud sound. Even the mid-air was shaken by the airwaves, making the air distorted. Granny's figure appeared from several meters away, looking at the scene in shock. You are? Lu Ying was smug. This is what my grandfather taught me, limit fluctuation palm. Granny's eyes narrowed. With her insight she could not see the Heavenly Star Palm at all, but to say fluctuating palm, the power is too strong. It can even make her feel a crisis. I heard someone say that fluctuating palm can be superimposed. That palm just now should be a double fluctuating palm, Granny seriously said. Lu Ying shrugged. Maybe, it's called differently. Granny looked at Lu Ying. Her gaze was no longer arrogant, but with solemnity. Her tone was calm. Double fluctuating palm is extremely demanding on the physical body. Even if the Tan Realm cultivators are not many who can reach it, our academy doesn't have a single one. You're very powerful. Once you reach the Tan Realm, it's enough to fight with any elites, and you might even be able to enter the Empire's highest academy, Yutang. Lu Ying was surprised. Yutang? Granny said probably. With your physical strength is not hopeless. Well, I'm tired. Let's go, said Granny left. Lu Ying looked at Granny's back as she left, raised his hand and looked at it. The sparring was one aspect. More importantly, he wanted to see if it was possible for him to beat her. This woman reacted very quickly, dodged at the critical moment with a footwork battle technique, not bad for being an elite of the academy. However, he himself was not bad. At the moment she dodged away, the power of the Heavenly Star Palm contracted. If this woman thought that just now was her full strength, then she would be disappointed. Jinling couldn't be contacted. Lu Ying let Luo Yun and the others stay in the gathering place. Granny didn't care about Luo Yun and the others, and saved Lu Ying from explaining. But after staying for 2 days, Luo Yun approached Lu Ying. Brother Lu, how long do we have to stay here? Luo Yun asked, her eyes fixed on Lu Ying. She learnt that this was a frontline supply station from the 2 frontline Wanfu chiefs, but she always felt that something was not right. The people here often said that there were heaven-level powerhouses. Where did they get the heaven-level powerhouses? Lu Ying returned. Don't ask too many questions. I will give you an answer in a few days. Luo Yun wanted to ask again, but suddenly her face changed. Looking high in the sky, Lu Ying looked back. Granny landed with an anxious look. Go, Orton. They went to Jinling. Lu Ying was shocked, grabbed Granny's arm and was taken by her to fly towards Jinling. Luo Yun was surprised. If she wasn't mistaken, the battle armor that woman was wearing was exactly the same as the aliens that attacked Jinling some time ago. Not far away, Susan also came along, just as surprised. In the sky, air currents crossed, and Granny flew towards Jinling as fast as she could, but she couldn't go any faster as she was carrying Lu Ying. How do you know that Orton went to Jinling? Lu Ying asked. Granny coldly said it has nothing to do with you. Remember, when you arrive at the Golden Mausoleum, see what happens. Our goal is to grab the Golden Mausoleum. Orton is by no means going alone, his helpers are definitely not weak. Be careful yourself. Lu Yin's gaze was grave. Since Orton dared to abandon Granny, it proved that the person he chose must be stronger than Granny. According to the projection, Yasta's battle power was around 15,000, Orton might have reached close to 2,000, and Granny was over 2,000, then the person who joined forces with Orton must be far more than 2,000 battle power, and might not necessarily be a person. Hoping that Zhou Shan could hold out, Lu Ying looked to the south. Half an hour later, Granny brought Lu Ying rapidly approaching the Golden Mausoleum, and in the sky above the Golden Mausoleum, 2 silhouettes hovered. One of them was none other than Orton. His body ring battle armor was shattered in large chunks, and next to him stood a young man with his hands behind his back, his gaze arrogant. All the survivors of Jinling raised their heads and looked at the high sky in fear. 2 heaven-level powerhouses? Zhongshan issued a strong alarm. Zhongshan rose up in the air, 100 meters away from the two Orton, his face solemn. It is you again? Orton sneered, isn't it a pity that you didn't kill me last time? Zhongshan's eyes narrowed, very pity. Humph, it is a pity that you will never have the chance. This is my senior trace, Orton said smugly. Zhongshan's eyes looked to Orton's side, feeling the energy fluctuations spreading across Terra's body surface. His heart sank. This person was far more powerful than Orton. Tress looked at Zhongshan and said coldly, and probably I did not expect that there were strong people like you among the natives. I can help you step into the stars, follow me. Senior Terras, there is no need to say more to him. This kind of indigenous brain is one-sided and will not agree, Orton said. Tress glanced coldly at Orton. It's not your turn to interrupt when I'm talking. Orton hurriedly answered, gritting his teeth and staring angrily at Zhongshan, a color of indignation flashing in his eyes. Zhongshan gripped the giant axe tightly, coldly said, let me follow you. Impossible, you aliens are trying to seize the Golden Mausoleum, right? Defeat me first, said Zhongshan, flew to the north of the Golden Mausoleum city. He did not want to start a war in the sky above the Golden Mausoleum. Unfortunately, it was not his turn to decide things. Zhongshan had just flown away less than 1,000 meters when Orton chopped at Zhongshan with a sword. The sword-like chopping cut off a corner of Zhongshan, bringing countless wails. Zhongshan roared, you seek death, said an axe to Orton. Orton sneered and attacked with his sword. On the other hand, a few minutes later, Granny grabbed Luin and arrived at Jinling. At a glance, she saw the destroyed Zhongshan and the wailing Jinling gathering place. Countless people fled outside the city. The earth cracked several gaps and swallowed up everything. The void energy trembled, destroying countless buildings. The clouds in the sky were blown apart. Inside the Jinling city, Zhongshan spewed out a mouthful of blood, leaning hard on his giant axe and glaring high into the sky. Trace and Orton looked down with cold eyes. Good strength, enough to rank in the top 15 of the military academy, but unfortunately Metni Trace indifferently said. 16th chapter of The Power of the Heavenly Star Palm. Suddenly, a beam of light west of Jinling city shot into the sky. Orton chopped out with a sword. Chopping and light beam collided in the high-altitude explosion. A technological weapon? Orton smiled coldly. The reason why they didn't fight outside the city was because they were afraid of technological weapons. Even this indigenous planet possessed the technology to cross into the stars, enough to give birth to technological weapons that threatened them. Outside the city, Granny and Luin landed on the ground. It's actually Tress? Trouble, Granny said in surprise. Luin was puzzled. Trace? The top 3 of the 1st Military Academy's strongest, with a battle strength of 2005, Granny said in a grave manner. Luin's heart sank. As long as you can hold him off, I will take care of Orton as soon as possible. Granny thought for a moment. Yes, but not for long. Luin nodded and rushed along the ground in the direction of Zhongshan. Beam after beam of light appeared in the sky and shot towards Orton. Orton was impatient. I will settle the score with you guys after I have slaughtered this native, said, rushing towards the ground, stabbing his sword towards Zhongshan. Zhongshan gritted his teeth and lifted his giant axe backwards to swing away and fight with Orton. In terms of strength, he thought that he could fight with Terras, but with an additional Orton, the winner would immediately see the difference between victory and defeat. Terras similarly landed on the ground, although he was confident that he could dodge the attacks of technological weapons, but he was cautious. As Luin approached the battlefield between Zhongshan and Orton, he took out the flame crystal and threw it high into the air. The red crystals were quite eye-catching. Orton and Zhongshan were in the middle of the battle and didn't care, but Trace saw it at a glance. His eyes sizzled, and before he could react as to why there were flaming crystals in the sky, there was a sharp pain in his back, and Trace's body quickly twisted. His body shape was like a leaf swaying in the wind, and he avoided the second strike of Granny. It's you? Granny did not say a word. From the condensed air ring to take out the flame crystals, a pinch, hot flames burning the earth, inflammatory fire. Palm Granny low drink, probing palm strike, palm cohesion flames, turned into a deeper color attack to Tress. Terras, shocked, coughed up blood. You looking for death, said, the right palm rapid shaking, grasping the air. This is the fluctuation palm. Bang! Both palms clashed, flames and air currents swept across the earth. All buildings in a 100-meter radius were destroyed. Huge flames were swept up against the air by the airflow, just like a fire snake flying. Granny retreated a few steps back. Her face was pale. Terra's fluctuating palm was too much stronger than Lu Yin's. Even if she performed her battle skills, it was difficult to resist. Terra's was also not well received. The flame battle technique was originally powerful and destructive, and Granny was even aided by the flame crystals. This palm was by no means inferior to his. Granny, this is my territory, Tress roared. Granny didn't say anything. Body surface, ring battle armor in the flame reflection reflected red light. Tress gritted his teeth, body surface spread ring battle armor. Since just now he had not been wearing battle armor, now he felt the pressure. More importantly, he was injured. In the distance, Orton turned around, shocked. "Granny? How are you here?" Joshan roared, his giant axe smacked fiercely at Orton. Orton didn't dare to be careless, he raised his sword and chopped at Joshan. The powerful chi swept around, slicing through the earth. Luin suddenly struck, swimming body step rushed to Orton's body, a palm strike, palm out of the stars now, this is Heavenly Star Palm. Both Orton and Joshan did not expect that there was still someone hiding beside them. The moment they saw Luin, Orton froze. Joshan was puzzled, however, the next moment, the moment Lu Yin's Heavenly Star Palm imprinted on Orton's chest, he did not even have the time to let out a scream before his heart was shattered. The majestic energy even penetrated through his chest and blasted into a residence, crushing the residence to smithereens. The ground couldn't withstand the pressure at the first moment and burst into pieces. Joshan looked at Luin in horror. "You." Luin turned around and swept his leg towards Joshan, turning his back to Granny and Trace, and whispered, "Attack me." Joshan's eyes flickered, but he still attacked Luin, and he showed no mercy when he struck, directly storm chopping. Luin performed a swimming body step to avoid the storm chop, although he was not injured, but his clothes were still torn. "Push me over," Luin whispered. Joshan roared, giant axe horizontal smash. Luin, with the help of the force of the giant axe, was ruthlessly thrown towards the battlefield of Trace and Granny. Boom! Violent vibrations spread to the distance. Granny's face was white, her right palm trembled, she was heavily injured by Trace. Therese was not well off either, his body armor was all cracked by the flames. Coincidentally at this time, Luin was smashed within the wall not far from Trace, slowly falling down. Therese looked at Luin, then looked into the distance and saw the already dead Orton. His gaze changed, and he was about to say something when Joshan flew up to escape into the distance. "You cannot escape." Therese leapt up to chase Joshan, just back to Luin. Luin, with the help of abandoned houses, a leap to the midair. At Therese is a palm, undisguised Heavenly Star Palm is like a star spinning, ruthlessly printed on the back of Therese. Therese originally did not care about Luin, but this palm let him produce a strong crisis, subconsciously avoided, but it was already too late. The star burst. Trace was knocked down to the ground by Luin's palm, smashing into the earth, smashing the earth out of a huge crater. Luin was also hit hard by Trace's reaction to the blow, spitting blood and flying backwards, once again plunging into the wall. The ring battle armor on his body surface directly collapsed. The ring battle armor of Asta was completely shattered. Granny covered her arm and walked over to the pit, looking down to the bottom. Trace was lying on his back, his face was pale and he kept coughing up blood. Granny looked at Luin in surprise. She couldn't imagine what Luin had done to seriously injure Therese with a single slap. Before she could think more, the originally dying Trace suddenly opened his eyes, took out an oddly shaped gun, and fired a shot at Granny. A ray of energy beam pierced through Granny's shoulder, and Granny's backhand was a strike of inflammatory fire palm, once again printing on the place where Trace was slapped by Lu Yin's Heavenly Star Palm, and this palm completely shattered Trace's internal organs, killing him. Granny fell to the ground, looking at Tara's corpse in amazement, chills running down her back. Although there was no limit to the number of deaths in the planet evolution trial, but if it caused too many deaths and injuries it would cause resentment from certain people. This battle Orton and Trace both died, especially Trace, a top 3 senior student of the military academy, who was expected by the military academy. Now that he died, Granny was a little nervous. Luin dragged his heavily injured body to Granny's side, weakly said, "Don't worry, big deal, I will ask Grandpa to transfer you to our Tata Planet Academy." Granny stared at Luin with a cold gaze. "What happened to the palm you hit Trace with? Even the double flux palm couldn't have seriously injured Trace." "You're overthinking it, he was seriously injured by you, I just happened to hit him in the same spot," Luin said back. Granny obviously didn't believe it. The grandstanding Trace with a battle strength of 2005 was actually seriously injured by the Hope Realm cultivator. Even if it was a coincidence, it wasn't that easy. Suddenly, there was a bellowing sound from the back, and Joshan, who had originally thought that he had escaped, reappeared and chopped an axe towards Granny and Luin. Granny subconsciously grabbed Luin and blocked in front of her. Joshan saw Luin being pushed out and quickly shifted his direction. The axe didn't hit Luin, but instead chopped along the side of Lu Yin's ear and hit the ground, while Luin turned back and blasted a palm on Granny's body. His own injuries were too heavy. This palm wasn't as heavy as the one he hit Orton with, but it was still no problem to seriously injure Granny. Granny's face turned white, she forced herself to endure the pain and subconsciously kicked at Luin, sending him flying, and she herself fell to the side of Therese. Joshan once again roared, and chopped an axe at Granny. Granny picked up the gun that Therese was holding, and shot out. The beam of light pierced through Joshan's giant axe, and at the same time pierced through his shoulder, and blasted his whole body more than 10 meters, and he fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The scene was silent for a moment, with only flames burning in the earth. The 4 scrying realm plus 1 prestige realm fought, crushing a small half of the golden mausoleum, immersing the small half of the golden mausoleum in a sea of fire. Granny took out the healing medicine from within the condensed air ring and swallowed it in one gulp to recover her injuries. A few minutes later, sounds gradually appeared around. Granny's face changed, climbed out of the pit. Her body was seriously injured, her shoulder was even pierced by the beam of light. It was very difficult to come to the side of Zhou Shan, who was currently fainted on the ground, life and death unknown. Soon, Feng Hong, Glass's female Qin Xian and other people will be surrounded, staring at Granny. Immediately surrender, we can spare your life. Granny disdain, with you natives think that you can spare my life? What, you don't want the life of this native? Said, aiming the gun at Zhou Shan's head. Feng Hong shouted, let go of the criminal saint. Back off 10 miles, or kill him immediately, Granny snapped. Feng Hong and the others looked at each other and did not move. Granny's gaze flashed coldly, casually picked up the stone beside her and ruthlessly smashed it on Zhou Shan's head. Immediately, blood flowed like a stream. Feng Hong snapped to stop. We can retreat, but we must treat criminal saint, otherwise he will die. Granny agreed. Soon, a doctor walked over to Granny and Zhou Shan, examined Zhou Shan's body, followed by emergency treatment. It took a full 20 minutes before Zhou Shan was able to stop the bleeding. Criminal saint's injuries were too serious to be delayed. He must be treated as soon as possible in a comprehensive manner, the doctor said. Granny ignored them and immediately retreated 10 miles. 3 hours later I will leave, otherwise, I killed this native. Chapter 17, Breaking into the Probing Realm. Can the criminal saint last 3 hours? Qin Xian glared at the doctor and asked. The doctor nodded, yes. Soon, all of the surrounding criminal battalion armies retreated. The surrounding area was empty. Granny sighed in relief. 3 hours was just an insurance figure. In fact, she only needed 2 hours to recover some of her injuries. Without the probe realm cultivator, the rest of the people couldn't stop her. Thinking about it, Granny glanced at Trace and then at Orton. Eh? Wait, where's Orton? Granny's face changed. Want to get up to see, but move a bit will be severe pain swept all over the body, helpless to sit down, no need to hurry, wait for 2 hours to say. Even if Orton did not die, the injury is definitely more serious than their own, right? There is also that Yada actually dared to take a shot at themselves, also have to teach a lesson. 1,000 meters away from Granny under the ruins, Orton's body quietly lying on the ground, Luing gasping for breath. He was also seriously injured, but at this moment the most important thing is the body shaping decision. Shaping the body, to a certain extent, can heal the injury. After observing for a while, Luing chipped off 5 of Orton's fingers before finding the body shaping decision wafer. It was at this moment Luing was excited and melted the body shaping decision into his body. Immediately, severe pain swept through his body. He once again experienced that supreme power. All the cells in his body were reassembling and shuffling. The surging greatness was like looking down on the starry sky, and it took him, a tiny mole cricket, out of this part of the world on Earth. Put. Luing spat out blood. The cellular remodeling was painful yet blissful. He could feel himself evolving, fitting in more and more with this starry sky. An hour passed. Granny's face recovered a bit, her injuries improved. Give me another hour, I can move. Granny was excited. She had no intention of leaving. Taking control of the Golden Mausoleum would give her the leverage to negotiate with stronger people in the future. Although the blue area is protected to a certain extent, not everyone follows this rule. Ordinary planetary evolution trials are okay, but now that the 10th courtyard of the starry sky is about to appear, everyone wants to shine in the trials. This Earth trial is destined to be cruel. And what worries Granny the most is the second batch of trialists coming in more than 2 months. Their batch of trialists had been determined a long time ago. At that time the news of the starry sky 10th courtyard had just appeared, and not many people temporarily joined this trial, but the second batch was a completely different story. The second batch of students in the trial were completely rushing to the starry sky 10th courtyard, and exactly which ones would appear Granny didn't know, but she had a premonition that among them, there might be unimaginable demonic wizards. She didn't intend to monopolize the Golden Mausoleum, that was unrealistic. She hoped to use the Golden Mausoleum to cast her lot with certain people in exchange for better trial results. That was her aim, and it should be Trace's aim as well. Time passed another half an hour. Granny felt that she had recovered some more. She just wanted to get up to look for Orton. Not far away suddenly came surging star energy fluctuations. Granny looked in horror. This is? Thousands of meters away, the pain in Lu Yin's body slowly subsided, shaking his palms, feeling his own strength. Nowadays he is considered to have truly stepped into the cultivation world, with a hint of capital to look up to the stars. Granny clicked on the personal terminal to test the battle power. Drip drip drip. The sound keeps coming back. The final battle power shows 1080. Granny is puzzled. 1080? She just broke through the realm of exploration? Who is it? Yada? Thousands of meters away within the ruins, Luwing pushed aside the messy rocks and walked out, looking towards Granny. Granny's gaze was surprised, her heart sank, her eyes flickered. You broke through the probe realm? Luwing approached Granny step by step, faintly smiled. You did not detect it. Granny frowned, tone soft. I am sorry, Yada, just now I should not push you out to block the enemy's attack, but you have to believe me, this is my instinctive reaction, not on purpose. Luwing walked to more than 10 meters away from Granny and smiled. Of course I believe you, Academy Elite, having experienced life and death tests, it's too normal to have this kind of instinctive reaction. Granny revealed a hint of a smile. That's good, Yada, Trace and Orton are dead, and this native is seriously injured. From now on, the Golden Tomb is ours, we work together, and no one can take the Golden Tomb away from us. Well said. Before that, can I borrow something from you? Luwing looked at Granny with a faint smile and said. Granny's face changed, barely smiled, and said, what is it? Luwing said nothing, all kinds of energy crystals only. Granny's eyes blazed. What did you say? Luwing stared at Granny and faintly said, let's put it this way, hand over your condensed air ring. You want to rob? Granny shouted. Luwing shrugged his shoulders. Do not say so, dark, just to see. Granny got up and stared at Luwing, harshly said, Yada, don't think that the body shaping successfully healed some of the injuries can suppress me. You haven't fully recovered, not to mention, I also healed some of the injuries. It's not easy to say who will win and who will lose in a real fight. Don't forget, you have only just reached the realm of the probe, the district of 1080 battle power. The corner of Lu Yin's mouth curved up. Yeah, well, if you really believe in battle power, would you be talking so much nonsense to me? Granny's eyes flickered and she didn't answer. Luwing continued, battle power is just the impact of individual star energy caused externally, purely just star energy impact. It can't represent the real strength. The first sentence of the Academy textbook is this, right? Wrong, the textbook just doesn't want to hit the civilian students. The stronger the battle strength, the higher the individual star energy strength, and it possesses a suppressive effect on people with lower battle strengths. Otherwise, why do you think Trace is stronger than me? You and I have almost double the difference in battle power. The gap is not something that any battle technique can make up for, Granny said in a cold voice. Luwing lifted his foot and approached Granny once again. Make a move, if you're sure. Granny's eyes were stern, staring at Luwing, who was walking step by step. She took out the flame crystal from the condensed air ring and crushed it. The flame rose up in the air. The inflammatory fire palm. Granny was forced to go out. Even if she could beat Luwing with a palm down, she herself would be traumatized once again. But there was no other way. Granny could only do so. See Granny palm attack. Palm deposited deep flames. Luwing raised his hand. The moon rotates around the palm, the heavenly star palm, without hesitation. The moment of contact, the moon erupted. The horror of the power along the palm force completely destroy the flame. A palm to Granny out of 100 meters away. Arms are broken, smashed on the ground in a state of disarray. Incredulous look at the Luwing. How could she not expect Luwing to actually hit her hard with a palm? What kind of battle skill was that? Never can be fluctuation palm. Fluctuation palm is not at all the opponent of the inflammation fire palm. They are almost double the difference between the battle strength. Unusual battle skills is difficult to make up the gap. Lu Yin's gaze is hot, looking towards his right palm. This is the heavenly star palm. After reaching the probing realm, the power of the heavenly star palm has risen once again. The palm out of the star is now. The star explodes and is enough to crush everything. This is still only a star. If it is 2, 10, 20, how will its power be? Luwing didn't even dare to think about it. This kind of battle technique must not be revealed. The commotion over here attracted Qin Xian and the others, and when the army reappeared, the only thing they saw was Luwing standing on the ground. Brother Lu? Feng Hong was surprised. Qin Xian and the others were also surprised. They had retreated far away during the battle and had not seen it at all. Luwing Dao imprisoned that woman to save the criminal saint. Soon, Granny was escorted away by the army and Zhou Shan was rushed to the treatment room by the doctor. Wait, Zhou Shan's weak voice rang out. Everyone gathered around. Zhou Shan looked at Luwing. During my treatment, Jinling is under your protection, please. Luwing nodded. Don't worry. Thank you, Zhou Shan said and directly fainted. Today's battle caused Jinling to suffer huge losses. Luwing ordered the army to rebuild the destroyed Jinling gathering place and pacify the survivors. At the same time, he ordered Luo Yun and the others to rush back to Jinling. There were many things that Luwing did not need to worry about. The criminal camp had its own set of ways to handle them, while he went to the lowest level of the dungeon where the evolvers were held in Jinling and saw Granny. At this, moment, Granny was bound by her limbs, and there were many technological weapons hidden around her, so as long as she made the slightest movement, she would be shot directly. Luing dismissed the guards, came to Granny's body, removed her condensation ring, cut her finger, used the genetic code within her blood to unlock the ring, and poured out everything. The condensation ring was very precious, not many people could afford it. Asta, Orton didn't have it, the only ones who had it were Granny and Trace. Trace's condensation ring was taken away by Luing, and got quite a lot of good stuff. Now it was Granny's turn. "What the hell are you?" Granny asked. Luing laughed and said, "What do you think?" "You must be from the universe, never Earth," Granny Mouting said, clenching her teeth and glaring at Luing. Luing nodded and took away all the energy crystals. The rest of the underwear and whatnot was put into the condensed air ring and returned it to Granny. Without the genetic code, the condensation ring was useless, and there was no need for him to rob a useless condensation ring. Chapter 18, Trial Mission. "My name is Luing, don't call me by the wrong name," Luing said. "Is this your name on Earth?" Granny asked. Luing didn't answer, but instead stared at Granny and logged into the cosmic network, changing Geneling to blue. Granny sneered and ignored it. Luing sighed. "Actually, I'm a person who doesn't like torture, but this is a torture camp, you know, they have all the means to make you submit." Granny was furious. "These natives will pay the price." "Until then, you will pay an even more horrific price." Luing stared at Granny in a chilling voice. Granny locked eyes with Luing and finally gave in. In the end, she was just a student. She could be condescending, cold, and even cruel in the face of the Earthlings, but that came from the difference in status. Once the difference was erased, she was no different from an ordinary student. Granny changed Geneling to blue on the Earth map and the universe network in front of Luing. As Luing looked, a part of the Earth had already changed to blue, which meant that those places were completely under the control of these students. Of course, not all of them were like this. Perhaps there were cases where the students were controlled and forced to change to blue, but there shouldn't be many of those cases. Some areas of China have turned blue, Europe, America and Africa have all turned blue, and the one that Luing is most concerned about is Hubei, where it has actually turned blue as well. Luing pondered, did Liu Xiaoge succumb? Or was he killed? "Let me ask you, which of the descending students are strong?" Luing stared at Granny and asked. Granny shook her head. "I don't know, the planet evolutionary trials are conducted by the Diwu Empire, from all the major institutions. I only know about the Empire's first military academy. Trace should be considered strong, the rest of them I really don't know." Luing didn't press the issue. In the end, the real test was in more than 2 months, the first batch of students he was confident in dealing with. Now everyone is busy. Luing personally walked out of Geneling to kill the heaven-level mutant beasts detected by the personal terminals, until 5 days later, the busyness came to an end. Luing convened a meeting, and all the Wanfu chiefs attended, including Luo Yun, who had just rushed back from the frontline gathering place. This time when he came back, Su San was completely convinced of Luing, only joining the criminal camp for a short while before replacing the position of the criminal saint. He felt that the future was bright. And Luing also looked at Su San with more and more appreciation. Su San, because of his support, has already crossed into the Earth level, that is, the realm of hope. As long as he reaches the realm of probing, he will be worth a lot of money. Because of Lu Yin's appreciation, Su San was full of vigor, and secretly resolved that he must become stronger as soon as possible. The more vigor he had, the more Luing appreciated him, and everything was moving towards a better future. No one in the meeting was unconvinced by Luing. Daring to intervene in the heavenly level battlefield itself was an indication of the problem, not to mention that now Luing had confessed that he had reached the heavenly level, that was the strength of the criminal sage, and even more so, it wasn't something the Wanwu chief dared to provoke. As for the 2 Wanfu chiefs who had defected to Granny, Luing stripped them of their positions and relegated them to the army to wear out their sins. Now the most important thing is to abandon the front line and fully expand the Geneling gathering land. Luing looked at the remaining 8 Wanfu chiefs and said. Some people hesitated. Opening the passageway to the eastern capital is the basic strategy set by the criminal sage. It would not be too good to give up. Glasses woman Qin Xian looked at Luing and said in a deep voice, "I agree. With the current power of Geneling is simply not enough to connect to other regions. Only by resting internally can we reach out externally." Immediately after, Feng Hong and the others also agreed. Luing got up. "So it is decided. All the soldiers of the criminal camp are recalled. Expand to the west and recover the lost land step by step." After saying that, Luing left. Before leaving, he faintly said, "Get me the star map of the solar system, the more detailed the better." The other people in the meeting looked at each other and did not say anything. Qin Shen looked at Lu Yin's back as he left. her gaze was contemplative. She felt that this person was even more domineering than Criminal Sage. Moreover, it seemed that he had a desire to get his hands on the golden tombs. Criminal Sage had only asked him to temporarily manage it, but this person was overthrowing Criminal Sage's tactics, even though she agreed with it. But if Criminal Sage woke up, what would happen? Feng Hong, during this period of time, you guard Criminal Sage's side without moving an inch, Qin Xian whispered to Feng Hong. Feng Hong was puzzled. Why? Qin Xian said nothing, just protect the Criminal Sage. She was worried that Luin would make a move against the Criminal Sage, so that the Criminal Sage would die, and she would take complete control of the Jiling. On the opposite side, Luo Yun watched the dialogue between the two, her eyes flickering. Zhao Yu had left a few days earlier and traveled to the northeast on her own. This woman's boldness was appreciated by Luin, but it was very unwise. The criminal battalion used to be 80,000 evolvers, minus the manpower lost when they went to the front line. Only 50,000 were left today. After all of them were transferred back to the Jiling, the defense of the Jiling had increased greatly, and all the major 10,000 heroes guarded the Jiling in all directions, making the Jiling as solid as a golden soup. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually disperses the sky, a beam of light flashes, eliminating flying mutant beasts. On the city wall, Luin said in a deep voice, once you find a wave of beasts or a wave of corpses, you can use hot weapons, don't be afraid to waste them. Yes, two Wanfu chiefs answered. Suddenly, there was a cry in the distance, and on the ground, pieces of zombies were torn into blood, and a huge flying mutant beast swept through the air, rushing towards Jinling. Everyone panicked. Attack, attack quickly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He leapt up. In his hand was the sword of Orton, a sword chopped out. The probe realm energy exerted a chopping blow pressed down on his head, pressing the flying mutant beast fiercely towards the earth. Its head twisted grotesquely, wailing out. Luin landed, stepped on the back of the mutant beast. The long sword stabbed into the mutant beast's brain. The mutant beast trembled twice and fell to the ground, completely dead. Countless people looked at this scene in shock, then cheers erupted, and I don't know who started it, shouting out Hidden Sage, followed by countless people shouting out Hidden Sage. The corner of Lu Yin's mouth pulled. Saint, this word he didn't want to bear, and hurriedly stopped the crowd, but the name of Hidden Saint gradually spread out. There are not many zombies and mutant beasts around Jiling. Basically they have been cleared by the criminal battalion. With Lu Yin's order issued, the criminal battalion will focus its main strength to the west. Nearly half of the 10,000 captains went to the western front line, and began to open up the road. And the number of survivors who came to Jiling also increased, and naturally, there were more and more evolvers. Soon, half a month passed, and there were less than 70 days before the second batch of trial students descended. During this half-month, Luin absorbed some of the star energy crystals and raised his battle power to 15,000, with nearly half of the star energy crystals remaining. The main use of star energy crystals was not to accelerate absorption to raise battle power, but rather to be used to exercise battle skills and as a power source for powerful technological weapons, as well as to accelerate the replenishment of energy when it was scarce. Generally, cultivators utilizing the body-shaping decision seldom absorbed the energy within the star energy crystals, and energy was required for the exercise of battle skills, which, in turn, was the root of the strongest person. Often, powerful battle techniques could allow one to increase one's strength several times, and the higher the battle power measured on the surface, the easier it was to make people jealous. Of course, the higher the battle power represents, the stronger the energy in the body. The same attack can of course cause stronger effects, just like Trace. The fluctuating palm can be used to fight hard with Granny's battle technique, but Trace still retained a considerable portion of the star energy crystals to use to exercise the battle technique, but unfortunately it didn't work out, or else the outcome of the battle half a month ago would have been different again. Luin wanted to use the remaining star energy crystals to exercise the heavenly star palm, and there was still an attempt to be made. After half a month, Granny gave in and she took the initiative to ask to see Luin. Luin was not merciful to Granny. Although he did not torture her, he locked her up alone within a dark dungeon, no one to talk to, no one to keep her company. Although he managed to feed her, the food was very poor, it was all mutated rat meat. This half-month was the darkest days of Granny's life. She finally could not bear it. I am willing to help you, you let me go. Granny's face was pale, her eyes were cloudy, and an unpleasant odor permeated her body as she looked at Luin in supplication. Luin indifferently said, what can you help me with? Granny weakly said, help you protect Jiling. Whatever you want me to do, let me go, I can't take it anymore. Luin stared at Granny. Let me ask you, what is the final mission of this trial of yours? Granny's eyes flashed. You really aren't a student? Then how did you enter Earth? This place has long been under the surveillance of the Diwu Empire, it is impossible to enter at will. Luin turned around and left. Granny hurriedly shouted, wait, I'm just curious, I won't ask, I'll say, our mission is to hunt down fugitives. Lewin turned around curiously. Fugitive? Granny nodded. We were informed only a day before the trial. A fugitive crossed the surveillance network and entered the planet and brought evolution to the planet. The Empire originally didn't intend for us to come to this planet for the trial, but the planet had already evolved. The Empire had no choice but to temporarily change the location, which delayed it for several months, or else we should have come to the planet several months ago. Earth evolution wasn't brought about by you guys? Lewin was surprised. Chapter 19, 4 Points of Talent. Granny shook her head. No, the planet we were originally supposed to try out is quite far away from Earth. Lewin did not expect to get such a piece of information. Earth evolution was actually not brought by the Daewoo Empire, but generated internally. Fugitive, Neptune, could it be that corpse? What is the identity of the fugitive? Lewin asked. Granny coughed a few times. No, I don't know. His identity is a top secret. No one knows whether it's his appearance or his name. Then how are you going to find it? Lewin asked. Granny said this is the mission. The trial mission can't be simple. Even if I let you guys find the fugitive, with the strength of you students, can you catch him? Lewin wondered. He escaped from the inner universe to the outer universe. He has long been seriously injured. There is no way that he can still retain more than the strength of the fusion realm, and everything on his body has been destroyed, forfeiting his means of preserving his life. Granny replied back. 10 minutes later, Granny was released and Lewin had someone take her to bathe and treat her. For an entire day, Granny did not appear in front of Lewin, and it was not until the afternoon of the next day that Granny and Lewin met. Although half a month had been painful for Granny, her injuries were healed except for her right shoulder. Such was the power of the cosmic special effect healing medicine. Meeting again, Lewin brought Granny to an open grassy area in Zhongshan Mountain. Except for your shoulder, you have recovered. How about it? Do you want to try to defeat me and let me taste the pain of being imprisoned as well? Granny stared indignantly at Lewin, with chains tied to her hands and feet. Lewin laughed. Don't pretend. With your strength, these things can't bind you. With a bang, Granny broke free of the chains, and a sudden piercing pain came from her right arm. Her face went white, and she exhaled. I said I would help you. Lewin pulled out the gun of trace from his waist and threw it to the ground. Without this energy gun, you should not be afraid of it. Granny was surprised to look at the energy gun that was still on the ground by Lewin. This gun was the thing that Trace had used to save his life. It was enough to pose a threat to the exploratory realm powerhouses, and it was also the reason why Granny was scornful of Lewin. And now, Lewin actually took the initiative to give it up? Come on, you can try to defeat me. If you win, the Golden Mausoleum will be yours, and you can also take revenge. How good! Lewin provoked. Granny's gaze was wide open. She tossed her long hair. Her body shapeshifted and rushed towards Lewin. She was going to go all out. Even if she only had one hand left, she was confident that even if she couldn't easily defeat this person, she could still make a draw. She wasn't a dowsing realm fledgling. At the moment of approaching Lewin, Granny's feet rubbed against the ground to produce sparks. Her left palm swept past. The sparks condensed. The inflammatory fire palm. Lewin saw Granny's inflammatory fire palm attacking. Her swimming body step easily dodged away, casually throwing out flame crystals. So a little fire isn't enough. Come again. Granny was surprised, but did not hesitate. Since the shot will go all out, flame crystals shattered to produce sky-high flames. Granny over the flames, the left palm rotation, the flame as if there is a spirit like being gathered, and then in the center of the palm was born even deeper flames. A palm slap to Lewin. Lewin's gaze was austere. He stepped back half a body position, raised his right palm, and the stars appeared in his palm, and slapped at Granny's flaming palm. Bang! Waves of air cracked the earth, heat waves raced, and flames swept high into the air before erupting as countless sparks bloomed. Powerful air waves erupted in the middle of the two, and immediately after, a mouthful of blood spewed out from Granny. Her body flew out backwards, and ruthlessly smashed onto the ground, spitting out blood once again. Lewin did not move from his original position, and did not even change his face for a moment. When he was in the Hope Realm, he was still able to use the Heavenly Star Palm to inflict heavy damage on Terras. Now that he and Granny were in the same exploration realm, there was not much difference in their combat strengths, and the power of the Heavenly Star Palm was once again enhanced, and he was merciful that he did not kill Granny with a single palm strike. Granny fell to the ground and looked at Lewin in shock. How could it be possible? She knew the power of this person's palm battle technique. She had just broken through the exploration realm and had defeated her Inferno Palm, but at that time, she was still injured and was unable to exert her full power. But just now, she had exerted her Inferno Palm with her full power, and she actually didn't even have the qualifications to make this person take a step back. The surrounding criminal camp troops quickly rushed over and were dragged back by Lewin. Lewin walked step by step to Granny's body. Still want to resist? The corner of Granny's mouth was bleeding, her beautiful face was white. What battle technique? Lewin sneered, triple fluctuation palm. How is it possible? It is not a fluctuating palm at all, Granny weakly said. Lewin smiled and picked up the energy gun, said, haven't you heard of a legend? A strong man once shattered a star with 100 times the flux palm, and it's easy to defeat you with 3 times the flux palm. Granny was still immersed in shock and incredulity. A person who could once be easily suppressed now in turn easily defeated her, making it hard for her to accept. Go heal yourself, from now on, you are my personal guard. Lewin smiled and looked at Granny, turning to leave. Granny was bitter and spat out blood once again. No wonder this bastard let himself out, so he wanted to take himself in. Returning to his residence, Lewin was excited inside, although his battle power was only 15,000, but with the heavenly star palm, even if Trace went all out, he was no match for him. Finally he had the capital to defend himself. Lewin asked Susan to guard the outside and announced the closed door. He took out the star energy crystals in the closed training room inside Zhongshan and directly crushed them. He did not absorb them but took out the dice. Since the last time he used it, the dice had been dimming. Lewin had then observed it several times and found that its light was gradually recovering, but at an extremely slow pace, so he surmised that perhaps it needed star energy. The dice had just been taken out. The star energy that filled the training room surged to be absorbed by it. The dull light on the surface gradually recovered. Lewin took out the star energy crystals one after another, and the light on the surface of the dice continued to recover. Finally, when there was still the last piece of star energy crystals left, it recovered the way it had looked when it had appeared for the first time. It was shrouded in hazy starlight. Lewin wiped his forehead. This thing's demand for star energy was also too much. He calculated that the star energy crystals stored by Granny plus Trace plus the star energy it had recovered and absorbed on its own for so many days was close to half a square if it was converted into star energy crystals, not counting the burst of energy brought to it by his own breakthrough in the realm of probing, and if all of them were counted, it would perhaps need a cubic meter of star energy crystals. To know, the star energy crystals that Trace brought for the trial was already his limit. A rich student couldn't even get a cube of star energy crystals, so it was obvious that it was precious. Every time this thing was used, it had to consume a cube of star energy crystals. Lewin felt that he might be poor in the future. He had to find a way to become rich, otherwise he couldn't even afford to play. He would never give up the dice. The first time he used it, it brought him such heaven-defying techniques as the Heavenly Star technique. God knows what it would bring him in the future. The point was that there were no after effects. No one would know that he had stolen it. No, taken it. This thing was a cheat for countless people. Not to mention 1 cubic meter of star energy, even 10 cubic meters, 100 cubic meters he would use it. Big deal, robbery. Lewin looked at the dice suspended in midair, swallowed his saliva and rubbed his hands together. Come on, the moment to show my luck has come. I hope this time it brings me something good, said Lewin, gently tapped the dice like a pilgrimage. At once, the dice spun rapidly, the last 5 faces of the points disappeared. Only one face remained. 4 points? Lewin was puzzled, not waiting for him to think more. The environment around his body changed greatly. The training room was gone, Zhongshan was gone. What he saw was an endless gray space, without end. Looking up, it was an endless distance of darkness. His feet stepped on the ground of unknown material, quite solid appearance. Behind, a set of numbers slowly change. 25920, 2599999, 259198. The purpose of this space inexplicably appeared in Lu Yin's mind. This was a time-stationary space. Lewin was shocked. Simply hell, time static? This name is only heard in the legends. Their dice actually have this function? 4 points, you can stay in the time-stationary space for 3 days. The number behind is the number of seconds. That is to say, he stayed here until the last second. The outside world time remained unchanged. Looking at the slowly changing numbers, Lewin exhaled. Wasn't his talent a little too terrifying? Shaking his head, he shook off the distracting thoughts and raised his hand. The dice appeared once again, but this time, it had become dull. Lewin understood at this point why he needed to consume so much star energy with this thing. At this moment, he felt that the amount of star energy consumed was perhaps less, relative to this side of space that he had obtained. Lewin took out the last star energy crystal again and threw it at the set of numbers. At that moment, the star energy crystal turned into streams of light and disappeared. While the numbers increased by 5 seconds, Lu Yin's face twitched. 5 seconds, too little, right? He was rather speechless. Chapter 20, The Roots of Doom. The initial space was 3 days. Wanting to use star energy crystals to increase time again would be costly. A fist-sized star energy crystal would only increase by 5 seconds. A cubic star energy crystal would only increase the time by an estimated 80 minutes, that is, 1 hour with 20 minutes. Cultivation, battle techniques, weapon energy supply, dice, time and so on. Lewin found that he had to use star energy crystals for everything. His premonition was getting stronger and stronger. He might have to do something bad for the star energy crystals in the future, such as robbing. Maybe interstellar pirates would be a good career. Lewin surveyed the surroundings. He had to stay here for 3 days. This time was quite awkward. Cultivating the heavenly star palm was completely insufficient, and there were no star energy crystals to absorb. As for the others, Lewin thought about it. He could only cultivate one battle technique, the cracking palm. Cracking palm is the advanced version of fluctuating palm, the same as a popular battle technique. The physical requirements are far more than the fluctuating palm. Even if the melting realm cultivators can use the cracking palm is not much, it is too high for the physical requirements, which is just right for Lewin. There is no energy can only practice this. For the physical body, Lewin is still very confident. Compared to the fluctuating palm, the cracking palm is more powerful, and more importantly, it is a long-distance attack, which can make up for Lewin's short board. Although Lewin hadn't been cultivating, he had never let go of his physical exercise, and it was fortunate that the fluctuating palm didn't require a lot of star energy, or else he wouldn't have been able to kill Asta with it in the first place. Although the star energy is filled with the entire universe, but each planet has its own ecosystem, and the star energy is not the same, so, the fluctuating palm this kind of rely on the physical body of the battle skills is even more rare, but unfortunately, many people cannot see, are in the pursuit of powerful battle skills, do not know that in many times that kind of battle skills cannot be performed at all. The numbers in the time-stationary space were getting less and less. Lewin was pulling up his body with one finger, sweating like a pig, and 3 days passed quickly. When the number of the last second finished, Lewin I seen change, once again appeared in the training room, surrounded by everything unchanged. Lewin hurriedly looked at the time. Sure enough, time did not change. He practiced hard for 3 days, only 1 second has passed. Lewin took a bath and rested for a day, and the next day, he met Granny again. At this moment, Granny's gaze towards Lewin carried scorn and a hint of fear. "Do you know your duties?" Lewin asked casually. Granny whispered, "Your escort." Lewin smiled. "Let's go, the criminal saint should be waking up soon." Zhou Shan had been deeply healed. He had suffered far more injuries than Granny. At that time, if Lewin hadn't stepped in, he would have been killed by Orton, and before that, he was even attacked by Trace. Half a month of treatment had caused Zhou Shan to lose weight. When Lewin brought Granny outside the ward, Feng Hong hurriedly got up. "Brother Lu, no, hidden sage, criminal sage has woken up." Lewin was helpless. He didn't want to be called the hidden saint, especially at the juncture when the second batch of trial students were about to descend. It was easy to become a target of blowback, but now that Jiling had called it out, he had also become a heaven-level powerhouse. He couldn't even refute it if he wanted to. "Got it, you guys stay outside, I'll go in," Lewin faintly said, crossing over Feng Hong and the others to step into the ward. Feng Hong's gaze was wary as he looked towards Granny. This woman was an alien. Granny didn't care about Feng Hong, to be precise, she didn't care about anyone except Lewin. If Lewin wasn't from the stars, it would take a while for her dignity to want to submit. In addition to Zhou Shan in the ward, Xin Xian was also there. The moment he saw Lewin enter, Xin Xian's eyes were vigilant and he stealthily stood in front of Zhou Shan. Lewin was amused. "I don't mind if I talk to the criminal saint." Xin Xian mused. "Xin Xian, get out of the way," Zhou Shan's weak voice came out. Xin Xian hesitated, but eventually stepped aside. Lewin looked at her. "You go out first." Xin Xian's gaze changed and she looked towards Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan nodded and told her to go out. Xin Xian reluctantly left. "I am sorry, she is too worried about me," Zhou Shan said softly, gesturing for Lewin to sit. Lewin sat on the edge of Zhou Shan's bed and laughed. "She is afraid that I will hurt you." Zhou Shan laughed and said, "If you were to hurt me, I wouldn't be alive now. I heard that you dismissed the northern front and want to focus on Jiling and the west?" Lewin nodded, got up and walked to the windowsill, looking at the messy Jiling. Fatally said, "Doomsday half a year, the most zombies, but zombies in addition to the number does not have too much aggressiveness, not much harm to evolved people. Mutant beasts are different, the longer the time, the stronger the mutant beasts are. The criminal camp front stretched out too long is easy to collapse all the lines. Precisely because the end of the day is only half a year, I hope to connect with the others as soon as possible and join forces to recover China. This is also the reason why Xiaoyu ventured to Jinling Zhoushan Road." Lewin turned back to look at him. "How many casualties does the criminal battalion suffer every day? And how long a road can be opened?" "I asked Luo Yun to report to you. There are corpse kings on your so-called safe passage. The corpse kings have intelligence, can evolve, and can even generate alternative means of attack by swallowing strange things. It is not something that the Wanwu chief can rival. Can you go to the front line yourself? And how far can you go? Can you guarantee that there won't be any heaven-grade mutant beasts?" Zhou Shan was silent and said bitterly, "I know, but I have to get through to the eastern capital. I want to know what really happened in the first place. Maybe I can find the root of the doomsday." Lu Yin's gaze narrowed. "Roots of doom?" Zhoushan solemnly looked at Luin when Huaxia brought back a corpse from Neptune and got some information. It is with this information that we are ahead of everyone, and after the doomsday, we even became the Seven Saints. But there is something wrong with that corpse. The Science and Technology Institute detected extraordinary substances from that corpse, and those substances can cause cellular mutations. And I guess the doomsday is from that corpse. I guess the doomsday came from that corpse. Luin asked. Zhoushan bitterly said those extraordinary substances are not at all something that the Science and Technology Institute can control, so at first, number 1 ordered to transport that corpse, and at the same time scattered the 7 of us to guard all parts of Huaxia. Perhaps at that time, number 1 had already guessed what was going on, but on the very day that it was transported, the doomsday came. Lu Yin's gaze was fixed on Zhoushan. Zhoushan looked at the ceiling, confused, said, "We do not know what happened, only know that in an instant the world changed. The Science and Technology Institute researchers, the number 1, and many people died in a big explosion, and then we tried to contact in every way possible. We do not know what happened, and even in the eastern capital of the Zhangdingtian do not know." "Where is that corpse?" Luin asked hurriedly. He valued that corpse the most. It contained the body-shaping decision, and it was possible that it was the fugitive that the student trials were looking for, from the inner universe. Zhoushan shook his head. He didn't know. There was only a sinkhole at the scene, filled with lava. All information was lost in that explosion, bringing about the end. Luin turned his head. He could see that Zhoushan wasn't lying. He had endeavored to find that corpse, and for that reason he had come from Hubei to Jinling. But even the 7 saints didn't know where that corpse was. It seemed that he should make a trip to the eastern capital. "You take a good rest. I will leave first," Luin said indifferently. Zhoushan said to Luin, "You are leaving Jinling?" Luin looked at Zhoushan. "You don't want me to leave?" "Of course I don't want to. You stay in order to hold Jinling. I can feel that your strength is very strong. The earth level can hurt that strongest alien. Now you have reached the heaven level. Your strength is definitely above me. I hope that you will stay. The criminal camp can listen to your orders, and even I can listen to your orders," Zhoushan solemnly said. Luin was surprised. "Why?" "If I leave, Jinling will still be your world, and you will still be the criminal saint admired by millions." Zhoushan lost his smile and bitterly said, "Do you think we want this title? The reason why I am guarding the Golden Mausoleum is the order given to me by number 1. I am a soldier, regardless of whether glory exists or not. I will carry out the order. The survival of millions of people in the Golden Mausoleum is more important than everything else, and I hope that you will stay to protect them." Luin stared at Zhoushan's eyes. Zhoushan did not show any weakness and locked eyes with him. After a while, Luin nodded. "I stay for now," finished, walked out of the ward. Zhoushan breathed a sigh of relief and looked out of the window. The battle half a month ago had left him etched in his mind. The so-called criminal saints were nothing more than ants. The pressure on the lives of millions of people was too great. He truly hoped that Luin would stay. The only way to live was to live, and only then would there be a future. Everything he said to Luin was top secret, but it was also his sincerity. Walking out of the ward, Qin Xian hurried inside. Luin nodded to Feng Hong and left with Granny. Soldier, a heavy term that represented a sense of responsibility, a responsibility that was too great for Luin to carry. He respected Zhoushan, but it didn't mean that he would stay forever to help him. Chapter 21, White Snow. Trace's body-shaping decision he had already got his hands on. Breaking through the fusion realm was not something he needed to worry about. For the time being he could stay, but once there was news about that corpse, he would leave immediately. There was nothing more important than that corpse. Jinling Earth smoked straight into the sky. The battle did not stop for a moment. Every few days, the west has a wave of beasts impact, come inexplicably. In the sky, flying mutant beasts rushed inside the gathering place in groups. Granny flew in the air, the flames in the sky condensing into the inflaming fire palm, shaking the sky, sparks shooting out in all directions, causing countless people to marvel in admiration and reverence. Luin stood on the city wall and looked to the west. The beast tides came a little too frequently these days. Could it be that powerful mutant beasts had appeared? "Granny, support the southwest," Luin drank loudly. "Sky," Granny depressed. She is a proud child from the stars, but was ordered so, have the heart to refuse. But see Lu Yin's icy cold eyes. Granny wisely carry out the order. The brain cannot help but appear a few days ago seen. It was also the day after visiting Zhoushan. Luin suddenly proposed a sparring session, promising not to use the fluctuating palm, and only then did Granny agree. Hell, this bastard actually used the cracking palm, almost wiping her out with a single slap. So furious, Granny swore she would never spar with him. Of course, she was also shocked at the same time at how powerful Luin was. If the fluctuating palm wasn't too rare, then the cracking palm was a completely different story. As far as she knew, there was only one person her age who could use the cracking palm, the strongest person in the Empire's first military academy, Willow, and Luin was the second one. Boom! The inferno palm slapped hard on the earth. shattering several powerful mutant beasts, and Granny gasped for breath. She also found it strange, although there were many mutant beasts after the end of the world, not all of them would attack humans. Beasts had the nature of beasts, as long as no one infringed on their territories, they seldom came out, which was the key reason why so many survivors were able to survive, but at the moment, the waves of beasts were a bit frequent. Roar! A loud hissing sound resounded. In front, two mutant beasts rushed and attacked towards Granny. Granny once again executed the inflaming fire palm, killing the two mutant beasts with one palm. On the city wall, Luwin frowned. This woman relies too much on battle skills. Instead, it restricts her development. Once she doesn't use the infernal palm, this woman's battle power immediately drops by half. It is estimated that in the academy this woman can only be considered middle to upper class. Compared to Terra's, it is far from being good, and it is only a bit stronger than Orton. Suddenly, Lu Yin's gaze steeply opened, angrily shouted, "Stop," said, raised his palm in the air. The air was captured, forming ripples, and then like an air cannon blasted in the direction of Granny. Granny turned her head in surprise, saw Lu Yin's cracking palm attack. Her eyes changed dramatically. "This bastard is crazy, actually attacked me." Suddenly, Granny felt a cold back. Someone sneak attack. Granny's reaction is not slow. Subconsciously bend down, cracking palm swept over Granny, directly bombarded in her back. Bang! Air shock. Granny was swept away by a huge thrust. Behind, a man spat out his mouth and blood flew backward, smashed in the ground. Luwin leapt up and flew towards Granny in a hurry, staring angrily at the man who fell to the ground, landing in front of Granny. Granny exhaled, thankfully looking at Luwin. Just now if it wasn't Luwin she would have been sneak attacked. The sneak attacker was also at the probing realm strength. Once the sneak attack succeeded she didn't know how much injury she would suffer, she might even be killed. The ground cracked open a huge gap, the man covered his chest, shocked to look at Luwin. Crack empty palm? How is it possible? Luwin coldly stared at the man, but the rest of his eyes swept around, then his eyes condensed, swimming body step disappeared and rushed to the beast tide. The man shouted, "Quickly escape," however, it was too late. A mutant beast abdomen, a young man surprised to look at Luwin's single palm grabbed, drew out a long knife and cut to the bang, bang bang. The long knife should be broken. Luwin palm crushed the long knife bombarded in the man's body. Dozens of meters of the earth crumbled, the airwave rotated in shot, countless mutant the earth crumbled in a radius of tens of meters. Luwin struck out and defeated the two scrying realms in just 2 strikes, leaving Granny dumbfounded as she watched. She was certain that these two were students, although they were not students of the Empire's first military academy, they were definitely not weak to be able to participate in the trial, and they were actually defeated so easily. This was Lu Yin's strength nowadays, and his true battle power far exceeded the battle value itself. As the two were defeated, the tide of beasts actually retreated strangely. Luwin immediately knew that the wave of beasts during this time came from these two people. "Who are you people?" Granny asked in a loud voice as she was almost sneak attacked. The two men looked at Luwin scornfully and did not answer. Luwin waved his hand to drive away the soldiers and coldly stared at the two men, "Not to say that I will chop you up and feed you to the mutant beasts. We are all students, you can't be that cruel," a man said in fear, his face a little pale. Luwin shrugged, "Sorry, I am not a student, I am an earthling." "Impossible," the two men exclaimed in shock and looked at Granny at the same time. Granny was silent. The two were shocked. How could the district natives defeat us so easily? And still have a cracking palm? "Alright, no need to talk nonsense, either speak or die," Luwin said in a cold voice. 10 minutes later, Luwin ordered the two men to be imprisoned. His gaze was contemplative. These two men came from the Daewoo Empire's Blue Mountain Academy, which was located on a planet filled with wild beasts, so these two men knew some beast mastery, but they could only drive very weak mutant beasts, and as for the attack on the Golden Mausoleum, it was the same as Granny and the rest of them. They all wanted to take over the Golden Mausoleum. However, unlike Granny, these two people have someone behind them, and they are not far from Jinling, just in Anhui. Granny said indignantly, "Why don't you kill them? They want to conspire to take over the Golden Mausoleum." Luwin looked at Granny, "You go and kill." Granny was shocked and turned her head, "I can't do it." Luwin coldly said, "Although the trial does not prohibit life and death, it is not good if you kill too much, in the future, less clever in front of me, this is the first time, and also the last time." After saying that, Luwin turned around and left. Granny looked at Lu Yin's back and skimmed her lips, secretly saying that it was a pity. She was trying to push Luwin into a position where everyone was hostile so that she could get out of control, but it didn't work out. This bastard is smarter than imagined. "Boss, the beast tide has receded," Susan said excitedly to Luwin, his little eyes glowing straight up. Luwin looked at him and knew what he was thinking. "The energy crystals given to you are used up?" "I'm sorry to say that I've used it all up, but I've become a lot stronger." Luin said there is no need to rush to break through the heavenly level. For the time being, you don't have that ability. Try to immerse yourself in washing the energy in your body. Good boss Su San felt Luin's concern. As for Luin, he does not want this person because of absorbing too many impurities and wear down the potential, then there is no value. A lot of big powers have a way to rescatter a body of energy and then recultivate. Nowadays Su San is worth those powers to do so. But the higher the strength of the price to pay, the price of the corresponding less, so the stronger the strength of the Su San, the price of the future of the Luin can get the more less. The earth level is just right, can save his life is good. Zhou Shan recovered quite a bit from his injuries. Luin gave him Granny's healing medicine. What are you going to do about those two aliens? Zhou Shan asked. Luin Dao first locked up, surely useful. You can also interrogate. Know more about the alien situation is also good. Zhou Shan nodded. I heard that they are from Anhui. Luin rode just in the direction of our forward, so together in addition to the direction of advancement? I have always been curious, why do you always want to go to the west? Zhou Shan said suspiciously. Luin looked at Zhou Shan and wanted to hear the truth? Nonsense. I want to go to Hubei, to see a person, Luin faintly said. Hubei? Your relative? Zhou Shan was puzzled. Luin laughed and said sort of. Zhou Shan nodded. Good, Jiling was saved by you. If you say go to the west, go to the west. By the way, it is not bad if you really go to Hubei. You can connect with Lu Xiaoga's Wuqing and join forces together to deal with the aliens. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Lu Xiaoga? The Saint of Light? How about him? How about Zhou Shan Dao what? Strength or character? I am curious about both. Luin laughed. Zhou Shan wrote, in fact, I do not know him very well, at the time although they worked together, but the contact is not much. Lu Xiaoga most understand should be Luo Shang Baishue. As far as I heard, the two seem to have a leg. Luin frowned, then loosened. Have a leg? Married? No, have a good feeling for each other. Zhou Shan was uncertain, then smiled and looked at Luin, grinning. Have you seen Baishue? Luin shook his head. Zhou Shan raised his head and looked high in the sky, pointing to the clouds. White snow, that's what it looks like. Luin raised his head and followed Zhou Shan's gaze, rather confused. White snow, clear water out of hibiscus, natural to carve, Luoshui God, absolutely beautiful as a picture. Zhou Shan sighed. Luin stared at Zhou Shan like a ghost. You can still use idioms? Chapter 22, Moonlight Night Killers. Zhou Shan wiped Luin a glance. This is not what I said. It is recognized by everyone. Baishue is known as the most beautiful woman in Huaxia. There is no one, what stars, netizens, celebrities, school flowers cannot catch up with her. A finger, said here. Zhou Shan's strange smile. At first I do not believe it, but after seeing her, I believe it. This woman was born to be used to worship. The goddess of the word in her body is not too much. Luin lost his smile. Is it that exaggerated? Goddess? What a big mouth. The natives are natives. If you let you see Kaixing female still not kneel like Granny suddenly interjected, mocking. Luin coldly said, in the future, I don't want to hear the word indigenous from your mouth again. Go down and guard the door. Granny grunted, did not dare to call out to Luin, turned around and left. Zhou Shan was embarrassed. It's not good to talk about a woman being heard by another woman. Brother Zhou, continued. Luin rode. Zhou Shan coughed a few times. In fact, there is nothing to say. Lu Xiaoga is handsome, Baishue is beautiful, the two are a perfect match. What about strength? Luin curiously asked, his eyes bright. Zhou Shan shrugged. Lu Xiaoga and I are both in the lower 4 saints, Baishue is in the upper 3 saints, although there are rumors that Lu Xiaoga is cautious and good at hiding, but even if he is stronger than me, he is not that much stronger. Luin nodded his head in understanding. Although Zhou Shan's words indicated that he did not understand Lu Xiaoga, Luin could hear that he had a good impression of Lu Xiaoga, Light Saint, which was originally an extreme praise. Lu Xiaoga's outwardly presented image was quite perfect, except for him, who survived by chance. Only the dead understood Lu Xiaoga's darkness. Originally, Luin thought that the enemy was only Lu Xiaoga. If Luo Shang Baishue really had an affair with him, the enemy might increase again. Society is like this, pulling one hair affects the whole body. Luin tapped his finger on the wall and fell into deep thought. It wasn't until evening that the tide of beasts all retreated. After dark, Luin left Jinling. He didn't have many flame crystals with him, he had to dig a little more. The moonlight sprinkled down, illuminating the cold earth. Apart from the scalp-numbing chewing sounds coming from the dark places, the only thing that came from this great land was the roar of the fierce wind. When Luin rushed to the ditch beside the flame crystal mine, he saw a silhouette standing quietly, a man with short silver hair. looking up at the moonlight with a somewhat confused gaze. The moment he saw this person, Lu Yin's complexion changed drastically. In addition to the long-haired corpse king, the flame crystals, and that morose skeleton vertical eye at this location, was this person here by coincidence or on purpose? Lu Yin didn't know that there was someone here and didn't hide his figure on purpose, so the silver-haired man naturally spotted him as well. What kind of person are you? Lu Yin's gaze was grave and he looked on guard. He didn't know how strong this person was, but there was always a feeling of extreme danger spreading, making him not quite want to get close to this person, and his mind kept wandering back to the skeleton vertical eye. The silver-haired man looked at Lu Yin with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and it so happened that at that moment, the moonlight was covered by the clouds, plunging the land into darkness. In an instant, Lu Yin's scalp went numb, a flash of white light in the darkness. Lu Yin performed the wandering body steps to retreat rapidly. At the same time, his right palm blasted out, his palm out of the stars now, under the white light. A pair of cool, cold eyes flashed with surprise. The white light steeply and sharply rotated, colliding with Lu Yin's right palm. Vaguely, Lu Yin could see clearly that the white light came from a beautiful butterfly blade. The blade tore through the air at a speed that was indiscernible to the naked eye, bouncing away. The power of the Skystar palms outburst completely. With a bang and a vibration, the air distorted, and both of them retreated at the same time. The moonlight once again peeked out, spilling onto the earth and illuminating the two. Lu Yin's gaze was grave. This man blocked the full force of the heavenly star palm. On the opposite side, the silver-haired man was surprised, then touched his head. Sorry, I thought it was a zombie so I struck out. Sorry, huh? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, staring at the man, then the corner of his mouth curved up. No need to be polite, I also thought it was a zombie so I struck out. Fortunately I didn't do my best, only less than half of the palm power. Didn't hurt you, right? And looked at Yago. Yago wasn't surprised at all to see Lu Yin. You're the hidden saint of Jiling? It should be from the stars as well, or else Granny would not have cooperated with you. Lu Yin indifferently said, my name is Yada, a student of Tata Planet Academy. My grandfather is the headmaster. Granny's face twitched. She hated that phrase, and because of it, she let her guard down against this bastard. Also Go froze for a moment. What are you trying to state? Lu Yin showed a hint of arrogance. I have money, let my people go and I can give you a lot of resources. Yago laughed. Planet Tata? Never heard of it. I don't care who you are, looking for you guys just want to cooperate. Cooperation? Lu Yin was surprised. Yago gruffly said, I found the Gale crystal mine nearby, but unfortunately it was occupied by a group of mutant beasts. That group of mutant beasts have all reached the exploration realm. It's hard to deal with. I need help. How many? Granny asked. Also Go shook his head. Not clear, but a conservative estimate should have dozens of cubic meters. Granny's gaze sizzled. Dozens of cubic meters of Gale crystals was quite a lot. Normally on a planet this kind of crystal was only a few cubic meters at most. Granny wanted to say yes, but the words didn't come out of her mouth. Instead she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin faintly said, I have money and don't care. Yago froze. He did not think that a student would refuse. This is tens of cubic meters of Gale crystals, changed into star energy crystals, at least hundreds of cubic meters, enough to allow a person to cultivate a battle skill quite skillful, but also can accelerate the cultivation to the melting realm, is definitely a considerable amount of resources. Granny secretly glared at Lu Yin. She wanted to go. But although I have money, but no one is too much money. Okay, we will look for you in a couple of days. But you are not allowed to move a single person from my penal camp, Lu Yin said with a change of topic. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Lu Yin agreed, and Granny immediately hung up the screen. This is the strongest person at the same level as Therese that those two people said? Lu Yin asked. Granny gave an I've heard of his name, the top 3 powerhouses of Blue Mountain Academy, maybe even more powerful than Tress. How's the family situation? Lu Yin asked. Granny was stunned. Family situation? I don't know. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He didn't go for the Gale crystals. This kind of crystals can't be exchanged for star energy crystals on Earth even if there are more of them. In the end, they might all end up in the hands of the Diwu Empire. What he lacks right now is the star energy crystals, and this Yu Gao should have some of them on him. From Jiling to Yuxiang is not far. Lu Yin let Granny carry those 2 Blue Mountain College students upside down, but the flight arrived in half a day. Yuxiang, tens of thousands of evolvers were trapped in the camp. Their weapons had been seized, surrounded by another group of evolvers watching over them. Lu Yin saw Feng Hong, the poor Wanfu chief, hanging from a tree. There was a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the entire camp, and when Lu Yin and Granny arrived, the energy swept away and the sky shook. Lu Yin knew that this was Yago's dismounting, and at the same time, he wanted to try out his own strength. In fact, this kind of underhandedness is not only useless, but will also expose their own strength. This energy fluctuation of Yago is very powerful, and even exceeds Trace by a hair, but Luing does not care. A dog that only barks does not bite. The only thing that is chilling is the kind of tactics of the silver-haired man that kills when he moves. Granny stepped forward, the energy outside her body shook, blocking the energy fluctuations of the Ulcerans, causing the air to distort for a while, and a crack appeared in the earth invisibly, just dividing the camp from Luing and the others. Feng Hong and a few other 10,000 masters looked up and saw Luing, their gazes ashamed. Luing did not care about them, but instead looked at the man slowly taking off into the air, none other than Yago. Snap! Worthy of being the flower of the military academy, classmate Granny's strength was amazing, Yago praised, his gaze undisguised greed. Granny hummed, "This is the hospitality of the Blue Mountain Academy?" Yago laughed. "It was me who was reckless, I apologize," said Yago. His eyes looked towards Luing, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Luing had not long broken through the probe realm, his energy was not strong, he could not attract Yago's attention. "Two of you, is it possible to release my two schoolmates?" Yago looked towards Granny and said. He thought Granny was the leader of the two. The two captured Blue Mountain Academy students saw that Yago wanted to speak, but his mouth was sealed, so he could only keep making eyes, wanting to remind him of Lu Yin's strength, but Yago couldn't read it. "Release or not depends on your sincerity," Granny coldly said. Yago shrugged his shoulders. "Well, please, the camp for a while." Soon, inside the camp, several people appeared. Yago took out the map and spread it out, pointing to a big mountain 100 kilometers away from Yuxiang. The Gale crystals are there, but they are surrounded by a group of mutated birds. There are at least 5 birds in the group that have the strength of the probing realm, that is, the natives say that they are at the heaven level, and a group of the strength of the lookout realm in large numbers. "What are you going to do?" Granny looked at Lu Yin and asked Yago. Yago said, "With the 5 of us we can solve this flock of birds, but it's too tiring. I've thought of a way to let this group of natives attract the flock out, and then use this planet's thermal weapons to blast it away. It's clean and simple." Hearing this, Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Granny was shocked, and hurriedly said, "Doing this, that group of natives will also die, right?" Jaeger laughed and said that it doesn't matter if the natives live or die, the point is that we will have an easy time. "Even if we don't let these natives die we can still succeed," Lu Yin faintly said. Yago looked at Lu Yin with amusement. "Yada brother, the life and death of this group of natives is not worth caring about at all. Once the trial is over, the evolved people in this group of natives will be sent to the battlefield. Some of them who are talented in cultivation may be able to become slaves of some powerful students, the beautiful ones may become maids of honor, the rest are just a batch of cannon fodder, don't care. In fact, it is much happier for them to die here, they might be thankful to us, haha." Lu Yin did not say anything. The fate of the Earth has actually been predetermined for a long time. The moment the trial started, all the people of the Earth are under the observation of the Diwu Empire and the Cosmic Youth Convocation. The only ones who have a very small number of talents can be treated a little bit more fairly. Everyone else is just cannon fodder, and also go set it well. "Alright, my sincerity has been shown, can you release them now?" Yago said as he looked at Granny. Granny looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin faintly said, "Wait a little longer, I still have a question." A hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of Yago. "What question?" Lu Yin looked at Yago. "You are also considered the top strongest person in Blue Mountain Academy. Why don't you go to complete the mission and stay here instead?" Yago's eyes were surprised. He looked at Lu Yin, then at Granny. He lost his smile. "I forgot. It's normal that your kind of level can't get in touch with some information. Well, I can popularize it for you," said Yago. He sat down and had a few cups of tea brought up. Lu Yin and Granny also sat down, received the tea and looked towards Yago. Yago took a sip of tea, and said in a deep voice that there are 3 grades among the students. The first grade is these 2 schoolmates of mine. The purpose of their trial is merely to show to certain people. It is equivalent to gold plating. As long as they can succeed in surviving the trial, the future will be a glorious one. The second grade is us. Us? Granny was surprised. She thought that Yago, as the top strongest person in Blue Mountain Academy, wouldn't be in the same class as her. Yago nodded. "You, me, including your military academy's trace are all in this gear. The purpose is to do some achievements, such as occupying territories and labeling them blue, such as discovering precious mineral deposits, etc." "Granny, from the time you landed until now, has anyone told you about completing a mission together?" Granny shook her head, her face serious. Jaeger laughed and said, "That's it, because none of us are qualified enough. There is only one kind of person who is qualified, and that's your academy's Willow, and our academy's Paris." "The strongest person in the academy?" Granny was surprised. I nodded my head, and said seriously that there is no fairness in this universe. The news of the trial needs to be notified for us, but for them they already know. and each academy's strongest person has contact information. This is their circle, we can't reach it. They have already united with each other before the start of the trial, in order to complete the task, Willow, and is not in this area, right? Granny's gaze is bitter. I haven't seen him since before the trial started. Chapter 24 Target East Capital. I know more than you, I can barely hear the news of that circle. Willow has joined forces with the strongest person in our academy, Paris, and Bailey, and should be exploring the cause of the evolution of this planet, perhaps, has gone to the eastern capital. That place is not for us to step on, I just need to occupy an area, and I will be satisfied with discovering a mineral deposit. There is no need to fight with those monsters. Bailey? Bailey of the third gravity planet? Granny exclaimed in shock, her face turning white. Yego's gaze was grave. That's right, Bailey, the Bailey who was famous in the young generation of the Daewoo Empire, the one who almost joined the Daewoo Youth Convocation, with a battle power of 3,000, the peak of the probe realm. Luwin was surprised. I did not expect that this group of students was not unprepared, long ago silently assigned, the topmost layer. Of the strongest will only go to complete the task. Yasta, Orton all belong to the bottom layer. Granny barely counted in the trace, also the go this layer. The top layer of the strongest is not at all in the Su province, but close to the east capital, where the most brutal proving ground is. As far as I know, this planet Huaxia region has 3 top teams. One is Bailey them, the other 2 I do not know exactly who, but certainly also from the major colleges of the top strongest. They is enough to fight with the second batch of students who are about to descend on the trials of the monsters. These monsters are not at all the goal of the planetary trials, but the legendary frontier trial can only be counted as the warm-up for the time being. Also Goose Sirius Road. Granny was silent, she knew too little, the grade was too low. Okay, what I should tell you have told you, time is also up, Yago suddenly said. Granny was puzzled, what time? Yego's strange smile, make you happy time. Granny looked at the smile, heart sank, looked to the teacup, you poisoned the tea? Of course not, poisoning is not that easy. Personal terminals to a certain extent can detect the composition of the substance. I put down a good thing. Strong power scattering. Also go took out a crystal bottle from the condensed empty ring, on which there were 3 leaves of turquoise color. Granny exclaimed, Clover Company's potion, what is strong gong scatter? Yego was smug, you can drive the energy in your body to try it. Luing pressed one hand on Granny's shoulder, don't move. Finish looking towards Yago. Strong power dispersal is a potion that can be used by the strongest people in the fusion realm to instantly manipulate all the star energy in the body to erupt with powerful force. The use of the exploration realm will be depleted due to the lack of star energy, and will be even more severely injured by the backlash. I'm not wrong, am I right? Also Go was surprised, you actually know? By the way, you just said that your grandfather is the headmaster? It seems that you have some family background. Lu Yin's gaze is cold. Below the fusion realm, cultivators cannot mobilize the star energy after taking the strong energy powder. What do you want to spend so much money to consume the strong energy powder? Yago put away the crystal bottle and proudly said Jinling is a good place, it has a unique position in this country. Occupying Jinling, this achievement can make me even more glorious. Not to mention, speaking here, Yago greedily gazed at Granny, I have long wanted to taste the taste of the beautiful women of the Imperial Military Academy. Granny backed up, her face pale, and angrily said despicable. Yego laughed and said despicable? How can you say so? I gave you a tonic, blame you for the deficiency. At the corner, those 2 Blue Mountain College students kept twisting and making loud noises. Yego gaze swept over, frowned and said useless things, but also want me to save you. Finished with a fling of the hand, the strong wind tore apart the 2 students' chains. The 2 hastily shouted Senior to be careful. Yago turned his head, his eyes narrowed, his abdomen, a strong impact accompanied by a violent squeeze blew his entire body out of the barracks, directly smashed in the ruined field behind the barracks. Luing leapt out, raised his hand, the air rippled. With a single palm downward pressure, a horrible wave of air bombarded the earth. Yago fell to the ground and was once again bombarded. He reluctantly lifted his hands to resist, but he was still bombarded into the earth. His arms were broken. A mouthful of blood spewed out of the sky and he fainted directly. Luing landed on the ground, indifferently looking at Yago. The fluctuating palm and splitting palm only required physical strength to send out, without the need to use astral energy. Outside the barracks, countless evolvers surrounded, looking at the half-dead Yago with shock, not daring to move. Luing coldly swept a glance at them, and then his gaze went to the 2 Blue Mountain Academy students, who had white faces and stayed very honestly in place without moving. Granny was relieved and at the same time more shocked. Even though she knew the power of the rift palm, she didn't think that it would crush also Gore. Luing was strong enough to battle the top 3 powerhouses of the major academies based on his physical strength alone. The progress was too fast. Let me ask you guys, is the Gale crystal thing true or false? Lewin looked at the two students and asked. Before he came he asked and the two answered the same as Yago, but at this moment Lewin didn't believe it anymore. The two looked at each other, whispered Gale crystals do exist, but the mutant bird flock is not to be messed with. There is a huge strange bird that may reach the melting realm. One of our classmates died under the claws of that strange bird. Granny indignantly glared at the I also go, melting realm strong person she does not want to provoke. After another half an hour the effect of the medicine in the body will dissipate. At that time take these people back to Jinling, Lewin said to Granny, finished, walked out of the barracks. Feng Hong and a few other 10,000 captains have already waited outside. A group of evolvers were controlled. They came from Anhui province. It is the same people who are also controlled by Yago. This group of evolvers did not grieve because of the death of Yago. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. Yago's domination over them is completely derived from strength. Release them, those who are willing to join the penal camp stay, those who are not willing to let them leave, Lewin said. Feng Hong nodded and immediately arranged to go down. Not a moment later, Feng Hong returned, whispered sorry, hidden saint, but also you to save us. Lewin smiled and said the other party is a heaven-level powerhouse, there is no way, tell me how the perimeter has been cleared. Yes, from Jinling to Yuxiang this section of zombies are almost all cleaned up, but also cleaned up a number of mutant beasts, but cannot be cleaned up all of them. Mutant beasts are very strong, we can only draw some mutant beasts territory on the map as a warning, and then to the west is the Anhui province, that heaven-level strong man is from the west, Feng Hong reported. Lewin listened for a while and dismissed Feng Hong. He realized that he had mistaken the direction. That time when the hot weapons bombarded the city, he saw that Lu Tianga's eyes contained a strong ambition. Before the students descended, Lu Tianga did not understand the starry sky, his ambition could only be directed at this earth, but now as the students appeared more and more frequently, he understood the starry sky. Would his gaze still be limited to the earth? Lewin could be sure that a person like Lu Tianga would not easily submit to others. Wucheng was labeled as blue, 90% likely to be the same as Jinling. He suppressed the students and understood everything about the starry sky. He definitely didn't have too much desire for Huaxia, or for the earth, and his ambitions would be shifted to the starry sky, while he himself was still thinking of using the criminal battalion to combat his Wucheng, which was really too narrow-minded. The criminal battalion wanted to reach Hubei Wucheng through the Anhui province, not to mention that it took too long. The sacrifice was also sure to be great, and at that time everything changed. The second batch of trialists descended, bringing a great deal of variables. It was impossible for everything to move forward in the direction he wanted. Lu Tianga might not even be able to withstand the attack of the second batch of trialists. Lewin exhaled, his eyes looked towards the west. He decided to temporarily put aside his hatred towards Lu Tianga and put his focus on that corpse. He had to complete the mission. The mission of the students could also be the mission of the Earthlings. Once he completed the mission, coupled with the layout that he had once had, it wasn't impossible for him to want to enter the 10th Academy of the Starry Sky. Half an hour later, Granny dragged the three of Yago out. Those two students were once again bound. Yago was even worse. He was shocked by Lewin and injured his internal organs. It was difficult to move. Lewin nonchalantly removed Yago's condensed air ring, using his bloodline code to unlock it and pour out everything. Yago was just a student and didn't have too many good things, only a few gale crystals, some unknown potions and dozens of star energy crystals. Lewin collected all the useful things. Go, back to Jinling. Granny nodded and obediently followed Lewin as he left. Most of the students who descended around Jinling were students from the Diwu Empire's first military academy and Blue Mountain Academy, who were either dead or captured, and one who was recaptured by Lewin, and until the second batch of trialists appeared, there shouldn't be any problems in Jinling. The only thing Lewin was worried about was the silver-haired man. That man had made Lewin experience the Mori Cold Crisis for the first time, and was also the first person to completely block the Heavenly Star Palm. His strength far exceeded that of Yago and Trace. Lewin had tried to find out if Granny recognized that man. Granny was confused. In Jinling, Lewin formally proposed to Zhou Shan to travel to the eastern capital. Chapter 25, The Head of the Seven Saints. Why do you want to go to the eastern capital? The end is coming, all places are the same. Zhou Shan was puzzled. Lewin did not say anything about the mission, just said I want to find the truth about the end of the world, and the corpse. Zhou Shan shook his head, there is no need. That big explosion made dozens of miles in a circle outside the east capital into dust. After the explosion, although the doomsday came, but there are people who rushed to the scene to investigate it the first time, and nothing has been found. Do you think that there is still a use to go there to investigate after such a long time? Lewin said in a deep voice, whether it is useful or not I have to go. Zhou Shan sighed and looked out of the city of Jinling in a complicated way. I have no way to stop you from going, but I hope that if you do not investigate anything, you can return to Jinling. Lewin nodded, I will. Zhou Shan took out a document from his bosom. This is the document that I have titled in the National Army. It is also my token. When the seven saints had an agreement, see this as if you were seeing me, you take it with you and go to the eastern capital to look for Zhang Dingtian, so that he can help you. Zhang Dingtian? One of the seven saints? Luing was puzzled. He didn't know much about the seven saints. The doomsday communication was intermittent, and his attention was focused on Lu Shaoge. If he hadn't come to Jinling, he wouldn't have even known that the Sage of Punishment's name was Zhou Shan, and as for that seven saints in the eastern capital, he only knew that it was called the Sage of Knives. Mentioning Zhang Dingtian, an inexplicable glow appeared on Zhou Shan's face. Luing, I know that you are very strong now, and can suppress the aliens, but I still have to tell you one thing. Don't underestimate the seven saints, don't measure the seven saints by my strength, especially the upper three saints. Zhang Dingtian is one of the upper three saints, and is recognized as the head of the seven saints. Luing was surprised. Head of the seven saints? This is not an ordinary title. Zhou Shan solemnly said, since that body was brought back to the earth, China secretly chose countless people in a vain attempt to accept some inheritance. The ultimate success is the seven saints, and Zhang Dingtian is the seven saints recognized as the strongest. His knife can suppress everything. Those students are very strong, but I never believe that there are people in the same class who can beat Zhang Dingtian, even if the eyes of the Luo Shang Baixue will not be able to compare themselves. To Zhang Dingtian, many people call him the Knife Saint. Actually, full name is Mad Blade Hua Shang. He is Hua Shang. Listening to Zhou Shan's words, a sword and a domineering man inexplicably appeared in Lu Yin's mind. One man and one sword suppressing the eastern capital. How do you compare to him? Luing asked. He wanted a visual comparison. Zhou Shan smiled bitterly and raised a finger. Other than the upper three saints, others faced him with only one blade. Lu Yin's gaze changed. Defeating Zhou Shan with one slash was absolutely terrifying. Zhou Shan's true strength exceeded Orton and Granny, and he could fight with Trace, which meant that Zhang Dingtian could defeat someone of Trace's level with one slash. According to Yego, he should be the strongest person of all the major academies in that class. The Earth actually still had this kind of person. Luing thought that he could also defeat Zhou Shan with a single move by executing the Rift Palm or the Heavenly Star Palm, so who was stronger and weaker between himself and Zhang Dingtian? Receiving Zhou Shan's document, Luing solemnly put it away. Zhou Shan sold him a favor, hoping that he would return to Jinling in the future, but Luing was destined to disappoint him. His future, in the stars. There are still 2 months before the second batch of trialists descends. Luing hopes to find that corpse to confirm his identity within 2 months. He is in a hurry. What? Let me go to the eastern capital with you? Impossible, Granny exclaimed in shock and immediately refused. Luing coldly said, you don't have the right to refuse. Granny anxiously said, didn't you hear what Yago said? Those who go to the East Capital are the strongest of those academies. Those people are strong and perverted. I've seen Willow crush Trace with my own eyes. He can't be defeated by a sneak attack. I said, you don't have the right to refuse, Luing said. Granny was speechless, helplessly pleading, Yada, no, Luing, you have no idea what the strongest person in the academy stands for. When the academy competition was held, Trace challenged Willow and was seriously injured by a palm. The gap was too big. Yago was also seriously injured by a slap from me, Luing said indifferently. Granny wanted to retort, but suddenly found that it seems to be, she has always positioned herself at the level below Trace, and even invariably also pulled down the evaluation of Lu Yin's combat power, but now in retrospect, in front of you seems to be a pervert, the realm of hope to seriously injure Trace, and cannot mobilize the situation of star energy to seriously injure Yago. Granny took a few steps back to measure Luing. She suddenly felt that in front of her this guy may be comparable. To the college, she suddenly felt that this guy in front of her might really be comparable to the strongest person in the academy. Luing has never used his full strength on Granny again. Granny simply does not understand Lu Yin's true combat power, but even some of the ones shown are enough to make her marvel. Leave tonight, go to the eastern capital, Luing faintly said. Leave did not give Granny room to refuse. Granny was helpless. The cosmic starry sky territory was endless, countless academies, even the Diwu Empire had many academies. The so-called trial mission was simply not something she could touch at this level, yet at this moment she was being forced to move towards another circle, the one that claimed to be the strongest of the strongest. North of the river, in the vast mountains, the color of blood like wolf smoke rushed straight to the sky, dyeing the mountain streams into red. The blood water covered the rivers. The pungent fishy smell attracted more and more mutant beasts, instantly wailing and being killed all over the place. The stream was dyed red. A short man stood in the river to flush his body. Several wounds on his back had long been scarred and his firm muscles bulged. On the bank, a man and a woman quietly surveyed him. Bailey, if I let you play any longer, there will be no more mutant beasts in this great mountain. The short man glanced at the shore and coldly said, there are 2 melting realm mutant beasts that I did not mess with, and I slaughtered them before going back. The woman faintly said, "It is time to go to the eastern capital of this country, where the chances of finding a fugitive are the greatest, and the corpse that this planet brought from Neptune is likely to be a fugitive." A hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the short man. "Bailey, Willow, where are the other two teams?" "The man on the shore is precisely the strongest person in the first military academy of the Empire, Willow, and the woman, the strongest person in the Blue Mountain Academy, Paris, and these three are the elites known to Yago." Willow returned in accordance with the direction of the presumption. "Julith, they are in the grassland, that is, the north of the eastern capital. Erda, they are in the Shanxi province, all not far from the eastern capital." Bailey walked up the shore, the energy outside the body vibration, the body instantly dry. Go to the east capital." The three of them left. Behind them, there are countless dead mutant beast corpses, many of which are sky-level mutant beasts. North of China, the endless grassland swayed under the wind. From the sky it looked like green waves waving in the sun, exceptionally beautiful. On the grassland, a woman raised her hands, breathing heavily. "Too fresh, this is the taste of the grassland." Not far away, a green skin, 2-meter-high man glanced at the woman, voice winged. She said, "A smell of dung is good, there is a disease." "Bolaro, what did you say?" The woman's ears sharp, heard, immediately looked angrily. Green-skinned man Barao quickly laughed and said, "Nothing, good smell, good smell." The woman was pleased, counting. "You know what to do, go to the east capital. I heard that the people of this planet got a corpse from the original planet, it should be a fugitive." Good Bararo responded, raised his head. The grass in front of him that stretches endlessly far away suddenly parted, as if it had the spirit to avoid. Shangxi, two people wrapped in black robes walking slowly, in front of the endless luss. From time to time there are strange and hideous mutant beasts rushed out of the luss, and then disappeared again. Under the black robe, one of the man with scales on his forehead has an icy cold gaze. Every step, the yellow soil becomes incomparably dry, as if all the moisture has been sucked away. After 100 meters, all the land that has been walked on before collapses into dust, and all the internal mutant beasts are left with only their skins, and all the moisture inside their bodies has been drained away. I don't like this place, I should have landed in the ocean in the first place. I can't help it, I have to come to the eastern capital if I want to complete my mission. I know you were born at the bottom of the sea, get over it, it won't be long before you can leave. I've sacrificed so much, whoever dares to stop me from completing my mission, kill them all. Even if all the natives of this planet die, they can't hinder me. Of course, no one can hinder us. In the northeast, the sky of ice and snow covered the sight, and the white heaven and earth was endless. In this endless white, a pair of red boots slowly stepped, her back to the wind and snow revealing a stunningly beautiful face, such as the starlight bright eyes almost melting this frozen world. She is the white snow, Chinese Luo Shang, by the Luo water, pouring city. This is the blue camp, Luo Shang's blue camp. Three silhouettes on the snowy ground were kneeling on the ground, their faces were twisted, looking extremely painful. One of them barely lifted his head, fearfully looking at the absolutely beautiful person in front of him, his lips trembling. "You, district natives, how can you be so strong?" Chapter 26 Milk Realm Creature. Bai Shui turned her back to the wind and snow, calmly looking at the three students from the stars. "Good battle skills. Who exactly are you?" "It can't be the natives can never crush the three of us, we can all be the elites of the major colleges," the man said incredulously. Bai Shui's eyes are bright and more crystalline than diamonds. "Please mark the northeast as blue, I don't want to be disturbed here." That student closed his eyes in pain and resignedly activated his personal terminal, and in no time, on the network, the territory of the northeast turned blue. Luin set off that night with Granny, resting for a while 100 kilometers north of Jinling before continuing towards the north. At this moment, they arrived at Shandong Wei County. The northeast turned blue. Granny was surprised. Luin was surprised. Had Snowy been defeated? Luin didn't have time to think too much. A huge and incomparable tree appeared in front of him, looking like a willow tree, stretching over 1,000 meters, with countless branches covering a side of the sky, sweeping across the entire Wei County, and even covering the surrounding highway mountain villages. Luin and Granny immediately stopped, subconsciously detecting the battle power. 4,292 people exclaimed in shock, "This is the fusion realm battle power." The mutated giant tree in front of them is a fusion realm creature. Go around it. Luin made an immediate decision to avoid it. Suddenly, the river below stretched out a few branches to Luin and Granny. Luin pushed Granny away and avoided it himself, and the branches were drawn high into the air, tearing the air and making a loud sound. Granny was afraid afterward. Just now, if it wasn't for Luin pushing her out of the way, she would have had to endure the attack of the melting realm creatures. Go around and avoid it, Luin shouted. As he spoke, Countless branches appeared in all directions and lashed out. Clearly the two of them were still quite a distance away from the mutated giant tree, but they were still in its attack range. At this moment, it was difficult to bypass the giant tree if the range of the giant tree's attack on them was used as a radius. If they wanted to bypass it for at least 10 seconds, and this was still a conservative estimate, the giant tree was unlikely to allow them to pass through it without any problems, especially Granny. With her speed, if they wanted to bypass it, it would be difficult to do so. Luwing pranced in midair. Seeing that Granny couldn't support herself, he struck out with a palm strike. The cracking palm deflected the tree branch. His body rushed to Granny's side, and with a handful of hugs, he directly rushed towards the mutated giant tree. "You're crazy," Granny was shocked, seeing the giant tree in front of her getting closer and closer, countless branches like a python in the air, vaguely visible on the ground, white bones, extremely horrible. Luwing said in a deep voice, "You look behind." Granny looked back, her face turned pale. Their back road was blocked. The boundless green branches formed a wall to seal it off, making it impossible for them to retreat. "Finished, fusion realm creatures, we are dead," Granny sadly said. Lu Yin's eyes coldly scanned the surroundings. One after another branch draws over. Luwing dexterously dodge, occasionally can use the power of the branch to advance a large distance. At the moment he is less than 3,000 meters away from the mutant giant tree body. The closer the more you can feel the huge and horror of this giant tree. The energy makes the void distorted, covering the sky and the sun. Luwing was glad that he wasn't facing an intelligent creature. Although this mutant tree was strong, its attacks were completely based on instincts, which allowed him to survive safely with Granny, but he definitely couldn't hold out after a long time. Granny took out more than 10 flame crystals from within the condensed air ring and smashed them down, flames burning from the earth. Luwing was speechless. "You still want to burn it?" Granny was bitter. "Try it, maybe it's afraid of fire." "That's not a problem, it's only natural for plants to be afraid of fire." But looking at the giant tree in front of him that covered the sky, "If you want to set it on fire, at least a volcanic eruption will give you hope. All those flame crystal deposits outside of Jinling City won't be enough." Luwing didn't have the time to talk nonsense with Granny. His eyes stared. "And that? A human?" Under the mutated giant tree, a black dot pranced from side to side, then grew bigger and bigger. Just like Luwing and the others, it was a person. That person was even closer to the giant tree than they were. At the moment, he kept retreating, dodging the attacks from the tree trunk. Good strong Granny was surprised. She thought she couldn't hold up the trunk's attack. If it wasn't for Luwing, she would already be dead, but the person in the distance was clearly traveling with ease. The moment Luwing looked at that person, his eyes went cold. It was that silver-haired man. Under the moonlight, the full-power heavenly star palm was dissolved by a beautiful butterfly knife. This scene Luwing could not forget for the rest of his life. He could seriously injure Trace with the heavenly star palm in the Hope realm, and after he reached the probe realm to exert his full-power heavenly star palm, he was actually dissolved, and at that time, it was not his initiative, but rather, it was the opponent's killing chance that forced him to take the initiative to strike with his full power, and in that moment, he was completely passive, and he couldn't even fathom his opponent's bottom. "Yo, classmate, hello again." The silver-haired man's eyes lit up when he saw Luwing and greeted him with a smile. Granny was puzzled. The two knew each other? Luwing avoided the tree trunk whip, faintly said, "Coincidence, ah." The silver-haired man lightly avoided the tree trunk. "Not coincidentally, I have been trapped for a period of time. If you are heading north, there is a high chance that you will run into me. Destiny, nah." "You know we are going north?" Luwing raised his eyebrows and said suspiciously. The silver-haired man rightfully said, "Of course, I also know your destination. It must be the eastern capital, right?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, guessing who this person is. "Is it also the strongest person of a certain academy that Go said?" "Careful," Granny exclaimed. Dozens of branches in front of him draw towards the silver-haired man in all directions. The silver-haired man smiled kindly at Granny. A beautiful butterfly knife inexplicably appeared in his right hand, flinging out a gorgeous pattern, rushing head-on towards the tree trunks. Swooshing with a soft thud, the tree trunks were pierced through, and the silver-haired man rushed out unscathed, turning back to Granny with a smile once again before looking provocatively towards Luwing. Luwing hugged Granny tightly, and Granny's fearful gaze lifted his palm and slapped at the attacking tree trunk. Palm out of the stars now, under a palm, the tree trunk burst. Luwing likewise walked out unharmed. "I didn't sleep well last night. I used 3 points of force," Luwing faintly said. The silver-haired man's mouth corner skimmed. "I used 2 points of force." The silver-haired man grunted. "I used 2 points of force," he said. "I used 1 point of force." The silver-haired man grunted. "I used half a point of force." Granny was speechless. These two are competing? At this juncture? I do not know why, facing the silver-haired man, Luwing always have a kind of indescribable sense of crisis, as that butterfly knife hanging over his head will fall at any time. Unconsciously he would like to make this person scorn, the only way to feel confused will not take the liberty to strike. Countless branches and trunks appeared again in all directions, closing off the space. Luing faintly said to the silver-haired man, join forces, attack the main body, or there will be no end. The silver-haired man nodded, I was too tired from playing a few days ago, otherwise I could have solved it alone. Luing faintly said if I wasn't in a hurry to catch up, I would like to try my palm with it. The silver-haired man's mouth curved up as he rushed towards the giant tree itself with a foot on the branch that was jerking over. Luing threw Granny towards the flames on the ground, taking care of himself, and finished similarly rushing towards the giant tree itself. Both of them were not far away from the body of the giant tree and arrived in the blink of an eye. Fusion realm beyond the probe realm is an important step in cultivation. To reach the fusion realm proves that has become initially powerful. Touch the human body limit. In this realm of cultivators will stay for a long time until the breakthrough of the human body limit in order to cross into the next realm. The general student elite are all probing realm, few reach the melting realm, and the students who can fight against the melting realm creatures in the probing realm are even fewer. Although the giant tree is not an intelligent creature, but it's too huge, and its energy is also very vast, defeating it is even harder than defeating the ordinary melting realm creatures. The silver-haired man's butterfly knife flashed with white light and turned into a meteor rushing towards the giant tree. Lu Yin's heavenly star palm was fully utilized, and vaguely, another star took shape. This was the second star, and once it was formed, its power would skyrocket again. The two of them attacked the giant tree body at almost the same time. The butterfly knife plus the heavenly star palm attacked in the same location. The sturdy surface of the giant tree gradually crumbled, followed by a bang. The two of them pierced through the giant tree, rushed out hundreds of meters, suspended in midair and looked back. The huge mutated giant tree slowly collapsed, countless branches smashed down, crushing the earth, and the river was covered. Luin and the silver-haired man turned their heads to look at each other at the same time. The moment they had just attacked, they both sensed the other person's power. This time it was even clearer than last time. This person had become even more powerful. These words appeared in both of their minds at the same time. On the other side, Granny was the most shocked. The mutant plant was good to hide but not good to kill because the defense was too strong. Even though she hadn't fought with Willow, she could be sure that Willow was by no means capable of harming this giant tree. Those two people could actually do it. They were comparable to or even surpassed the strongest person in the academy. Chapter 27, Crossing the Boundary Strongman. Who was that person? Granny looked at the silver-haired man. This person she had no impression at all. Butterfly knife, silver hair are all rare features, but no impression at all. It can't be a native. The blade is blunt, there is no time to polish it, it barely exerts 50% of its combat power. The silver-haired man pretended to be regretful and said that he also glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, raised his hand and looked at his palm. His hand was dirty, barely exerting 40% of his battle power. The silver-haired man was speechless. Is this considered a reason? Classmate, we have all met for the second time. Declare yourself. My name is Silver. The silver-haired man smiled at Lu Yin, smiling like a fox. Lu Yin smiled lightly. My name is Yada, from the planet Tata. My grandfather is the headmaster. Silver marveled. Headmaster? Ah, learning the second generation? No, learning the third generation. Congratulations. Lu Yin smiled politely. I like your silver hair. I also like it, right? I have to go beforehand. Have the fate to see you again, Yada. Students, Silver politely said. Lu Yin smiled and said goodbye with good fortune, Silver. Soon, Silver disappeared into the sky. Granny flew behind Lu Yin and wondered which school he was from. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know, let's go. Wait, you don't want the energy crystals? Granny probed her hand. In her palm, a finger-sized white crystal reflected light under the sunlight. This kind of energy crystal is not suitable for absorption, but it can be used as energy for technological weapons. The price is still good, after all, it's a melting realm creature. Lu Yin nonchalantly took it away. Let's go, continue to catch up. After saying that, he took Granny and flew towards the north. The energy crystals in the body of the Earth's evolutionary organisms belong to the inferior energy crystals in the universe. Even the wandering soldiers who directly absorb the energy crystals for cultivation will not use them. There are too many impurities, which affects the progress of the cultivation very much, and it is not very useful to Lu Yin himself. The dice is also a very picky eater. Inferior energy crystals it does not absorb. Lu Yin intends to accumulate more and then sold for star energy crystals. Silver flew towards the east and stopped after some distance, looking back with a puzzled gaze. What kind of battle technique is it? Just broke through the probe realm, can actually block me. Unfamiliar battle technique, but very strong, must go back and check. The end of the day, countless ordinary people in the eastern capital turned into zombies, the management in a big explosion all sacrificed, now the eastern capital of the group without a leader. Fortunately, the seven saints of the head of the Zhang Dingtian stepped in to suppress the chaos, dispersing the zombies, which preserved the eastern capital. Nevertheless, the eastern capital of the less than one-third of the area, the outskirts of the entire fall in the endless tide of zombies. The population of Dongdu was too large, and there were nearly 10 million zombies, far more than Jinling. Even after more than half a year had passed, with Zhang Dingtian's strength of combining more than 100,000 evolvers in Dongdu, he was still unable to eliminate these zombies. Dongdu was like a giant beast surrounded by countless mole crickets, clearly possessing the strength to crush the mole crickets, but it was so trapped that it could not move. The surroundings of the East Capital gathering place were reinforced by 10-meter-high steel, and there were many evolved guards standing densely on the steel city walls, calmly looking at the zombies roaming in the distance. From time to time, the city gates opened, and evolvers rushed out in armored vehicles leased from the army, trying to gather useful supplies from outside the city. It wasn't long before the city gates opened again and an armored vehicle rushed into the city. On the steel city wall, a centurion wondered, hadn't that armored car just gone out? Next to him, another centurion said that it was normal. He encountered a powerful mutant beast, a few people died, and the rest came back to regroup. Near the steel city wall, there are many survivors, dressed in rags, most of them are starving to the bone. See, the armored car rushed in and rushed to surround them, but the armored car did not stop at all, and almost crashed into the people. Inside the car, Paris' eyes glowed. This kind of primitive thermal weapon is only seen in textbooks. I did not expect that there is still a day of operation. It is really interesting. Willow laughed and said, take one back if you like. In the back, Bailey's face is serious, looking at the interior of the East Capital. There is an overpowering energy emanating from time to time, even his heart palpitates. Willow, who is the strongest person in the East Capital? Bailey asked. Originally he didn't care, but now he felt different. Willow wrote a person called Zhang Dingtian, known as the Mad Sword Huashang, is the head of the Seven Saints. Bailey's gaze was grave. Willow looked at Bailey. Pay no attention, the strongest seven saints on this planet is only the probing realm, barely more than some elite students, far worse than you and me. Bailey ignored Willow. He was the only one of the three who felt that overpowering force, seemingly absent, obviously far away but very close. The armored car rushed all the way across the city, ignoring the soldiers' warnings and rushing directly to the south of the city, where the big explosion took place. The place where the explosion occurred in the south of the city had long been blocked off, and there was also a Wanfu chief guarding it. When the armored car appeared, it was immediately blocked, and Paris excitedly drove over it. With a bold bellow, a ground-level wannabe stepped in and leapt high into the air to attack the armored car. Willow raised her eyes and casually snapped her fingers. The strong wind ripped through the air and knocked the wannabe through, falling to the ground with serious injuries. The surrounding soldiers were horrified. The armored car came to a halt and the three Bailey men stepped out, looking at the fiery red lava-filled pit not far away. The air above them was distorted. This is it, a big explosion brought evolution to this planet, but that body is missing, Willow said in a deep voice. Bailey gazed contemplative. The pit is covered with magma. Even if there are clues, they have been burned out. It is impossible for them to get news from here. It seems that the only way to find the East Capital Master, that Seven Saints first. Willow smiled faintly. I will go and get him. Bailey was just about to speak. Suddenly his gaze condensed and he looked up. At the same time, Willow and Paris also looked up. At some point, a man in the sky stood quietly, staring at them with cold eyes. Seeing this scene, Bailey's gaze narrowed, his face unprecedentedly grave. When did this man appear? Parise was surprised. High in the sky, the man held a sword in his right hand and slowly landed. The surrounding soldiers saluted in unison, seeing Huashang. The three Bailey gazes were surprised. This person is Zhang Dingtian? All stand down, Zhang Dingtian faintly said. All the soldiers surrounded by the surrounding immediately backed up, in order. Bailey three people carefully measured Zhang Dingtian. Appearance is unusual, not too strong. Body also does not have too obvious scars, looks nothing surprising. But there is a point. This person as a whole gives a person a very domineering feeling. I do not know how to appear. The three people feel that this person is domineering, perhaps because of that knife. You guys come from the stars? Zhang Dingtian calmly looked at the three people and faintly said. Willow took a few steps forward. That's right, we are from the starry sky. We have something to ask you. Zhang Dingtian's gaze crossed over Willow and looked at Bailey. Leave the eastern capital, you are not allowed to step in. Bailey's eyes narrowed. Willow was furious. This person actually ignored him. I have something to ask you, didn't you hear me? Zhang Dingtian's gaze swept towards Willow. before leaving, as a punishment for disturbing the eastern capital, each person will receive a knife from me. Finished without waiting for the three people to answer, he raised his hand and slashed. The first knife cut towards Willow. Drip, drip, drip. Paris' personal terminal suddenly loud. She looked down to see the face change dramatically. Willow, careful, he is a cross-border powerhouse. Willow's face changed. In front of her eyes, the knife that was obviously very normal became incomparably terrifying. Everything in heaven and earth disappeared. There was only that knife in his eyes, getting closer and closer, getting closer and closer. Willow's pupils shrunk, lifting his palm, cracking his palm with a low roar. The air rippled, forming an air wave that blasted in front of him. Zhang Dingtian's sword chopped in midair and was blocked by the rift palm. Intense air pressure erupted steeply, spreading out in all directions. The earth was shattered. Paris's breath stuttered and hastily retreated. Berserk air pressure swept high up in the sky, dispersing the clouds, causing the magma inside the pit not far away to be lifted up. In the distance, countless soldiers looked at this scene in shock. Every time Hua Sheng made a move, it was so shocking. Willow gritted her teeth, looking unbelievably at Zhang Dingtian, who was only a few meters away in front of her. How could an indigenous person in the area be so strong? A cross-border powerhouse. There was actually this kind of demon amongst the natives. In the back, Byerly set his hand and blasted a fist at Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian's gaze condensed, his long blade shifted horizontally, the back of the blade chopped on top of the wind of Beilai's fist. Arcing waves of air shot out, destroying the ruins in the distance, tearing the earth apart. The surging waves of air rumbled and shook. Willow was shaken back at the first time. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Beilai fell backwards with the help of the force. Zhang Dingtian didn't move from his original position. He still kept the posture of swinging his blade. His gaze looked towards Parise. His blade once again flipped over, and a knife chopped out. Chapter 28, Eastern Capital. Paris's pupils shrunk, backed up sharply. She didn't expect that the natives who were attacked by Bailey and Willow's joint attack actually still had the strength left to attack her. By the time she reacted, it was too late. The chopping swept through, leaving a huge bloodstain on Paris's abdomen. The blood dripped down along with the clothes to the earth. The sharp pain swept through her nerves. Paris involuntarily kneeled down on her half knee. The cold sweat was pouring out from her forehead. One man, one blade, suppressing the eastern capital, the first of the seven saints, the mad blade Hua Sheng. At this moment, the three people of Bailey deeply understood what was the first of the seven saints. This person, perhaps the strongest person on earth. They can't figure out, just half a year of evolution, how could the earth give birth to such a horrible character? Look at the Du Empire. Is very difficult to appear cross-border strong man. The so-called cross-border is the current realm can show a higher level of realm strength. Personal terminal settings are quite strict. Even if you reach the peak of the current realm strength, with the help of battle skills may not be able to show a higher level of realm strength value. Just like Bailey, his battle value was 3000, the peak of the probing realm, but even if he performed battle techniques and had the power to fight with the creatures of the melting realm, his battle value could not reach 3001, which was like a wall that separated the probing realm from the melting realm. There is only one kind of person who can break this wall, that is the cross-border strong person. Obviously is the strength of the probing realm, but can show the melting realm combat power. This kind of person is known as a demon. Just now Zhang Dingtian lifted the sword. The moment, his combat power value is 3200, melting realm combat power value. Walking Bailey drank lowly and directly took off into the air and flew outside of the eastern capital. Willow and Paris forcefully endured their injuries and left at the same time. Zhang Dingtian didn't chase after them, calmly looking at the three leaving. These three weren't weak. Some time ago there were also alien students who came to the eastern capital to cause trouble, but none of them could survive a single slash of his. He had already killed 5 students. These three could actually receive a single slash of his upper 3 saints battle power. Especially that little dwarf. With him a knife is not different, very powerful. Hua Sheng in armored car appeared. One of the cars came out of a young woman wearing a professional outfit with a beautiful appearance, and came to the side of Zhang Dingtian worried. Zhang Dingtian faintly said to pass the order down. Strict investigation of strange evolvers, encountered like a student evolver immediately report, do not take the initiative to fight. The ones who just fought with you are those Starry Sky students? The woman asked. Zhang Dingtian looked at the woman, do not think too much, no one is my opponent. The woman's gaze was reverent, she nodded her head and gave orders to the army, doing things in a thunderous manner. Outside the eastern capital, the three of them landed. Paris roared low in anger, a native, he hurt me, actually hurt me, I want him to die, immediately want him to die. Willow wiped the blood stains on the corner of her mouth. There are actually cross-border powerhouses among the natives, unbelievable. Bailey said in a deep voice, don't worry about it. The battle value is the most unreliable means of detection. The victory or defeat also depends on the individual and battle skills. Willow frowned and looked at Dongdu. Unreliable? That's right, generally speaking, combat values are indeed unreliable. Many strong people have no intention of raising their combat values and focus on their battle skills. Such people are quite powerful, but the combat values of breaking through the current realm can be different. The Daewoo Empire had even ordered that cross-border strongmen could directly join the Imperial Court's 13 teams, which was the highest authority in the empire, and cross-border strongmen, like talents, were highly respected. And just now he experienced the horror of a cross-border strongman. That indigenous person didn't seem to have used a battle technique, and just a sword made it difficult for him to fight, and this was a cross-border strongman. Although Bailey said easily, but it is difficult to hide the envy and jealousy in his tone. He is very strong, born in the third gravity planet, the battle power of 3000, the peak of the probe realm, the use of battle skills, and even defeated the melting realm creatures. But so what? Still cannot break through that barrier, cannot raise the battle power to 3001, that one, trapped countless geniuses, and now actually saw in the natives. I will not let him go. A native actually dared to hurt me. Paris was immersed in hatred, his gaze flashed with biting hatred. I will induce a beast tide. Bailey gaze condensed, did not speak. Aside, Willow agreed, fugitive clues must be hidden in the eastern capital, that Zhang Dingtian may know. Frontal collision is unwise. Paris, immediately induce a beast tide. Zhang Dingtian held outside the city. I will go with Bailey to find clues. Paris nodded, licked the corner of her mouth and rushed into the distance. A day later, when Luing brought Granny to Hebei, he heard that the eastern capital had been hit by a beast tide, and the entire outside of the eastern capital was filled with mutant beasts and zombies. There are nearly 10 million zombies outside the East Capital. There shouldn't be a beast tide. I remember that Yago said that the strongest person in their academy, Paris, also came to the capital. Could it be that she struck? Luing guessed. Granny said it is possible. Blue Mountain College students more or less will be a bit of beast mastery means. Paris is the strongest person in the college. The means is certainly not ordinary. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If it was really this person who made the move, this person could not be kept. In fact, this is a good thing. The beast tide and the corpse tide collide. As long as the people within the East Capital do not come out should be unharmed, Granny said. Luing pondered. Granny can think of it, that Paris can also think of it. Why is it still driving the beast tide? Inside the East Capital, countless soldiers ran to change their defenses. The beast tide and corpse tide impacted and caused a certain impact on the East Capital. Occasionally a flying class mutant beast swept by, causing a cry of alarm. On a high building, two silhouettes looked out of the city. In the distance, a chopping blow swept through the sky, cutting off a flying mutant beast. Blood sprayed high in the sky. That's the first of the 7 saints. Zhang Dingtian, really powerful. Gures was surprised. On the side, Bararo gruffly said, this person's strength is above me. Nonsense, he is a cross-border powerhouse. You and I together may not be enough to beat him, Gulith said. Bararo was unconvinced and squeezed his green fist. I don't need to fight him head on, I can wear him down. This beast tide should be triggered by that woman Paris. That woman is very vicious. It seems that she has suffered under Zhang Dingtian, otherwise she wouldn't be so crazy, inducing a beast tide of such a scale. The price she pays is not light, Gurex murmured. The beast tide attracted Zhang Dingtian. No one in the city. Bailey and Willow may be in the city to look for clues about the fugitives, Bararo said. Gurith immediately clicked on the personal terminal, exclaimed, wow, 5 probing realm powerhouses. One of them reached the fusion realm. Combat power is Zhang Dingtian, the other 4 should be Bailey, Willow and Erda and Hadian. Actually all mixed in, this can be lively. Balaro's face was gloomy. Erda also came, that could be troublesome, this person is very strong. Gu Lesdao broke into Yutang, had defeated the strongest person of 30 academies. This is the record of Erda. It is a bit troublesome, but it doesn't matter. Do you think that if we disclose the news to Zhang Dingtian, what will happen to him? Bararo frowned, betraying his own people? Gulith rolled her eyes. There is no such thing as one of our own. We are rivals, and in the eyes of the Empire we and the Terrans are all trialists. There is no betrayal. Bararo nodded. I can drive the plants to help hold back the beast tide, allowing Zhang Dingtian to free up his hands. It was so happily decided. Gulith was overjoyed. On the other side, 2 figures wrapped in black robes stood inside an abandoned hotel building. Erda, I feel Bararo's aura. His plant aura is very strong. One of the black-robed men opened his mouth, the corner of his mouth curving into a cruel curve. The other black-robed man, Erda, said in a deep voice, there are a total of 7 Tan realm cultivators in the city plus us, and there is also Paris outside the city. There are 8 Tan realms gathered here. A bit of trouble, but it is not too difficult to kill. The only trouble is the Zhang Dingtian. It is unbelievable that there is a cross-border powerhouse among the natives. Zhang Dingtian, leave it to me. I want to try what the so-called cross-border powerhouse is really like. The black-robed man is excited, raising his head, his eyes flashing green. On the steel city wall, Zhang Dingtian's face is heavy. The vast tide of zombies and beasts fighting in the distance is like a bloody mill. Every second, there are creatures who die, and the blood gas rushes to the sky. The zombies were weak and could be easily torn apart under the claws of the mutant beasts, but the toxicity of the zombies was very strong, which caused the mutant beasts to lose no small amount. More than 10 kilometers away to the east, Parisi's face was pale, looking at the distance with excitement. Go on, more, I'll bury this city with a wave of beasts. The natives of the district actually dared to injure me. I want you to pay the price. Paris did not realize that a cold air had appeared under her feet at some point. Obviously the temperature was not low, but a snowy white icy frost appeared in the air. Paris still stared at the distant battlefield where they were fighting, and collected her clothes. Why is it a bit cold? Chapter 29, A Coincidental Encounter. Inexplicably, Paris' heart tightened, her back was cold, she steeply turned around. Into her eyes, it was a stunningly beautiful woman who was calmly looking at her, red boots stepping on the dark red earth, wearing a snow-white plain dress, long blue hair hanging down to her waist, and her face was indifferent. Who are you? Paris was shocked. Someone was so close to her and she didn't know it. Too careless, the aftermath of the injury? The stunningly beautiful woman looked at Paris indifferently. This beast tide. Was it you who caused it? Paris stared at the woman, her eyes flashed with jealousy. This woman is too beautiful. Among the people she has seen, the only one who can be comparable is the Stargazer woman. This kind of beauty does not contain the impurities of the world, pure and flawless. How can there be such a person? Ask you again, the beast tide, was it you who triggered it? The stunningly beautiful woman asked again. Who are you? Paris asked in a low voice, her eyes alert. The stunningly beautiful woman looked at Paris. My name is Snow. One of the 7 saints, Luo Saint Bai Shui? Paris was surprised. Bai Shui gazed past Paris and looked at the blood-colored battlefield. Her gaze was icy cold, triggering a beast tide. What do you want to do? Paris laughed coldly. The district natives are not qualified to talk to me. When I catch you, tear your face apart, said, probing his hand and grabbing it. Bai Shui. The hissing of wild beasts emanated from his palm, making one's scalp numb. Snow backed up. Layers of solid ice appeared in front of his eyes, was easily shattered by Paris. The cold ice brought out by the plants in the district still want to stop me? Natives are natives. Snow stopped, raised his palm to Polly's. Polly's coldly laughed, looking for death, said with Snow single palm against the clash. Some cold airflow swept in all directions, freezing the ground. Snow's cold ice spread to Polly's. Paris does not care, although her injuries are not yet good, but the pressure did not put the snow in the eyes, I said. Plant-induced cold is not useful at all. Paris low drink. Cold ice burst broken, even with the white snow sleeves are shattered. A few cold grass fell, exactly the same as the grass on the body of the Xiaoyu. It is this kind of grass bring out the cold can let Xiaoyu perform cold palm. The effect is the same as the flame crystal. Paris looked at Bai Shui arrogantly. She wanted to see Bai Shui's desperate expression. However, at the next moment, extreme cold enveloped the 4 directions, the earth froze in an instant, and all around, a layer of white ice suddenly surfaced, condensing the air. Paris' pupils sharply contracted, the blood on her face faded. Impossible, this is a talent, cold talent. You have a talent? Bai Shui's gaze remained unchanged. Endless coldness once again enveloped Parise, freezing Parise's right arm in the blink of an eye. Paris screamed in shock in a vain attempt to retreat, however it was too late, but in 2 seconds, her entire body was frozen and then popped apart. The strongest person of Blue Mountain Academy, death. With Paris dead, the tide of beasts in the scarlet battlefield regained their senses, and quite a few had already begun to retreat. Bai Shui exhaled. This woman was strong. If she wasn't injured she might have been able to break free. She had underestimated herself too much, but even so, she had forced out her cold ice talent. Inside the city, Willow and Bailey searched the place where Zhang Dingtian lived, and also searched the office of the once number 1 and so on, but nothing was found. Luin and Granny arrived outside the eastern capital, and then crossed the battlefield to the city. At this moment, the atmosphere of the eastern capital was grave, but there was no chaos, and all the survivors' faces were terrified, but they still maintained their confidence in the Chinese battalion. No matter how prosperous the city was in the peace era, it was all the same after the end. Bridges were broken, buildings were abandoned, houses collapsed, and it was already good enough to have a place to live. Luin found a map of the eastern capital and took Granny directly to Zhang Dingtian's residence. He was thinking the same as Willow and the others. If anyone in the eastern capital knew the whereabouts of that corpse, it would most likely be Zhang Dingtian. On the steel city wall, Zhang Dingtian gazed at the white color rising high in the sky in the distance. It was freezing gas, the freezing gas of white snow. Hua Shang, you see, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked into the distance. On the battlefield, countless mutant beasts and zombies fighting, dyed the earth into red. However, at this moment, a touch of white suddenly appeared, freezing the ground. A beautiful woman slowly walked across the battlefield, no matter where they passed, no matter whether it was mutant beasts or zombies or frozen. It was Luo Shang Baishu, as some people were ecstatic, and then countless people cheered. The Seven Saints is the protector of the doomsday, and Snow is the Seven Saints of the signboard. She is the only woman in the Seven Saints, at the same time, is also the most beautiful woman in China. Her appearance makes countless evolved soldiers as if playing chicken blood general exuberance. Beauty was a kind of power that could stimulate potential and make people ignore physical pain and tribulations, and Bai Shui undoubtedly possessed this power. The moment Bai Shui appeared on the city wall, everyone in the Hua camp roared lowly, causing the countless mutant beasts on the battlefield to fear. Zhang Dingtian looked at the battlefield indifferently and gripped his long sword tightly. Bai Shui walked to Zhang Dingtian's side. I have already solved the person who triggered the beast tide. It was an alien student. Thank you, Zhang Dingtian said indifferently. Bai Shui indifferently said, you are too merciful. Even if you don't kill them, you should still catch them. These people don't even treat us as human beings. Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, I killed 5, these few, it is difficult. Bai Shui was surprised. Difficult? Even you cannot kill? Zhang Dingtian looked at Bai Shui. The 7 saints are also divided into the upper 3 saints and the lower 4 saints, and the alien students are naturally divided. The person you just killed is not simple, right? Bai Shui was silent. That woman forced her to use her talent, which was something that the lower 4 saints couldn't even do. That woman possessed the strength to fight with the upper 3 saints. You just said several, that means the alien student that appeared this time is not a single person? What about the other few? Bai Shui suddenly asked. Zhang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, not knowing. Bai Shui took out the personal terminal that she had snatched and tapped it a few times. The screen emitted a dripping sound. 8. There are 8 heaven-level powerhouses in the city. Bai Shui was surprised. Zhang Dingtian's eyes were rounded with rage. 8 heaven-level powerhouses appeared at once, enough to completely destroy the eastern capital. They were looking for death. On the other hand, when Luin and Granny arrived a few kilometers away from Zhang Dingtian's residence, Granny suddenly stopped and looked ahead in surprise. Luin followed her gaze, and at a glance, he saw 2 men, one tall and one short. It was too conspicuous. Survivors could seldom dress so cleanly, and the most important thing was that the shorter man was very peculiar looking, about a meter tall, with a thick and sturdy body. This type of body type could be recognized at a glance on the street. The 2 men were none other than Willow and Bailey. They had just come out of Zhang Dingtian's residence with nothing to show for it, and were just about to go somewhere else when they happened to meet up with Luin and also Granny. Willow 2 people are very conspicuous, Luin 2 people are not bad, especially Granny. After the end of the day many women's survival is not guaranteed, not to mention appearance. Granny appearance beautiful, in the crowd as if it will be luminous, immediately by Willow found and recognized. Willow Granny exclaimed, subconsciously approaching Luin. Lu Yin's gaze condensed. Willow? He had heard this name several times, the strongest person in the Empire's first military academy, an elite person who was qualified to complete the mission, so coincidentally he actually ran into him here. Willow looked at Granny and was also quite surprised. The East Capital was the place where the investigation mission must pass through. Did Granny appear and want to complete the mission as well? Willow couldn't help but lose his smile. His eyes looked at Luin, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Through the astral energy he could sense that Luin had only just broken through, rubbish only. Do you recognize it? Bailey asked in a deep voice. Willow replied, the same academy. Take it with you, we are short of manpower, Bailey said in a deep voice. Willow nodded and drank lowly to Granny. Come here, follow us. A hint of fear flashed in Granny's eyes as she looked towards Luin. The trial was against everyone, unless friends and relatives. They were enemies. Even those from the same academy were enemies. For Granny, Luin controlled her but didn't put her life in danger. Willow was different. Those from the stars were more ruthless. I told you to come over, didn't you hear me? Willow bellowed, attracting a lot of attention. Bailey frowned. Keep your voice down. Willow stared coldly at Granny, her gaze icy cold. Luin took a few steps forward and looked faintly at Willow. Who are you talking to? It's very noisy, don't you know? Willow was stunned for a moment, probably didn't expect Luin to dare to say so, couldn't help but coldly laugh. I don't know which academy you are a student of, but today, you can be removed from the name, said. A single palm downward pressure, the air shook, a ripple of the flat earth pressed into the surroundings. A lot of survivors were shaken away before they could react. Luin raised his eyebrows, cracking palm. Watching, he similarly pressed down with a single palm, followed by a palm strike. At the same time, Willow also struck out with her palm. Chapter 30 Melee. The two identical attacks collided in midair. Everyone only heard a roar, the air scattered, countless strong winds crashed through walls and even crushed bridges, the earth at the place of collision crumbled, the air currents swept upwards, and then dispersed in the air at a height of 100 meters. Willow looked at Luin in surprise. "You can actually perform the rift palm?" Luin's gaze was indifferent. He had heard Granny say that Willow could perform the cracking palm. He wasn't surprised. What he was surprised about was that Willow's cracking palm seemed to be a bit weak, because at the moment, Willow's right palm was trembling, which was the consequence of forcing him to perform the cracking palm. Bailey looked at Luin with the same surprise. The rift palm wasn't something that anyone could use. This person was no worse than Willow. At the same time, on the steel city wall, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui looked at the city at the same time, leaping up with icy cold gazes. Killing intent filled Bai Shui's eyes. The catastrophe caused by heaven-level powerhouses striking within the city was huge. These students completely disregarded the deaths of the Earthlings. They must be killed. Inside the city, Granny exclaimed in shock. Zhang Dingtian had come, and there was a realm-probing force next to him. Luin didn't care. Across the street, Bailey frowned. "Quick battle, Zhang Dingtian is here." Willow's eyes narrowed, his body covered with ring battle armor. He leapt and rushed towards Luin. A leg was drawn out. Unusual people could not see the speed of his attack. Luin lifted his leg and kicked on Willow's calf. The ground crumbled and sank. The air waves discharged. Willow roared lowly. His extracorporeal astral energy erupted, crushing towards Luin. The earth trembled. He was going to use pure astral energy to determine the winner. Luin smiled coldly. He definitely didn't have as much star energy in his body as Willow, but the speed at which he absorbed star energy was twice as fast as Willow's. He wasn't afraid even if it was more than consumption. Granny retreated sharply. She didn't want to endure this star energy duel. In the distance, Bailey's gaze was cold, rushed towards Granny and raised his hand to grab it. Granny gritted her teeth, crushed several flame crystals, surging flames burning in the earth, inflammatory fire palm with a low cry. Granny palm flame cohesion shot at Bailet. Bailet's gaze cold and proud. The action did not change. Granny's inflammatory fire palm was Bailet slap scattered. The gap is too big. The difference is too great. Granny's flame is too weak for Bailey. Luin watched as Granny was grabbed by Bael. His right palm blasted out. The air was visible to the naked eye, forming a shockwave that blasted towards Bael. Bael turned around and shattered the cracking palm with a punch. "Willow, go." Willow laughed. Her body swayed and rushed towards the distance, her speed increasing once again. Luin grunted. Swimming body step directly rushed to Willow. Raised palm out of the star now. Willow eyes changed. Inexplicably a sense of crisis surged. Staring at Luin palm, did not hesitate to avoid, but unfortunately the heavenly star palm is not so easy to avoid. The star operation originally contains huge suction. To Luin right palm as the center, all the things in this heaven and earth as if the star was absorbed. Bailey was shocked. Luin's palm appalled even him. Bang! With a loud bang, Willow's last-minute rift palm was completely shattered. His body was smashed into the earth like a meteor, shattering the broken bridge once again, and the earth was smashed into a huge crater, and inside the crater, Willow spat out blood violently, looking at Luin incredulously. He had never thought that he would be injured by a palm strike. That palm strike was so fierce that the ring battle armor was shattered. Granny was shocked. Willow was the strongest person in the academy, but he was actually seriously injured by a palm. Unbelievable. "Dare to fight in the city, you are looking for death." A loud roar came from the distance, followed by a powerful chopping attack across the sky and fell on his head, aiming directly at Bailey. Bailey shook off Granny and avoided it himself. The chopping attack cut through the earth, creating countless powerful winds. Bailey put on his ring battle armor in the first instance and looked towards Zhang Dingtian with a grave expression. High up in the sky, Zhang Dingtian scanned below. His gaze crossed over Bailey and Granny, and saw Luin standing on the ground and Willow, who was obviously injured inside the pit. His heart sank. He had fought with Bailey and Willow, both of them were very strong, and now that one of them had been seriously injured, a stranger appeared, and that person was obviously the one who had injured Willow, and this person was even stronger. Tricky. At this moment even Zhang Dingtian ventured this thought: what's more important is that there are only 4 here. There are still 4 heaven-level powerhouses that haven't ventured out. Cough. Willow covered her body and walked out from within the pit, scornfully looking at Luin and walking over to Bailey's side. The situation was unfavorable. Bailey's eyes narrowed, took a deep breath, his face became calm. "It may not be a 3-way melee, think of a way to go on your own." After saying this, he steeply rushed towards Granny, and when everyone did not react, a hand threw Granny towards Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian subconsciously raised his sword and chopped. Granny was horrified, her face was white. Luing took off into the air, pushed Granny away, and met Zhang Dingtian's chopping strike with a palm strike, cracking palm shocking chopping, clashing at high altitude, the air distorted, experiencing the huge collision force. Luing was forced to land, his feet stepped deeply into the ground, shocked. This was the power of Zhang Dingtian. Bailey threw Granny out and left directly. Willow did the same. One Zhang Dingtian was already difficult to deal with, plus an inexplicable enemy. They were not stupid despite their egos. However, they are not stupid. Zhang Dingtian is not stupid either. After giving Granny a slash, he did not hesitate to give Bailey another slash. The two slashes have almost no time interval. Bailey just walked not more than a few steps before he encountered a chopping attack. He hurriedly avoided it. His face was ugly. "We don't want to fight, let us go." Zhang Dingtian body violently rushed towards Bailey. "One also do not want to go." Finished lifting the knife chopping, close to the pressure of a knife to make Bailey angry. Heavy fist Bailey low roar, right fist clenched, layers of ripples rose away from the air, a fist bombardment. Boom! The earth trembles. Heavy fist is Baylor's battle skills. He originally thought that this fist is enough to shock the chapter top day, but the results let him be shocked. The chapter top day not only was not shocked, but more ferocious pressure on, will be Baylor directly pressed into the ground. The airwave like a tsunami swept to the four sides, the area of 1,000 meters of complete destruction. Willow had no choice but to strike, cracking the sky palm blasted at Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian's backhand slash tore apart the cracking palm, the long sword once again horizontal chopping towards Bailey. He fought two people alone. Luing was just about to make a move to attack Willow, when solid ice appeared on the soles of his feet at some point, not far away. Granny's legs were frozen. Bai Shui stepped out from behind her, staring coldly at Luing. "Don't act rashly." Luing looked at Bai Shui, his eyes flashed with astonishment. There was actually such a beautiful woman. "You are Luo Shang Bai Shui?" Luing guessed. White Snow coldly said, "It seems that you alien students have investigated very clearly." Luing faintly said, "Zhoushan told me, she said that your beauty can be recognized at a glance." Bai Shui's gaze was icy cold. "You moved Zhoushan?" Luing was just about to explain. A chopping attack crossed. Zhang Dingtian deluded attempt to pull him into the battlefield as well. Luing avoided. The afterglow saw Bai Shui directly freezing Granny. His eyebrows frowned. Wandering body step appeared on the side of Granny. A hand grabbed the palm of Bai Shui into the hands of the slippery. "But it is very cold. You want to kill her?" Bai Shui coldly said. "So what?" said the body outside the transmission of extreme sin cold. Lu Yin's gaze changed. "Talent, you have a cold ice talent." Bai Shui did not say anything. The palm of her hand that was gripped tightly with Luing directly froze, spreading towards Lu Yin's arm. She wanted to freeze all of Luing and Granny. Lu Yin's gaze was awe-inspiring. His frozen palms exploded with star energy. The stars could be seen faintly. The stars appeared out of his palms. As soon as the heavenly star palm came out, the ice shattered. Lu Yin's heavenly star palm was slightly hard and shook away snowy, knocking her back more than 10 meters. Bai Shui's arm was in pain. Her heart was shocked. For the first time, someone had shattered her ice so easily. Perhaps seeing Bai Shui being knocked back, Zhang Dingtian abandoned Bailey and Willow and slashed at Luing. Luing was impatient, avoiding Zhang Dingtian's slash. He took out Zhoushan's ID and threw it to him. "I am Zhoushan's friend, not an alien." Zhang Dingtian took the ID. His eyes were surprised. "You are an earthling?" Luing nodded. His afterglow swept by. His face changed. "Not good. Those two want to run." "Chase," said swimming body step to chase to the nearest willow. Zhang Dingtian didn't have time to think much. A sword slashed at Bailey. Now a few people in the bright Zhang Dingtian strongest, cross-border strongman, even Bailey fell into the wind. Lu Yin's heavenly star palm, although rigid, but still did not allow him to break through the melting realm combat power. One is because his own combat power is too low, only more than 1,000. The second is also because the heavenly star palm is only running 2 stars. If it is 3, perhaps it can be raised Lu Yin to the cross-border strength. Willow was originally no match for Lu Yin, and was seriously injured in the battle with Zhang Dingtian, and was easily captured by Lu Yin. Bailey also lost to Zhang Dingtian's endless attacks and fell down with a slash to his chest. Chapter 31 Shock. This battle was not extensive, yet it was quite shocking. Several people possessed the strongest person battle power of the academy, and it was very difficult for such a battle to break out in all the major academies of the Dayu Empire. Academy elites like Granny could not intervene at all. This battle allowed Lu Yin to recognize his own strength. He possessed the battle power to suppress the strongest person in the academy like Willow. Looking at Bailey and Willow, who were lying on the ground, Zhang Dingtian raised his sword with the intention of cutting them directly. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped them. These people could be used as bargaining chips in the future. Zhang Dingtian was puzzled. Leverage? Negotiation? Lu Yin nodded his head and said gruffly, "You should know that the purpose of these students coming to Earth is the trial. Although the trial does not prohibit life and death, but the background of these students who dare to participate in the trial is not simple, and it involves a wide range of people. We can use their lives to negotiate with the senior management of the Daewoo Empire. Bai Shui looked at Luin with her eyes and said in a cold voice, use their lives for the freedom of the planet? Luin nodded. Planet evolution is said to be a way to enhance humanity itself, but in reality it is the Daewoo Empire's way of recruiting soldiers. Earth evolvers will be sent to the battlefield as long as they are not valued, whether it is the battlefield of the Daewoo Empire and the other empires or the human extraterritorial battlefield are far more brutal than the trial by countless times, where even the strongest who wander the stars may not be able to survive. These students can allow the Earth to have a few more people who will survive. Zhang Dingtian was silent and put away his long sword. Bai Shui's cold gaze flashed a trace of sadness. Originally they thought that the Earth was the only intelligent life in the universe, but since the discovery of a body in Neptune, everything has changed. The Earth, just a primitive planet under the surveillance of the Daewoo Empire, so what if it can explore space, but it has just learned to walk, and everything is under surveillance? And now is facing the most horrible doomsday, not mutant beasts and zombies, but the Daewoo Empire. The end of the trial. Do not know how many people were sent to the battlefield, even if the 7 saints of this kind of existence may only be a little bit of high-level soldiers only. Granny looked at Luin in surprise. She did not think that this person actually had this kind of intention, more than just seeking skin with a tiger, dare to negotiate with the Daewoo Empire's senior management. Since the establishment of the Empire has never heard of any natives who dare to make a request to the Empire. This is a death wish, but have to admit that it may be useful. Other people. Granny is not clear. But Willow, the background is not small. His family even has someone who is in the Imperial Court. 13 teams. Ahem, you think too simple. The Daewoo Empire's Iron Blood rule is famous in the universe. It will not accept the threat of the natives. Bailey mocked. Louis looked at him. This point is not for you to worry about. Live well, you all are chips. Bailey smiled disdainfully. These natives do not know the situation of the Daewoo Empire at all. Bai Shui looked at Luin suspiciously. Using a student to threaten the Daewoo Empire might be useful, but in that case, this person would be on the tip of the storm, and would never be tolerated by the Daewoo Empire. Did he have anything to rely on? No one would be selfless for others. Bai Shui was secretly wary of Luin. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the north. Zhang Dingtian looked to the north. His face changed. Science and Technology Academy, not good. Finished rushing to the north in a hurry. Just then, in the sky, 2 silhouettes flew towards the west. Bailey looked high in the sky and gritted his teeth. Erda, Hadian. Zhang Dingtian soared high in the sky and saw the 2 people flying towards the west at a glance. At the same time, 2 people also soared in the sky in the other direction and flew towards the west, following closely behind the 2 Erda people. Zhang Dingtian's eyes were icy cold. The energy outside his body erupted to form ripples visible to the naked eye. The long knife was raised. The energy that shook the high altitude disappeared at the same time, and the long knife, at this moment, made countless people's scalp numb. A stern chi from the heart rose up as if it was going to cut off the sky and the earth. The clouds in the sky invariably tore apart, and heaven and earth were silent. Luin shook. Battle technique? No, this is the strongest blade. In the west, several people from Erda turned around and their faces changed. Zhang Dingtian had hidden his strength. This blade was shocking. Although it was not a battle technique, it was extremely close. Do not hesitate, go quickly. Erda drank lowly. Not far away, Gorez and Bararo were shocked. This native is going against the heavens. Run. Zhang Dingtian's eyes flashed with a cold aura. His long sword fiercely chopped out. In the eyes of countless people in the East Capital who were shocked, the huge chop across the East Capital swept to the west. The sky was cut open, the air was distorted, and the overriding chi force caused everyone to have a hallucination. It was as if this high altitude was chopped off. Erda, Hadian, Dulith, and Bararo all turned back at the same time, and hardened themselves against the chopping attack. However, in an instant, the chopping attack was torn apart and turned into 5 waves of air that disappeared into the sky. Elder's face was grave, his gaze unbelieving. Hadian's black robe was torn open, revealing his upper body covered in scales, a stain of blood at the corner of his mouth piercing his eyes in the sunlight. Gorez gasped and looked at Zhang Dingtian in surprise. Bararo was the most miserable, spitting out blood, his already green skin even greener, and there was even a hint of cracks on his body surface. Walking Elder bellowed low again and charged towards the west. Hadian reluctantly looked at Zhang Dingtian and similarly flew towards the west. Without saying a word, Dulith and Bararo chased after the 2 elder. Zhang Dingtian stood high in the sky, his domineering aura exuded. The 1 man and 1 sword made the 4 directions silent, and countless people revered and cheered. Granny froze away. There was actually such a strong person amongst the natives, a cross-border strong person, definitely a cross-border strong person. This monster, looking at the Diwu Empire's scouting realm students, there might be very few that could match him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Zhang Dingtian's strike made Lu Yin's heart surge. He wondered how strong his heavenly star palm that was running 3 stars was, and whether he could defeat Zhang Dingtian. Bai Shui exhaled and revealed a smile, worthy of being the head of the 7 saints. Bailey and Willow were shocked. This was a cross-border powerhouse. They had underestimated Zhang Dingtian. Had they known that he had this kind of strength, the two would never have made a move in the eastern capital. Zhang Dingtian turned around and flew towards the north. There was the East Capital Science and Technology Institute, one of the most important places in China. Lu Yin and Bai Shui hurriedly chased after him. Granny also grabbed Bailey and the two of them and chased after them. The Science and Technology Yard was in the north of the eastern capital. When the bodies brought back by Neptune were handed over to the Science and Technology Yard for safekeeping, but for some unknown reason they needed to be transferred. The moment of the transfer, the top management of Huaxia, including the number 1, were present. They were the only ones who had the authority to give the order. But then there was a big explosion that led to the end of the world. It can be said that the Science and Technology Institute is the origin of everything. Bailey and Willow just think of going to Zhang Dingtian's residence in the number 1 office to look for. Pressure did not think of the Science and Technology Institute, only Erda thought of it. When several people rushed to the Science and Technology courtyard, what they saw was wreckage and a lot of people's corpses. Zhang Dingtian clenched his fists and had the army blockade the perimeter to look for survivors. Hua Shang, even Dean wants to see you, a soldier reported. Zhang Dingtian surprise, Dean alive? Finished letting the soldier lead the way. A few kilometers away from the ruins of the Science and Technology Institute there is an alcove. This is the underground entrance to the Science and Technology Institute, also blocked by the army. An old man in a white lab coat leaning wearily against the wall of the ruins, drinking water, surrounded by a beautiful woman dressed in black professional dress. Raccoon, how is the dean doing? Zhang Dingtian arrived and hurriedly asked. The woman named Raccoon Sage said, all right, just got some shock. What shock? Is a broken foot only. I cannot be scared of. The old man was not happy. Ruansha laughed and said, yes, just broken the foot only. Zhang Dingtian looked at the old man. Dean, what happened? Luin. Several people appeared at the same time. Bai Shui looked at Luin with a strange look in her eyes. Just now, Luin searched Bailey and Willow's condensed air ring in front of her, taking everything he could, making her quite strange. Luin took it for granted. He had also contributed to this battle, and he was poor, so he must not waste it. Bailey and Willow's star energy crystals together made up a cubic meter. It was time to shake the dice again. The thought of it made Luin excited. He wondered what he would shake. He was really looking forward to it. Dean Lian asked Zhang Dingtian to disperse the army. Zhang Dingtian waved his hand, and Raccoon was also driven away, leaving only Bai Shui and Luin and Granny. Luin told Granny to leave. Granny was rather reluctant. Elder had left from here and rushed to the west, obviously discovering something, and she wanted to know. Luin glared at her fiercely, and only then did Granny reluctantly leave. On the side, Bai Shui stared at Luin, looking at that meaning he probably wanted Luin to leave. Luin simply ignored him and instead looked curiously at Dean Lian. This person is? Dean Lian looked at Luin and asked. Luin said, I came to listen on behalf of Zhou Shan. Bai Shui was speechless. Chapter 32, Fugitive. Zhang Dingtian was also flabbergasted for a moment, and said he is Zhou Shan's friend, and is also a heaven-ranked powerhouse. Dean Lian marveled, heaven level? An earthling? Luin nodded. Dean Lian was even more surprised. I didn't expect that. Apart from you 7 and the Brahma Kingdom bitter monk, there are still people who can reach the celestial level at this time of the year. Unbelievable, young man, how did you do it? Luin lightly returned 2 words, talent. Even the dean accepted it. It seemed like there was nothing else but this explanation. Dean, what exactly happened? Bai Shui asked. Dean Lian sighed. The Science and Technology Institute was breached, and all the information was taken by that alien kid. What information did he get? It seems like the Science and Technology courtyard didn't have any information that could make him care. Zhang Dingtian wondered. Dean Lian shook his head and frowned. I don't know. He connected that thing on his wrist to the light brain of the Science and Technology Institute, and it didn't take long for him to be ecstatic. Personal terminal, Bai Shui gruffly said. This is alien technology, far beyond the Earth technology. Perhaps the information that the Science and Technology Institute cannot identify was identified by him. No wonder he wants to destroy the Science and Technology Institute. It seems that he does not want us to know. No, the Science and Technology Institute was destroyed by me, even the dean said. Several people were surprised. Dean Lian smiled bitterly. That person killed all the researchers as soon as he came in and explored the light brain. I had to destroy the technology courtyard, or else I exposed the underground, and it was the only way to notify you guys to come. Luin admired. The old man is so bold, and he is not afraid to bury himself. Zhang Dingtian frowned. The technological courtyard was destroyed, all the information was torched, we cannot find them even if we want to seek revenge. Dean Lian shook his head. Who said the information is gone? If the Technology Institute is destroyed, the information is gone. I'm the dean when there is no meaning, said, in the chapter Dingtian a few people in the eyes of the ground open. The Technology Institute of all the information in the ground has a backup, alien technology you should have it, try it, perhaps also can analyze what? Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui and Luin immediately went down. Not long after, a few people looked at the light screen ejected from the personal terminal, their faces shocked. The light screen was playing the big explosion more than half a year ago. In the light screen of the Science and Technology Institute, there was nothing special about that big explosion, everything was destroyed, but under the analysis of the personal terminal, a black shadow rushed to the west in the explosion, and disappeared in a flash. This scene could not be analyzed by the Earth's technology except for the personal terminal, because the black shadow was too fast. Zhang Dingtian's three faces were grave. Even Dean was shocked. What was this black shadow? Person? Luin indifferently said more than half a year ago, I remember that the seven saints had not yet reached the heavenly level, right? This speed is comparable to the heavenly level, if I am not wrong. It should be that corpse. The original place is only that corpse that has this possibility. Dean Lian was surprised. You mean, that wasn't a corpse at all, that person didn't die? Louis nodded, using energy to cover his body, making all body functions stop functioning, no different from being dead. It's normal for Earth technology to not be able to tell the difference. It seems to be correct. This corpse is the fugitive from the student trial mission. Several people were silent, staring at the light screen. Louis looked at Dean Lian. Let me ask, why did you move that corpse in the first place? Zhou Shan told me that he couldn't control any substance. Dean Lian glanced at Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui and said, we analyzed that there was a strange substance on that corpse, and the consequences of this substance once it erupted were incalculable, so we really couldn't control it, and we had to transfer it. At first, the number one was worried that the substance would explode on the way to transfer, so he scattered the seven of us as a precautionary measure, and I didn't expect it to be true. The end has come. Fortunately, the seven of us are holding down one side of the town, and this is how we are able to protect the survivors, Bai Shui said in a deep voice. Luin sighed one, it is really a great man. In the beginning, if he let you seven to protect, may not die. Dean Lian sighed, there is no way, no one expected this. Now it seems that the culprit of everything is that corpse. It is he who triggered the explosion and created the doomsday. Luin frowned, it didn't feel right. Why would that corpse create doomsday? Doomsday was evolution for Earth. Wasn't he afraid of attracting the Diwu Empire over? When we first researched the corpse, our Science and Technology Institute placed nanotrackers in his skin tissue. I'll see if I can find the location information, Dean Lian said, and kept pounding the light brain. After a while, he opened the world map and said in surprise that he had found it. The place where the tracking signals last disappeared was here. The crowd looked. Europe, the Mediterranean Sea. That alien student is to go to the Western Mediterranean chapter, Dingtian said in a deep voice. Do we want to go? Bai Shui asked. Zhang Dingtian stared at the screen, not going. Luin indifferently said that corpse was once a powerful person who strolled the stars. Now even if he is seriously injured and dying, he definitely has the ability to save his life. It is too dangerous for us to go. Dean Lian said don't worry, if those alien students didn't catch him, he will definitely come back. Luin looked at Dean Lian in doubt. Dean Lian said that he has something placed in the Science and Technology Institute and will never give it up. What things? Luin asked. When that body was brought back to Earth, no one knew what else was brought back at the same time, only that there was a battle sword. Dean Lian was about to speak, but was stopped by Bai Shui. This is a state secret and cannot be divulged. Luin laughed. The end has come. The highest administrators of the country are you seven saints. What other secrets are there? Bai Shui stared at Luin. We are not clear about your details. Who knows if you are an alien student? Zhou Shan can testify to me that I was in the penal camp before the trial students descended. Luin frowned. The corners of Bai Shui's mouth curved up in an absolutely beautiful arc. I remember that those students said that the Earth was under the surveillance of the Diwu Empire long ago, and it is not impossible to enter in advance. Strong words. What words let you say? Luin is not happy. This woman seems to be against him in every way. I heard that there is a leg with Lu Xiaoga, was pumping. Bai Shui faintly said I am just telling the truth. I must tell you, those students just now are only the first batch of trialists, the second batch of trialists is coming soon. There will definitely be enemies that you can't cope with. I can help you, don't be unkind, Lewin said. Bai Shui hummed, if you are an earthling you should help us, otherwise you are a traitor. If not an earthling, it's useless for us to beg you. Lu Yin's teeth hurt. This woman's analysis is quite reasonable. Zhang Dingtian looked at Lu Yin and said in a deep voice, your identity is not clear. Zhou Shan can only represent himself. If you want to know the state secrets, you must vote on the 7 saints. Lu Yin waved his hand, forget it, now the communication has been interrupted, where to vote, and this woman's appeal should not be bad, voting losses me, finished directly away. Zhang Dingtian looked at Lu Yin's back and pondered. Bai Shui said this person is very strong, cannot understand, in addition to the 7 of us, and when the country compromised to accept the inheritance of the few old foreigners, how can someone be able to break through the heavenly level at this time? It is not impossible. The Brahma Kingdom bitter monk is the first person who has not accepted the inheritance but has broken through the heavenly level, and he can only be counted as the second chapter of the top of the heavenly road. Bai Shui nodded her head. She was not against Lu Yin, but she did feel that Lu Yin was suspicious, strong, and a bit strange, moreover, a bit greedy. Remembering that Lu Yin snatched the 2 alien students' condensing void rings in front of her, she was not comfortable. Walking out of the ground, Lu Yin's face was gloomy. Now that the earth is plunged into the end of the world, the alien students are rampant. There is also a fugitive who is not sure of his strength to hide, plus the second batch of trialists that will soon descend. The earth is getting more and more lively, and one's own strength is still a little bit slow to improve. The Du Empire is only an empire within the Tsanglan territory. There are many territories in the outer universe that give birth to countless geniuses. One cannot even manage to get through the ordinary college students of the Du Empire, not to mention the Du Empire's topmost institution, the Yutang, and the young powerhouses that come from the Empire's Imperial Court. 13 teams, one must speed up the progress. Granny, come over, Lu Yin shouted. In the distance, Granny came. What is it? Put out the news that the fugitive is in the Mediterranean Sea of Earth Europe, Lu Yin faintly said. Granny was shocked. Really? Lu Yin nodded. Go ahead. Granny frowned. If you know, why don't you go yourself? Let you do it, or so much. Why? Lu Yin said impatiently. Granny was exasperated and tapped on her personal terminal to send a message to the Star Network. Chapter 33, The Corpse King reappears. The most important thing to Lu Yin nowadays was the star energy crystals, followed by the fugitive. He possessed Trace's body shaping decision, which could allow him to undergo a third body shaping to reach the fusion realm, but above the fusion realm would be troublesome. Ordinary body shaping decision can only shape the body 3 times, only a stronger body shaping decision can be able to shape the body for the 4th time. This kind of body shaping decision even Willow, Bailey can't have, can only look for a stronger person. The only hope on earth is that fugitive. Although that fugitive might be very strong, Lu Yin was not sure what means those 4 students had, so he just muddied the water and attracted all the students over to fight for it. The more chaotic it was, the more favorable it would be for that fugitive. When he had his 3rd star functioning, there was absolutely no one among the first batch of trialists who would be a rival to him. He had to stall for time now. In a secluded mansion in the eastern capital, Lu Yin closed the doors and windows, spreading flame crystals around, then returned to his room, opened his hand, and the dice slowly emerged. The light on the surface of the dice was dull, it had not yet recovered, and without the star energy crystals, it would take longer to recover it until it could be used, and he did not want to wait. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Yin stared at the dice with glowing eyes, crushing the cube of star energy crystals that he had managed to collect. Surging star energy surged into the dice, causing the dice to glow brighter and brighter, eventually recovering, with the stars shining hazily. Lu Yin licked his lips, a little apprehensive. At this time, his mood was the same as those gamblers. Come on, give me a good luck. Let's see what I can shake, said Lu Yin, a finger pointed at the dice. The dice spun rapidly, and the hazy stars were extremely beautiful. Lu Yin stared with his eyes wide open. Eventually, the dice stopped spinning, the 5 sides of the points disappeared, and the remaining side was 1 point. Another point. Lu Yin's surprise, a point can randomly get a random item from someone's condensed empty ring. The first time he shook the dice was a point, and got the Heavenly Star Kung Fu and the Heavenly Star Palm that made him rise to the top. This is the second time. Lu Yin watched as the dice shot out a beam of light piercing through the void, as if opening a passageway, and then an item fell to the ground with a popping sound. Lu Yin stared blankly at the ground, not daring to believe. This is a snack? Only to see a very beautifully packaged snack pack lying quietly on the ground. The snack pack was engraved with words that Lu Yin could not understand. It should be an advertising slogan. Lu Yin dully picked up the snack pack and had the urge to vomit blood. He had spent 1 cubic meter of star energy crystals to get such a thing, a snack, even if it was a broken dagger. The light on the dice's body dimmed and then disappeared. Everything in the room returned to normal, leaving Luing breathlessly grasping a bag of snacks, his heart dripping blood, too pitiful. For 10 days, Luing stayed in Dongdu. It was a lot quieter here, the tide of corpses outside the city was a lot less since the collision with the beast tide, more and more evolved people dared to go out. While the East capital side was calm, Europe had turned the sky upside down. 10 days ago Luing asked Granny to release the news that the fugitives were in the Mediterranean Sea. When this news came out no one believed it at first, but with the exposure of Erda's several traces, many students believed it and rushed to the Mediterranean Sea. A few days ago, there was a big battle in the Mediterranean Sea. The sea was evaporated a layer. According to the rumor, the fugitives possessed the strength of the fusion realm, decapitated several students and escaped, in which several of Erda were injured. The Academy's strongest man team was not the only one. Erda and the others, 3 came from China, 2 from northern Tsarist Russia, and 2 from Europe, plus Africa and other places. The number of teams formed by the top students was quite large, making the whole of Europe turn the sky over. Luing was quite satisfied listening to the news reported by Granny. As long as the fugitives weren't caught it was good. His own simulation of the star operation was also going well. The third star was vaguely visible. At most half a month would be successful, then it would be the time for him to make his move. Outside the eastern capital, countless zombies roamed along the roadside, and from time to time, there were zombies coming out of the shops on both sides, biting unknown things in their mouths. Along with countless gunshots, a convoy of vehicles traveled in. Their speed did not decrease as they directly ran over the zombies, leaving behind blood and water all over the ground and a pungent stench. Suddenly there was an explosion. A gust of wind blew up from the ground for no reason and overturned the convoy. All the evolved people in the car escaped and looked at it in confusion. The gust of wind was too strange. What's going on? A tall man patted the dust on his body and drank loudly with a cigarette in his mouth. Captain, I don't know where the gust of wind lifted the car, someone reported. The man frowned and looked into the distance, the surrounding calm, where the gale. Just at this time, the distant shop was cut off by an invisible attack. The next second, all the evolved stagnant standing in place, the upper half of the body flat fall, they, all by the invisible attack wipe out. Originally, the death of these evolvers was nothing unusual, but over the next few days, one after another, evolvers were wiped out by invisible attacks, attracting the attention of the Hua camp. When a ground-level powerhouse of the Hua camp was obliterated, Zhang Dingtian walked out of the East capital. That ground-level powerhouse that was obliterated was an expert in the East capital that was second only to them. The heaven-level powerhouses, no one in the Hua camp dared to make a move if he didn't make a move. The zombies on both sides of the road roared and rushed towards Zhang Dingtian, and there were strange mutant beasts squirming in the ground. Zhang Dingtian's face remained unchanged, and with a wave of his hand, the energy wind killed all the zombies. Probably sensing Zhang Dingtian's power, both sides of the road were silent. Zhang Dingtian walked for half a day and didn't come across any attack. After thinking about it, he put on the personal terminal given to him by Bai Shui. This personal terminal came from Paris. Originally Zhang Dingtian didn't bother to use it, but there was nothing more suitable than this thing at this time. Tap the personal terminal. Soon, the terminal transmitted a dripping sound. Zhang Dingtian gaze condensed to look towards the northeast. Lifting the knife directly chopped out, huge chopping cut off the earth, swept across. There, a figure fled in a mess. His left arm was chopped by the chopping cuts, let out a low roar. Zhang Dingtian violently rushed out. The back of the knife cut horizontally. The figure turned around, revealing a hideous and horrible face. It was the zombie. With a bang, the zombie was crushed to the ground by a slash. Its scarlet eyes emitted a cruel light. Its hands waved. The invisible gale turned into a sharp blade and chopped towards Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian casually slapped his hand to scatter the gale's sharp blade. The blade flipped and casually swiped. The zombie's head rolled into the distance and was crushed by the aftermath. Zhang Dingtian frowned as he looked at the zombie. His face was strange. In his cognition, zombies were merely failures of human evolution and shouldn't have strong power. But this zombie not only had Earth-level strength, his hands could even wield the gale, which was strange. Zhang Dingtian quickly returned to Dongdu, found Dean Lian, told Dean Lian about the zombie situation. Dean Lian shook. What did you say? The zombie has Earth-level strength? It can even wield a gale? Impossible, they are merely failed products of human genetic mutation. Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice that the truth is just like that. Dean Lian murmured, his gaze was grave. Nowadays, the number of zombies on Earth is much more than the survivors. If the zombies can really evolve, it would be troublesome. Not only do humans have to face powerful mutated beasts, they also have to face zombies. What's more important is wielding a gale. This is not something that can appear with evolution. Nowadays there are only 2 people they know who can perform supernatural power. Even Zhang Dingtian doesn't have supernatural power. How could a zombie have this kind of power? If one can appear, a second will appear. Isn't that Luin from Jiling? Ask him if he has ever encountered this kind of zombie, even the dean said. Zhang Dingtian immediately ordered people to shout for Luin and Bai Shui to arrive. The moment Luin heard that Zhang Dingtian had encountered a zombie king, his gaze changed. You know? Zhang Dingtian stared at Luin and asked. Luin nodded and told the situation of the long-haired corpse king. At first he had guessed that Dongdu should know about it, but he didn't expect them to encounter it until now. Bai Shui was unbelievable. Swallowing natural energy crystals could produce supernatural power? How is that possible? Humans can't even do that. Luin said in a deep voice, I saw this scene, there is no need to lie to you. Dean Lian's face was serious as he looked at the three. In fact, we have always thought that zombies are the product of the failure of human evolution, and it has been proved that most of the zombies are just like that. They can only roam around, and their combat power is very weak, and they can only pose a threat to ordinary people. But thinking about it the other way round, if the zombies are not a failure but rather another path of evolution, doesn't it make sense? Zhang Dingtian's gaze changed. Humans can absorb the energy crystals in the body of mutant beasts to become stronger, and zombies, the same can be, and can even absorb supernatural energy crystals to obtain stronger power. Dean Lian said that no one has ever seen a zombie swallowing energy crystals. A mutant beast can often easily tear apart many zombies. Even if they are seriously injured, they can easily escape, so the zombies can't get the energy crystals, and it's unlikely that anyone would be willing to give the hard-earned energy crystals to the zombies, so the possibility of this has been ruled out from the very beginning. But it can't be denied that there are some extremely lucky zombies that can get the energy crystals, and if they really exist, the Earth will change. This possibility, the Earth will change greatly. Chapter 34, Assassination. I'll go catch a zombie to experiment with it. Zhang Dingtian immediately left after saying that. Not a moment later, Zhang Dingtian left a zombie on the ground and casually flung an energy crystal into the zombie's mouth. Several people stared at the zombie. After a while, the zombie did not react. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luin faintly said that one head doesn't explain the problem, so try catching some more. Zhang Dingtian nodded and ordered people to capture the zombies. Half an hour later, a total of more than 50 zombies were bundled and brought in, and Zhang Dingtian put more than 50 energy crystals into their mouths one by one. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie roared lowly. His face was in pain, his scarlet eyes staring at Zhang Dingtian in death. On his body surface, if there was any energy, it tore his skin apart, then with a bang, his entire body burst apart. Other than this zombie, the rest of the zombies did not change. Dean Lian looked at this scene in shock. The energy crystals reacted to individual zombies. The appearance of a reaction proved that this path of evolution was feasible. Louis looked at the ground broken meat. Silver suddenly appeared in his brain, and that scarlet vertical eye. Now I think of it, my scalp is numb, I don't dare to take it out at all. This matter must be kept strictly confidential, and must not be known by certain people, Bai Shui coldly said, finished looking at Luin. Luin faintly said, it seems that the planet evolution is not as simple as imagined. The zombie is actually also a member of the evolution, will also qualify to participate in the trial? The zombie has no intelligence, Bai Shui said. Luin lost his smile. No wisdom? Not really. Zhang Dingtian immediately ordered everyone outside the city to return to the city. He decided to bombard the zombies with the only remaining hot weapons. Zombies could not become human again. Now that he knew that they had the potential to evolve, he could not stay, especially the fact that they could swallow supernatural energy crystals to gain great power could not be tolerated. Di Lin agrees, the zombie base is too large. Even if tens of thousands of zombies in the emergence of a can successfully evolve is also very scary. That kind of supernatural power cannot be ordinary people can fight against. Look at the White Snow. No, in fact, if not the ice talent, she may not be the rival of the Paris. Precisely because of the ice talent, she easily killed the Paris. Control of the granny. This is the talent of the terrible. That night, a heaven-shattering roar emanated from outside the eastern capital. Luin looked up as a missile smashed down outside the city, recklessly sweeping across the land. Zombies weren't scary. What was scary was the number. This was the consensus of everyone, and thermal weapons were the best way to deal with the number. The bombardment lasted no more than 2 minutes before it ended. Luin wondered, Dongdu didn't have only so many thermal weapons left. Just as Luin decided to continue looking up at the stars, a silhouette in the sky flew towards Lu Yin's residence. Lu Yin's eyes looked and was surprised to find that it was actually Bai Shui. This unattractively beautiful woman had always looked at herself in a bad light. What was she doing looking for herself at night? Luin looked at the moonlight moving silhouette approaching. He by no means minded to Lu Xiaoga wear a green hat. Snow landed in the place where Luin lives. See Lu Yin's moment of micro-uncanny sigh of relief. Luin, strange, something is wrong? Granny came out of the room and looked at Snowy strangely. Snow lightly said nothing, passing by. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money. White Snow murmured, then faintly said all of the thermal weapons launchers are dead, and all of the thermal weapons have been destroyed and cannot be used. Luin was shocked. What kind of person did this? Bai Shui stared at Luin and did not speak. Luin was amused. So you rushed over to prove my alibi. I hope you didn't do it, otherwise, we wouldn't let you off, Bai Shui said in a cold voice. Luin is strange, you seem to be wary of me, why? Bai Shui did not answer and turned around to leave. Wait, come to wanna leave, not so easy. Luin footsteps light point appeared in the side of the White Snow, probe hand grabbed to White Snow hair, White Snow gaze ice cold, body surface emanate extreme cold freezing air swept to the Luin right palm vibration swept away freezing air, continue to grab to the White Snow. A layer of ice suddenly appeared in front of Bai Shui's eyes, reflecting light under the moonlight. Luin slapped his palm on the ice, cracking it, and at that moment, Snowy withdrew a few meters away, staring at him warily. Luin shrugged his shoulders, it was just a joke. Not funny, Bai Shui coldly said. You broke into my house at night and threatened me, this is also not funny. Lu Yin's tone was a bit cold. White Snow eyes flicker, sorry, finished flying away in the air, leaving a fragrance in the original place. Luin looked at the high altitude, in the end, what kind of person destroyed the thermal weapons? Do not want the corpse tied to be bombed? Granny marveled at the back of Bai Shui's departure and exclaimed, every time I see her I feel stunning, this woman deserves to be described as the god of Luoshui by Zhou Shan, on the basis of appearance alone, she is enough to be comparable to the star-collecting woman. Kai Xing female? Luin was puzzled. Granny looked up at the starry sky and longingly said, star-casting woman is one of the most beautiful women in the starry sky, rumor has it that she can walk through the starry sky, often appearing in the land of trials just to find the person who was destined to be with her. There is also a legend that she can divine the future, and look into the past from afar, she is the dream of countless people in the starry sky. Luin was speechless, you are a female, she is also your dream? Granny blanked. Luin, she is my idol, I heard that she is from the inner universe of the most powerful and mysterious clan, that clan casually out of a disciple can sweep the Du Empire young generation, and the star-picking female has even climbed the Star War list, she said here. Granny paused, skimmed his mouth, told you don't understand, forget it, go to sleep. Luin did not care about Granny's words, the universe is boundless and vast, a little thing may be rumored to be divine, but also divining the future and looking into the past, where is this kind of person, thinking, Luin raised his head to look into the night sky, his right palm floated 2 stars running, vaguely, a 3rd star appeared. Thermal weapons bombardment corpse tide temporarily stopped, Luin does not know Zhang Dingtian how they dealt with it, he does not care, looked at the personal terminal, from the second batch of trialists descending there are still about 40 days left, soon. The 100,000 evolvers of Huaying left the city in batches, under Zhang Dingtian's orders, they didn't need to face the mutated beasts, only to kill the zombies. This task wasn't difficult, for the evolvers, zombies were too much better to kill than mutant beasts. On the Steel City wall, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui stood. Even if we clear out the zombies around Dongdu, it's still just a drop in the ocean, Bai Shui said helplessly as she looked at the Chinese battalion troops coming out. Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice that it is better than doing nothing. I have ordered people to go to Jinling, Hubei and other places, to convey the situation to them, so that they make every effort to exterminate the zombies, to prevent the emergence of uncontrollable factors. Mentioning Hubei, Bai Shui's eyes flashed, is he okay? Zhang Dingtian looked at Bai Shui and faintly said I don't know. Bai Shui was silent. The cleanup of the zombies is still going well, 100,000 Hua battalion evolvers can exterminate nearly 2 million zombies per day, but in a few days' time, the outside of the East Capital is quite empty, countless zombies were slaughtered and burned, the entire East Capital perimeter is thick with smoke, emitting a pungent smell. West of the East Capital, the thermal weapon launch site, Zhang Dingtian once again came here, he has been investigating the murderer in the past few days, but did not find it. The murderer kills cleanly, a knife kills, the entire launch camp of more than 500 deaths add up to just 1 minute, the killing speed is extremely fast. Do you think it could be that Luin did it? In the distance, Bai Shui asked. Didn't you confirm it with your own eyes? Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, his eyes scanning the ground. Bai Shui pursed her lips, it is best to get in touch with Jinling as soon as possible, this Luin has a mysterious identity, I always feel that he is an alien student. Zhang Dingtian looked at Bai Shui, so what if he is? This world can distinguish between the enemy and us, there is no need to distinguish between races, Earth, there is no longer a qualification to distinguish between races. Bai Shue's gaze was bleak and she did not speak. Zhang Dingtian turned to the interior, just opened the door, a flash of white light, with very fast speed to Zhang Dingtian neck. Zhang Dingtian eye shrinking, turned around in the nick of time to avoid, nevertheless, the neck was cut out a bloody mouth. Under the white light, the silver-haired man's mouth curved up an evil arc, the butterfly knife once again stabbed at Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian drew out the long knife, blocked in front of his body, the butterfly knife in a strange arc to avoid the long knife, close to Zhang Dingtian's eyes. This knife is to waste Zhang Dingtian's eyes. Seeing the butterfly knife approaching, Zhang Dingtian not only didn't close his eyes, instead, he met it head-on. The energy on his body's surface erupted with a roar, causing the butterfly knife to delay for an instant. The long knife chopped horizontally, and the huge chopping blow formed a knife chi that was visible to the naked eye that cut the campsite in two, and even chopped up the earth. This month seems to be double the monthly votes. There are monthly votes trouble support, thank you. Chapter 35 News. The silver-haired man retreated and exclaimed, "Worthy of being the first of the seven saints, I will see you again sometime." After saying that, he violently rushed into the distance in a vain attempt to escape. Zhang Dingtian turned back and slashed, but was shocked to find that the silver-haired man rushed towards Bai Shui, and he stopped this slash hard. White snow, one hand aimed at the silver-haired man, cold air enveloped the sky, ice from the void spread. She wanted to freeze the world. The silver-haired man snickered, the butterfly knife in his hand easily tore through the ice, a knife stabbed at Bai Shue's neck. Bai Shui actually could not resist, watched a knife attack. The critical moment, Luin performed the wandering body step, appeared in front of the eyes of Bai Shui, lifted his palm, a palm blasted out. The silver-haired man was surprised, the butterfly knife turned to Luin, the white light and the heavenly star palm once again exchanged blows, the empty space trembled. The star shattered, the terrifying fluctuation will be shaken away from the Bai Shui, the earth instantly crumbled. Numerous chi energy shot out in all directions. Smoke and dust shrouded an area of the earth. Soon, when the smoke and dust cleared, only Luin was left on the spot, and the silver-haired man disappeared. The attack and killing process was quick. From Zhang Dingtian's injury to the silver-haired man's departure was no more than 10 seconds. The surrounding armies hadn't even reacted to the fact that everything was already over. Bai Shue's gaze was shocked. Just for a moment she experienced the feeling of death. That beautiful butterfly knife easily tore through her defense. That cold aura was really going to kill her. Ever since she achieved the position of the Seven Saints, she hadn't experienced such a crisis. Luin walked out of the shallow pit and looked towards Bai Shui. "Is everything all right?" Bai Shui shook her head, her gaze complex. "Thank you." Luin turned his head to look at Zhang Dingtian. "You are injured." Zhang Dingtian touched his neck. "Not a problem." The surrounding army only appeared at this time, shocked to find that Zhang Dingtian was actually injured. That was Zhang Dingtian, the first of the Seven Saints, actually injured? This made everyone unbelievable. "How did you come here?" Zhang Dingtian asked, looking at Luin suspiciously. Luin looked at his palm, curious. "I also want to know who the murderer is." Zhang Dingtian faintly said, "It is that person." "I know." Luin returned a sound, looked at Zhang Dingtian neck wound, frowned. "Silver assassination Zhang Dingtian process." He saw, there is no denying that Zhang Dingtian is indeed very powerful, no footwork combat skills, but can be in the silver so close to the assassination of the drawback. Luin's self-cognizance at that time, if it is their own, will not be able to do better than Zhang Dingtian. Now Luin most want to know is silver in the end how to hide the breath. Unusual students can hide the breath shielding personal terminal detection, but Zhang Dingtian distance so close did not find him. This is very scary. It can be said that just that kind of assassination can survive not a few. "Why did that person assassinate you?" Bai Shui said suspiciously. Zhang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. "It is not clear, I have never met him. I think there is only one possibility. He does not want the tide of corpses to be slaughtered." Lu Yin's heart sank. This assassination today confirmed his previous guess, silver, related to the Corpse King. He doesn't care about the mission but cares about the Corpse King. Incomprehensible, this person is inscrutable. Although Zhang Dingtian guessed something, he could not know more. He could not get useful information just based on an assassination. "Pass the order down, 24 hours around the clock to eliminate the tide of corpses," Zhang Dingtian suddenly ordered. There is no way to capture people like Yin. Zhang Dingtian blocked the news of the assassination. Only the siege of the corpse tide has become more intense. Even many evolvers who did not join the Chinese battalion have been forcibly recruited to go out of the city to exterminate the zombies. Soon another period of time passed, and there was still a month left before the second batch of trialists descended. During this period of time, Europe fought fiercely, but there was no trace of the fugitives, and at the moment when there was still a whole month left before the second batch of trialists descended, Lu Yin's left-hand personal terminal sent out a dripping sound, and an email was forcibly received. Dear students, the safety period has passed, the trial has officially begun. From now on, the personal terminal location cannot be closed, will be synchronized and published on the Star Network map. Please complete the task as soon as possible. I wish you all martial arts luck. A mail that makes the trial even more brutal. The first batch of trialists have already landed for 2 months. These 2 months are the so-called safety period. As long as they are willing, all of them can converge their battle power and hide, or secretly dig up precious minerals and medicinal herbs in exchange for their achievements. But once the safety period is over, the location of all of them will be clearly marked, unless they throw away their personal terminals. Lewin exhaled and looked up at the starry sky. This is the trial, no one can hide. 2 months is both a safety period for the students and an opportunity for the Earthlings to grab the resources of the trial students. This is fairness, the universe's so-called fairness. The moment Yasta died, his personal terminal couldn't connect to the Star Network, but at this moment, the Star Network had created a LAN for Yasta's personal terminal, and this LAN was the Earth model. The location of all the people of the first batch of trialists was displayed on Earth. There are still quite a lot of people, Lewin muttered. The dozens of meteors he saw in Jinling at the beginning was only a part of it. The entire Asia trial students, as many as 100. There are also Europe, Africa, America and other places, even Antarctica. That kind of place there are students exist. Currently the largest number of people was in Europe, with more than 100 people gathered in a very small area, near the Mediterranean Sea. At this time, a line appeared at the top of the land map. Earthvan's bitter monk defeated Hadian. Lewin was surprised. Even the battle results were announced? At the same time, many trial students were shocked. Hadian was not a weakling, he was the strongest person in the academy. He actually lost to an Earth native. This shook a lot of students, especially the ones in this class like Granny were unimaginable. To them the strongest person in the academy was almost invincible. However, the real trial had just begun and someone had lost, which made them rise up to an unprecedented level of importance to the trial. The Daewoo Empire had trials every so often, but rarely was the strongest person in the academy defeated in the trials. Earth, if it was a normal planetary evolution, the strongest person today would definitely not reach the probe realm, let alone be defeated, so Hadian's defeat was unbelievable to many people. However, soon after, another notification appeared that Elder had defeated Earth's Brahma bitter monk. Lewin wondered why Elder and Hadian appeared in the Van country. At this time, Granny hurriedly found Lewin. The trial is officially opened. The LAN can not only see their respective positions, but also contact each other. You know this, right? Lewin's heart sank. It is possible to liaise? Granny nodded. The trial students come from all parts of the Daewoo Empire. The Daewoo Empire is too big, we don't know each other, so few people contacted each other in the first 2 months, but the LAN was open so that they can contact each other, and just now, a message was released that the fugitive had an important thing left in the east capital of China, and must come back to look for it. Lewin's gaze flinched. Who released the message? Granny shook her head. I don't know, the LAN can only detect the location of personal terminals. Whoever is using the personal terminal cannot be detected. Lewin's brain walked through the thought, knowing that the fugitive has something left in the East capital is only the Seven Saints, even the Dean and himself. Erda also do not know. Now that the news has been released, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui must suspect themselves. Suddenly, surging energy swept across the earth. Lewin immediately took off into the air, and at a glance, he saw Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui, who had a stern gaze. I didn't put out the news, Lewin said. Zhang Dingtian stared at Lewin tightly, making me believe it. Lewin's eyes narrowed and he whispered to Granny to anonymously release the news. Just say that the fugitive thing is hidden in the Van country. That is why Elder and Hadian appeared in the Van country, and that the Van country bitter monk has the ability to defeat Hadian. Granny answered and hurriedly did as she was told. Zhang Dingtian said in a deep voice, this method can't be delayed for long. Lewin stared at Zhang Dingtian. I am just showing sincerity, believe it or not. Zhang Dingtian took a deep breath and gripped his long sword. Lewin was the only outsider who knew the secret. He wanted to control this person, but this person was not weak. Zhang Dingtian was not even sure. Bai Shui opened her mouth. Lewin, let us check your personal terminal. Lewin was furious, cold and arrogant. What are you, if you have the ability to come and grab it yourself? Bai Shui was furious. She was just kindly trying to prove Lewin's innocence. After all, this person had saved her life. But this guy was too angry. He didn't know good or bad at all. Know this secret, there are 9 people. I am in the eastern capital. To say a bad word, even if there are descending hearts also hide in the heart. Idiots only put the news out. You think about it, do not have no brain to find me trouble, Lewin coldly said. Chapter 36 Robbery. Hearing the words of Lewin, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui looked at each other. This person said good, if he is also a trial student will not do that kind of thankless things. I do suspect one person. Lewin spoke again and stared at Bai Shui, Lu Shaoga. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were surprised. Why? The Hubei province where he is located is marked blue, and you should know what that means, Lu Yin said indifferently. Bai Shui denied, my northeast including Zhou Shan's. Jinling is blue, it can't mean anything. Lu Yin looked at Bai Shui, you are the upper three saints and have the strength to kill the trial students. Jinling was saved because of me or else it would have been controlled by the students. Lu Shaoge is one of the lower four saints and is similar to Zhou Shan. Where did he get the strength to rebel against those students? Look at it for yourselves, there is more than one trial student present in Hubei. Bai Shui wanted to retort, but the words could not come out of her mouth. Lu Yin was right, Lu Shaoge did not have the strength of the upper three saints, he could not fight against those students at all. Zhang Dingtian sulked and put away his sword. You can't condemn a person without evidence, you are like this, Lu Shaoge is the same. After saying that, he left. Bai Shui looked at Lu Yin and left with a complicated gaze. Granny came to Lu Yin's side and wondered, is it really that Lu Shaoge who put the news? How do I know? Lu Yin casually said. Granny blinked, then you just said so sure. Lu Yin look at idiots like looking at Granny, do not say sure a little bit how they believe, dumping must be stable and accurate, this do not understand, you so many years of learning in vain, finished landing to their own residence. Granny's face is ugly, dumping? This bastard is really despicable. Granny anonymously sent the message directly in the land spread, originally in Europe is fighting hot pot day by day. Many students immediately rushed to Van country. Erda and Hedian hurriedly clarified that they were just passing through and happened to run into the Van country bitter monks, so they fought, but no one believed this kind of words, and more students appeared in Van country. In the following days, Lu Yin watched the land as if he was watching a film from the peace era. A notification kept appearing, who was defeated by whom, who died and so on. There were also some students who rushed to this side from the Americas on the other side of the sea, but several of them were eaten by the mutant beasts in the sea, and for a while, there was no stopping of the news notifications on the land. It wasn't until 5 days later that Erda and Hedian confirmed innocence. The fugitives' belongings weren't in Van. At once, numerous students cast their eyes on the eastern capital. Lu Yin sighed, what's meant to be is meant to be. Trying to mix the sites of dishes couldn't be delayed for long after all. The students who dared to participate in the trial weren't stupid, the capital was the most likely place. It was in this situation that Erda connected with many students, proposing to take control of the eastern capital and wait for the fugitives, and if the fugitives didn't show up within a month, all of them would join forces to fight against the second batch of descending trialists. This proposal caused many students to respond. The 10th Academy of the Starry Sky was about to come to the Kanglan territory, so it could be imagined that the second batch of trialists would definitely have some extremely powerful people, and it was even possible that the second batch of trials was prepared for those people. So many students were not sure how to deal with it on their own, and Ead's proposal let them see hope. A lot of people responded at once. East Capital, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui's faces were ugly. They also learnt the news and knew that it was not good. For the next half of the month, East Capital would become a battlefield. Zhang Dingtian is very strong, but even stronger has its limits, not to mention that he lacks battle skills. Caught in a siege will certainly not be able to protect the East Capital, not to mention Bai Shui, even if the collection of the 7 saints to face the many students is still a mantis. The moment Lu Yin learnt the news, his face was also ugly. His identity in this trial is an earthling. If he lets Dongdu be controlled, the effect he wants to achieve will be greatly reduced, and that fugitive he doesn't intend to let go of. There are also things left behind by the fugitives. In short, Dongdu is very important. Lu Yin, let's get out of here. Dongdu definitely can't be stopped, Granny said urgently to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was deep in thought. Nowadays Earth's top combatants are of the rank of Zhang Dingtian and Erda. Zhang Dingtian is still stronger than Erda by a thread, and with the many students besieging Dongdu next, there are definitely more than 1 or 2 strong people of Erda's rank. If you want to break through the situation, you must exceed this rank, and the only way to do that is to improve your combat power, at least to raise your own combat power to the same level as Erda's, so that you can make up for the gap in energy strength, and then you can crush them with the heavenly star palm to crush them. Thinking about it, Lu Yin said to Granny in a deep voice, you stay in the eastern capital, I'll be back in a few days, and finished flying high into the sky. Granny gritted her teeth, she wasn't stupid, stay in the eastern capital and wait for death? Lu Yin was just about to fly away from the east capital when Bai Shui stopped him, you want to escape? Bai Shui looked at Lu Yin and questioned. Lu Yin said in a deep voice, I will come back before the students attack the east capital. Why should I trust you? Bai Shui said, her beautiful face filled with contempt for Lu Yin. Lu Yin indifference, there is no need to let you believe, you cannot stop me, or that before going to war with the students to fight with me to the death? Bai Shui clenched his fist. Let him go. Zhang Dingtian's voice came out, the person did not show up. White Snow had no choice but to land in the eastern capital. Lu Yin looked deeply at the eastern capital and then flew away. Not long after leaving the eastern capital, Lewin looked at the personal terminal, the nearest one. "It is you," said Lewin, violently rushed to the west. After Lewin left, Granny also left. She was not Lu Yin's servant. If not for Lewin keeping an eye on her, she would have slipped away. The opportunity was just right at this moment. However, the idea was beautiful, but it could not be realized. Granny was sadly stopped by snow. "What gives you the right to stop me?" Granny said angrily. Bai Shui coldly stared at her. "Just by virtue of the fact that you are Lu Yin's woman. If he goes, you must stay." "Who is his woman? Don't you talk nonsense," Granny said angrily. Snowy was helpless against Lewin, but it was still easy to deal with Granny. But in a moment she froze her and threw her into the place where Lewin lived. Granny thought out after a while. Bastard Lewin, bastard ice woman, bastard native, barbaric. Granny cursed, furious. West of the mountain, the closest to the eastern capital, when there was no 7 saints to guard the west of the mountain, so now the strongest person in the west of the mountain is only at the earth level. Despite this, the west of the mountain still gathered a group of evolved people in Tongcheng, and it has become one of the biggest gathering places in the whole of the west of the mountain. Rather is a very happy-go-lucky person, is also a very easy to satisfy the person, despite as the Diwu Empire Garo Academy the strongest person under the first person, but he does not have the slightest ambition to complete the mission. He just want to occupy a territory to mine well, slightly get some results can be delivered, completely no idea of causing trouble. The 2 months of the security period rather had a very happy life, descended to the initial to explore the realm. No, is the identity of the heaven-level powerhouse to occupy Tong City, become the protector of Tong City, enjoy the worship of countless people, occasionally help these poor survivors to fight the monsters. Most of the time he had a very comfortable life, especially some time ago, found a strange mineral deposits, but also can make his report card plus a lot of points. Think of this. Rather is very happy. Facing the sun, drinking a little wine, rather squinted his eyes and hummed the song of his hometown. Or this kind of primitive planet is good. The air is fresh, the folk are simple, there is no one to monitor, do what you want to do what you want to do, and occasionally found some precious minerals, plated gold, ZZ, this day, absolute, beautiful. For a while, Lasser hooked his finger. 2 beautiful young girls came, one to Lasser pinch shoulders, one to give him legs, by the way for him to pour wine. Lasser exhaled out of breath, cool. Just when Lasser put the wine cup to his mouth, the head of the sun was blocked. Lasser frowned and looked up, into the eyes, is an ordinary appearance, looks very young man, is suspended in midair looking at him, eh? Explore the realm? Rather's face was serious, waving his hand to drive away the 2 young girls who were obviously frightened, and staring at the man with cold eyes. What kind of person? The robbing man said 2 words. Rather looked at the man dumbfounded. That, what did you say? Say it again. The man is naturally Lewin. He wants to improve his strength in the shortest time. There is only one way, absorb the star energy as soon as possible, and robbing is the fastest way. I said, robbing. Lasser angry and happy. Kid, see you are also a trial student, so no eyesight, know who the old man is just rob. Tell you, old man. Lasser words have not yet finished, a sharp pain in the abdomen, the body was a horrible force blasted away, directly smashed on the ground, smashed the earth out of a huge deep pit. Inside the deep pit, Lasser coughed a few times, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, his face looked up with a pale face. That was? Cracking palm? Damn, where did that pervert come from? Chapter 37, Star Bandit. Lewin descended and walked over to Rather. Pour out everything in the condensed air ring, don't force my hand. Rather's face twitched. You're the strongest person in some academy, right? Not going to complete your mission and running to rob me? You'll get points deducted. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, he raised his hand, the air was distorting, this was the fluctuation palm. Rather hurriedly said goodbye, don't make a move, I pour, said. Rather was very aggrieved to pour out all the things within the condensed air ring, miscellaneous everything. Lewin took away the star energy crystals and some useful things, and directly left. Hey, what's your name? Lasser shouted. Lu Yin ignored him. Lather broke into a rage, there were still such bastards among the students. Suddenly, Lather remembered something and hurriedly opened his personal terminal LAN, only to see a line floating at the very top of the map. Lather was defeated. Rather once again spit blood, did not report the name. There is only one possibility, that bastard's personal terminal is not his, also robbed. In the distance of Tong City, Lewin looked at the LAN and nodded his head in satisfaction. Those people in the Diwu Empire who were monitoring the Earth trial must have known his name but hid it. It's still fair, who's next? Lewin stared at the map. It's you. After saying that, Lewin rushed out. For 3 consecutive days, Lewin robbed more than 10 students who are comfortably hidden in China. These students are invariably Granny's kind of level, only want to quietly occupy a place to harvest some mineral deposits, live to the end of the trial, did not intend to get involved in other things. but was stared at by Luin. He is very short of star energy crystals nowadays. Mosquito is small is also meat. Inside the clouds, Luin tidied up the condensed air ring. His condensed air ring space is considered large, but still not enough. Messy mineral deposits and herbs are too much. Luin has no choice but to throw them away one by one, or else there is no place to put the following robbed things. These students cannot search for any good things. Thrown away is not heartbreaking. The only thing that makes Luin upset is that these students are too poor, robbed so much only to put together 2 cubic star energy crystals. In fact, the students who dared to participate in the trial are all the elite of the major colleges. Compared to the ordinary students are already very rich. If they are ordinary students, even if Luin robbed 100 or even 1,000 may not be able to get together enough to 1 cubic star energy crystals. This kind of crystal in the universe is hard currency, equivalent to the Earth's gold. Even the rich students cannot be used to enhance the progress of cultivation, prefer to save their lives at critical moments, so most students' cultivation is just step-by-step absorption of free star energy in the universe, which is like Luin so want to take shortcuts. It seems that you must rob the strongest person in the academy like Willow, otherwise the efficiency is too poor, Luin muttered. In fact, even if he didn't think so, it's useless. The neighborhood can be robbed early robbed. Now the Lan are circulating Lu Yin's deeds, said that the trial students mixed into the interstellar bandit. Let a person be scared of the fear of the wind. Due to Erda's proposal, more and more students gathered towards the Van country, and during the period of Lu Yin's robbery, the Van country had gathered no less than 30 students, with nearly 10 of the academy's strongest. Those who dared to track the fugitives were at least the top 3 strongest in the academy, and the gathering of 30 such strongest made the entire Van country tremble. On the 5th day, Erda announced to the public that he had begun traveling to the eastern capital, keeping the other students from coming to the Van country. The Lan exploded, finally declaring war on the eastern capital. Huaxia Hidden Peak, Luin got up. Has it begun? I'm going to start hunting too. After saying that, Luin rose up in the air. 2 days later, a line of notification floated across the land map that Ian had been defeated. Many students' hearts sank. They had seen this kind of notification no less than 10 times, and it was rumored that they all came from the hand of that interstellar thief. That person's personal terminal was robbed, and it was impossible to determine his identity. Originally, many students thought that that person only dared to rob ordinary students, but Ian being robbed made many people's hearts clench. Ian was the strongest person in the academy. On the barren earth, a man coughed up blood and stared at the not too far away. There, Luing used his blood to easily open the condensed air ring, and his eyes glowed as he looked at the things inside. Not bad, quite a lot of good things, worthy of being the strongest person in the academy. What exactly are you? Which college? Leaving his name, Ian roared. Just now, he had an encounter with this person. This person didn't say anything, came up with a cracking palm and knocked him out of his mind. When he reacted, he received another palm. The cracking palm had most injured him. The second palm was the key. A palm knocked him to the ground, and he was directly seriously injured. Luing threw the condensed air ring to Ian. Call me brother 7. 7, your sister. Ian was extremely angry and watched Luing leave. In the westernmost part of China, Shanghai, Erda and Hadian and no less than 10 other students' faces were gloomy. Ian had been robbed. That person called himself 7 brother, Erda. We should solve this hidden danger before going to the eastern capital. After all, there are still 15 days until the second batch of trialists descend. Time enough for someone to propose. That's right, letting such a rat go will be bad, another person said with a gloomy face. His primary school sister was also robbed. That bastard even robbed women. He was mad. Erda and Hadian looked at each other. Good, 2 groups of action. Search around the eastern capital, the range gradually closer, looking for the location of all personal terminals. Encounter alone and have the strongest person of the college combat power to immediately take action. Would rather be wrong not to let go. Unfortunately, the local area network closed the image transmission, otherwise we would have known what kind of person is messing with. Some people are not willing. After saying that, the crowd scattered and left. Luing looked at the location of all the personal terminals on the map, actually acting in groups of 2, interesting, one of them must be the strongest person in the academy, come on. Half a day later, Luing stood in the clouds. In the distance, 2 students appeared, looking at the personal terminals, only 1,700 battle power. Rubbish, one of them said disdainfully, said also glared at Luing. The other beckoned to Luing. Kid, come here. Luing calmly flew to the front of the 2 people, his gaze was indifferent. Kid, let me ask you, have you seen the person who robbed you? One of them asked. Luing nodded, I have seen it. Draw the image of that person out, that person said. Luing shook his head, he had never learned how to draw. You're an idiot, connecting to a personal terminal will allow you to draw the image you want, the man said angrily. Luing faintly said, actually do not need, that person is here. Where? The two men were shocked. Luing pointed to himself, is me, finished, double palm shot out, fluctuation palm make air distortion, directly bombarded in two people, one of them on the spot on the unconscious, was shocked to stun, the other hard to hold on, roar so it is you look for death, said drew out a long knife chopping to Luing. This person was the strongest person in the academy, although not as strong as Willow and the others, but much stronger than Trace and the others. However, facing Lu Yin's heavenly star palm was still not enough to look at, but with one palm, his long knife was shattered, and his body slammed on the ground. Luing easily succeeded in the robbery again, and this incident once again set the land ablaze. Erda's face was grim. How long had it been before another person was robbed? Where did this bastard come from? Everyone remember, don't approach any strangers. Elder sent the notification to everyone. In fact, there was no need for him to notify, all the students subconsciously stayed away from anyone, regardless of battle power. Luing looked at the condensed air ring. It added up to almost 1.5 cubic meters of star energy crystals that could be absorbed. After that, Luing took off his personal terminal and threw it within the mountain stream, rushed to the other side, found an abandoned farm, crushed the star energy crystals, and operated the heavenly star kung fu to absorb them directly. Far away within the eastern capital, Zhang Dingtian and the others looked at the land and were speechless for a long time. I can guarantee that it was Luing who did it. Bai Shui Maoding Road. Zhang Dingtian wondered why. Bai Shui told the story of Luing robbing Bailey and Willow, and said who else is there if not him. The top day of the chapter looked strange. This Luing looks calm, did not expect to do things so radical, counted him more than 15 people robbed, which there are several academies strongest, he wants to do. Snow can guess that it is Luing, Granny can naturally guess, compared to Zhang Dingtian and others, Granny shock is bigger, remembered the first time to see Luing when that guy only Hope Realm, faced their owner not enough to see, did not think that so soon on the strength of many academies strongest person, this guy is really perverted. Luing leisurely absorbed star energy within the farm. Erda and other students had already gone crazy looking for it. They searched for 5 days without a single clue, and finally found an ownerless personal terminal within a mountain stream. Continue to look for 7 days cannot find, even if, directly to the eastern capital, there are still 10 days the second batch of trialists will be descending. The plan must not be wrong, Erda grimly said. Chapter 38, Gores. In the distance, two silhouettes suspended high in the sky. It is the original tracking Erda, two people, Duly Eyes and Bararo. The two did not join forces with Erda. According to the words of Duly Eyes, they are to sit and collect the fisherman's advantage. Exhausted, go down to rest. Gulith, a flick of long hair, beautiful face reveals a trace of fatigue. Bararo looked around. It was an open grassy area, a farm, green and lush. He liked it. Drip drip drip. Just at the moment when the two just landed, the personal terminal issued a light ring. Eek, 2100 battle power. There are students here. Gores was surprised to look inside the farm. Bararo faintly said, students? Only 2100 battle power, go and take a look. Gulith nodded and slowly walked towards the farm. Inside the farm, Luing is struggling. From stepping into the realm of hope to the peak of the realm of hope only required a few star energy crystals, but from the early stage of the realm of exploration to the peak of the realm of exploration, the amount of star energy required was several hundred times that of the realm of hope. He had absorbed about a cubic meter of star energy today, but raising his battle power beyond 2000, a considerable portion of the star energy had been eliminated as impurities, and in order to reach the peak of the realm of exploration's battle power, he would need to absorb at the very least 4 more cubic meters of star energy crystals. So many star energy crystals, even if you specially rob the strongest person in the academy, you may not be able to get it. It seems that it will be impossible to raise to the peak of the probe realm in the short term. Fortunately, beyond 2000 battle power is enough. Luing recalled Bailey's strength and muttered. At that moment, Gores and Bararo were approaching. Luing noticed and looked out of the farm, looking at Bararo in surprise. What is this? The plant has become a spirit? The people inside came out. Gulith drank petulantly, tossing her long hair in a rather haughty manner. Luing walked out of the farm and stared at Bararo in amazement. Gulith was dissatisfied. Hey, why are you staring at a man? It was me who was calling you. Luing pointed at Bararo. The plant has become a spirit? Bararo's eyebrows stood up at the sound of it. He was furious, unbridled, said he kicked at Luing. As a senior student of the Daewoo Empire Space Academy, second only to Gurith, he was as strong as 2009 in terms of battle power, and he didn't even put it in his eyes when faced with 2001 in terms of battle power. Luing cast the swimming body step to avoid directly. The body appeared in the right side of Bararo, one hand pressed on his abdomen, voice cold, robbery, finished. The palm of the huge force blasted out. the air is like a cannonball will be Bararo hard blasted away. The cracking palm of the air cracked the surface of the body of Bararo. Gorez's gaze narrowed, a chicly shaped bow and arrow suddenly appeared in her hand, aiming at Luine. The void thunder and lightning roared. In an instant Luine felt the crisis, swimming body step to avoid ears, the arrow tore the air and shot into the distance. The next moment, the earth shook, shocking thunder rushed straight into the sky, violent airwaves swept in all directions. Luine did not look behind, because Gulith's next arrow aimed at him again. Luine raised his hand and grabbed at Gulith. Gulith disdained. The thunder and lightning on her body's surface swam. Her exquisite and delicate body was surrounded by thunder, ruthlessly shaking the surrounding, distorting the air. Luine frowned. Palm out the stars now. Bang, 2 stars burst. The huge impact barely tore the thunder away, directly attacking Gulith's body. Gulith shocked. She did not expect Luine actually can break through her thunder defense. This is her brother gave her defensive war armor. Few people in the probing realm can break through. Did not expect to be torn by the man in front of her. Gulith's body woefully backward flying out. The same smashed on the ground. The bow and arrows fell to the side. Not allowed to move her not far away from Aurora. Bolaro half-knee, body surface strange green stripes, like waves rushing to the 4 sides. The next moment, around the green plants wriggled up. Luine Feetgrass has spirit like binding him. Around the surroundings are filled with countless hostility. Luine was surprised. The astral energy on his body's surface erupted, shattered the plants, rushed towards Bararo, raised his palm and slapped. Bararo lowly roared, his arms wrapped around the weeds smacked towards Luine. With a bang, the airwave spread, lifted the earth and raised dust. Bararo was slapped down into the ground by Luine, spat out blood, his arms were irregularly twisted. I remember, you two had also hid in the eastern capital, Luine said indifferently. Grabbed Bararo and threw it in the direction of Gorez. His body appeared in front of Gorez. At the same time, the land notified that Gorez and Bararo were defeated. In the distance, Erdo was shocked. Gorez was defeated? On the grass, Durith glared at Luine. You are that star bandit. Luine frowned. Don't talk nonsense, I'm the good guy. Bullshit, Gulith angrily shouted. Her words were vulgar. Luine was surprised. A beautiful woman cursing so much. Her temper is not small. Gulith grunted. Bolaro stared at Luine. Kid, I warn you not to touch her. Her brother is Gulbak, one of the strongest of the younger generation of the Daewoo Empire. If you dare to harm her, there will be no place for you in the cosmos. Luine pursed his lips. I said I'm a good person, I don't hurt others. As he said that, he snatched Gurith's condensed air ring, wiped some blood from the corner of her mouth to open the condensed air ring, and started searching for star energy crystals. Gulith and Bararo looked at this scene. This is a good person? The movement is too skilled, it's out of practice. Hey, don't move, I'll give you what you want, don't rummage around, you can't touch a girl's things, Gurith shouted. Her feet kept kicking Luine. Luine rolled his eyes, a bunch of useless things. Suddenly, Luine's eyes lit up, his breath caught. What did he see? A pile of star energy crystals, there must be at least 2 cubic meters. Luine was surprised and looked at Gorez. You are rich. Gulith gritted her teeth, her face red with anger. You bastard. Luine threw the condensation ring to Gulith and started searching Bararo's. Bararo was quiet. This person was only robbing, just don't kill anyone. Although the star energy crystals within Bararo's condensation ring were not as much as Gorez, they were not too much less. The two of them added up to 2 cubic meters of star energy crystals. The rich man Luine was satisfied. You guys are good, see you again sometime, said Luine. He was about to leave. Gorez shouted, bastard, leave your name. Call me Brother 7. Luine waved his hand and began to vacate the air. Gulith was furious. Suddenly her eyes turned. Wait, want more star energy crystals? Luine just flew into mid-air, and when he heard these words he immediately landed and looked at Gorez. What do you mean? Gulith smiled slyly. Follow us, I will take you to Rob. Luine was surprised. Bolaro face skin twitching, began again. Guley's never eat loss of nature began to attack. This woman all good, just refused to eat loss. Once eat loss certainly want to find pad back. Anyway, never do the most loss of one. Luine looked at Guley strangely. You, take me to Rob? I look like an idiot? Gorez hummed, believe it or not, you do not have a personal terminal, you cannot find other students, those students at most 7 days before the attack on the eastern capital, 7 days you can touch a few by chance? I'll lead the way, and I'll be able to run into a few in 7 days. Luine snorted, what if you bring me to a trap? Gurez raised her head, I Gurez am not that kind of person, go and ask around. Who doesn't know the character and credit of Space Academy? Gurez, my brother is a Gulbak, would I harm you? Bararo was speechless. Luine's eyes narrowed. After thinking about it, with his current strength even if he falls into an encirclement, he can escape. Fine, you lead the way, but I'm going to confiscate your condensed air ring and return it to you when I'm done. Gules gritted her teeth. Okay. Half a day later, the three of them flew to the north, and in the sky, Lewin said, I have always wanted to ask, is this person a plant into a spirit? Bararo was furious. I was born on a pure plant planet, all the people on our planet are like this, do you have a problem with that? Lewin was surprised, the universe is really grand, there are all kinds of people. Bararo turned his head away, this bastard speaks like a curse. Gures rolled her eyes, what is this, Bailey, you have seen it, the highest of their third gravity planet is only 1 meter 6, the normal 1 meter 2, he is considered to be tall and handsome. There are other planets where the people's body surface is covered with scales, some of them have 4 hands, and some of them have tens of meters of height, etc., and there are many strange shapes and sizes. You are not a student of the stars? Bararo suddenly said, looking at Lewin suspiciously. Lewin said, of course not, I am an earthling. Gores and Bararo stared with wide eyes, their hearts incomparably humiliated, they had been robbed by an indigenous person. Half an hour later, Guleth excitedly said, here come 2 students. Lewin was excited, glanced at Gules, this woman was even more excited than herself, hey, bastard, tell me how to distribute it. Chapter 39, Robbing Together. Hearing the words of Gules, Lewin raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a smile, you want to distribute? Gules raised her eyebrows, you don't want to distribute it? The two stared at each other. Bolaro pulled Guleth and whispered, we can't be seen, otherwise it will be spread to the academy and your brother's face won't look good. Guleth nodded and said to Lewin, you play on your own, let's hide, after saying that he hid with Bararo. Lewin did not object, he was still uneasy about these two being around, hiding was just right. In the distance, 2 silhouettes slowly appeared. 10 minutes later, the land sent out a notification that 2 more people had been defeated. After 5 days, originally many students thought that the Starry Sky Bandit had closed down, but they didn't expect it to appear again, and without warning. Guleth looked at Lewin excitedly, quick, how much was robbed, share the spoils. Lewin looked at Gules, are you sure? Gules stared at Lewin and muttered, you won't be uncouth and want to take it all for yourself. Lewin thought about it and flung a piece of star energy crystal to Gules, take it. Gureth was furious and directly smacked at Lewin, bastard, petty. Lewin laughed, is your own do not want, blame me, he early to see this woman character problem, help him rob because she herself is not happy, even if not to give her star energy crystal she also still help, unless she can put the things from their own hands back to snatch back, Lewin is not worried that she put up a fight not to do. With the help of Gureth as a traitor, Lewin's road to robbery was quite smooth, and in a few days' time, he robbed several groups of people and managed to gather enough 5 cubic meters of star energy crystals, even Gureth was red in the eyes. For days before the second batch of trialists descended, Lewin encountered his first real crisis since the end of the world. He was surrounded by a full 7 students, of which the strongest in the academy were 3. On the top floor of the supermarket in the abandoned county, Lewin scanned a few people. Gures had found out that there were only 2 people here through his personal terminal, but 7 suddenly appeared, and the other 5 were not wearing personal terminals and were hidden just like him. These people had gone to great lengths to catch themselves, even throwing away their personal terminals. Starry Sky Bandit is you? But 2001 battle power, it seems that your battle skills are very powerful, a rough-looking student snapped. He was one of the strongest people in the academy. Next to him, a woman with an ordinary appearance but a hot body laughed delicately and said, many people get star energy crystals not to use them for cultivation but to use them to exercise their battle skills. School brother, are you also like that? Tell senior sister what your battle skills are, okay? Lewin looked at the woman, the corner of his mouth curved up. Want to know? Come and try. The woman laughed daintily, raised her hand, and an energy gun was aimed at Lewin. School brother, do you know that sometimes you don't have to rely on yourself to fight, external objects are also very important? At the same time, several other people also took out energy guns and aimed them at Lewin. This kind of energy gun could hurt strong people in the probe realm. When Tress pierced through Granny's shoulder with a single shot before he died, the power was not weak. Lewin's eyes stared at the surrounding people, suddenly took out a handful of flame crystals from the condensation ring and smashed them on the ground. The sky flames burned the building, obscuring their sight. Several people fired at the same time. Lewin avoided them by virtue of his swimming body steps, and then threw out a few other supernatural energy crystals with his hands. The cold ice, gusty wind wrapped in flames covered the surrounding area, and the white mist evaporated, obscuring everyone's sight. These crystals were obtained from the students who had been robbed, and now they were used by Lewin to obscure his vision. Wandering body steps were performed extremely fast by Luin, leaving only residual shadows in place, while he himself appeared in front of one of the strongest students of the academy. The heavenly star palm was slapped out without any hesitation. The ringed battle armor on that student's body instantly collapsed, and his body was knocked down to the ground, followed by Lu Yin's body spinning. The cracking sky palm blasted out in all directions along the circumference of his body, and the huge power crushed the floors, shattering the emptiness, and 4 out of the remaining 6 students were heavily injured, and the 2 academies that remained were the strongest tore apart the rift palm and attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was bitter, his hands blasted out, stars appeared in both palms at the same time, and he slapped his palm at one person. Boom! The original place was completely shattered as the 3 of them descended vertically to crush the earth, and the abandoned supermarket was blasted into 2 halves. Suddenly, a sharp pain in Lu Yin's back. The student who was slapped off the ground before had a sword stabbed into his body, blood stained his shirt. Lu Yin's heavenly star palm star burst blasted back 2 people, turned around and grabbed that student's arm, drew out his short sword and chopped it out. That student's pupils shrunk, directly let go of the sword hilt and avoided retreated. Lu Yin's sword chopped through the air, through his hand and smashed the short sword out backward. The blade of the sword swept through, slashing the cheeks of one of the students. A splash of blood spilled on the wall while the short sword pierced through a dozen buildings and stabbed into an armored vehicle. The ruined building shook, and smoke flew around it. Lu Yin gasped for air. The pain in his back made his spirit highly tense. These 3 strongest people of the academy were almost at the level of Bailey, a little stronger than Willow, and the 3 of them surrounded him, leaving him nowhere to hide. In the distance, Gorez and Bararo looked on, their eyes flickering. "What do you say, should we fall down and counter-rob him?" Gulif leapt to her feet. Bararo mused, but wait for him to be seriously injured. Gulif smugly said finally, "That guy Erda is not stupid and knows about the ambush, otherwise this lady will really help for nothing." Bararo was surprised. "You knew this place was a trap?" "Dummy, of course, do not know, but as long as the Elder is not stupid certainly will find a way to set a trap. I can take this bastard robbery, Elder can also use me in turn ambush him, everyone is not stupid." Well, Gurez White Bararo a glance said. 3 of the strongest in the academy comparable to Bailey, this situation even if Erda himself is very difficult to escape. This guy is finished. Gurez laughed very happily, but also very relieved. Of the 7 besiegers, only 3 could truly pose a threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled and took out an item from the condensed air ring, causing the 3 people who were besieging him to drastically change their colors. This was? In the distance, Durex froze, her face red with anger. This despicable and shameless bastard. Lu Yin had a smile on his lips. He was wearing a showy ring battle armor that flashed with thunder. That's right, this was Gules's battle armor. It was said to be given to her by her brother for her defense. Her condensing void ring had been taken away by Lu Yin, and naturally, this thing had also been snatched away, including the chicly shaped bow and arrow. Gulith's battle armor. The stout man was furious, glaring at Lu Yin. "You dare to rob Gulith? You are crazy. Her brother is Gulbach." Lu Yin coldly laughed. "I care who he is, the robbery is still divided into objects. You have a brain pump," said. A palm shot out, the cracking palm fiercely bombarded on the thick man. The man gritted his teeth in hard resistance. The body was blown back more than 10 meters, crashed into the supermarket columns. In a flash the supermarket completely collapsed, countless falling stones smashed down. With a popping sound, Lu Yin and a few people rushed out of the ruins. One of them crushed the crystal. The wind surged, turning into a green blade chopping towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin met the green blade and rushed towards him. His body surface flashed with thunder. The green blade was completely ineffective against him. Lu Yin crossed the green blade and appeared in front of the man, a style of the heavenly star palm, knocking him to the ground ruthlessly. This palm made this person almost vomit his internal organs out and fainted directly. The other 2 immediately retreated as soon as they saw something wrong. The battle armor that Lu Yin was wearing was simply not something that they could break through, and it was only when Lu Yin himself executed the heavenly star palm with all his might that he was able to break through the thunder defense. 7 people besieged, 2 escaped, and 5 were defeated, and the moment this battle record was made public at the LAN, all the students fell silent, including Erda. He considered himself to be the strongest among the first batch of trialists, but it was difficult for him to achieve this battle record, and at that moment, all the United students received a notification from Erda to give up their pursuit of the Starry Sky Bandit and attack the eastern capital in 3 days. Lu Yin casually sat on the ground, his eyes glaring out into the distance. Gorez and Bararo looked at Lu Yin in shock. This person became famous in one battle today. The strongest among the natives was Zhang Dingtian, who possessed cross-border battle power. When he shook back the 4 of them including Erda with a single slash, that battle power made Gorez's heart quake, and now, Lu Yin's strength shocked her as well. One palm heavily injured the strongest person in the academy. What kind of battle skill was it? Luin threw the healing medicine to Gules. You help me apply it. Gules's eyes glared and pointed at herself. What did you say? Let me help you apply the medicine? Is it hard to understand? Luin said indifferently. Gules was furious. You dream, this young lady is pure and clean, she has never touched a man's body yet, how dare you blaspheme me? Luin coldly stared at her. Don't think that I don't know what you think, just now if I lose the battle you won be so polite, right, immediately help me apply medicine. I will do it, Bararo said. Luin grunted, no, your hands are dirty. Bararo was furious. Thanks to the readers for their rewards and support. 2 o'clock in the afternoon to add more. Chapter 40, 2 points. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he stared at Gules. Say it again, help me apply the medicine. Gulesi clenched her teeth and said line by line, you remember, I will settle this account with you one day. After saying that, she smeared the ointment on her hand and pressed it on Lu Yin's back. A burst of coolness came. Lu Yin exhaled. This clover company produced the effective healing medicine is good, quickly scarred. Guleth's small hands were soft and boneless, coupled with the cold ointment, it made Lu Yin really enjoy himself, and his gaze towards Guleth also softened a bit. Humph, get up and continue to rob Gores Dao. Lu Yin raised his hand and threw the condensed air ring to Gules. No more robbing, enough, go play by yourself. Guleth anxiously said no, Elder has not yet appeared, must rob him. Lu Yin smiled and ignored her. Those people before was not much to put him in the eyes, that an academy strongest enough to deal with, but now a show up is 7, and then robbed absolutely will still run into this kind of lineup, fools only go. Lu Yin rummaged through the condensed air rings of the 5 students, and found 2 cubes of star energy crystals, waved his hand at Gules and took off. Guleth suddenly shouted, bastard, my battle armor, my bow and arrows. Lend it to me first, I will return it later. Lu Yin's voice became more and more distant until it could not be heard. In situ, Gules was furious and stomped her feet. The battle armor and bow and arrows were given to her by her brother for her defense. It was by virtue of the battle armor and bow and arrows that she was able to make Elder scornful, and now they have all been robbed, that bastard, shameless and despicable villain. Dongdu, Zhang Dingtian. Several people also saw the battle results on the land. Bai Shui was shocked. Those students from the stars were all at the heavenly level, and those who dared to complete the mission were at least the top 3 strongest in the academy, and nearly half of them were the strongest in the academy. She had seen the strength of the strongest in the academy with her own eyes, and now she had actually lost 7 of them all at once. How did this Lu Yin become so strong after not seeing him for a few days? Zhang Dingtian suddenly looked up to the south of the eastern capital, revealing a rare smile. An old friend had come. Bai Shui's eyes lit up. This is Zhou Shan? The two hurriedly flew to the south of Dongdu, but then suddenly stopped halfway and looked to the north. Another old friend came. It seems that this muddy water of Dongdu is something they all want to trip. Bai Shui was surprised. Wu Shang also came. Great. Zhang Dingtian took a deep breath. They shouldn't have come. The 7 saints are 4 in total, together with Lu Yin, 5 against dozens of trial students. It is really a duel of disparity of power. In the distance, Lu Yin found a remote mountain village, placed flame crystals around it, took out a large handful of star energy crystals and crushed them directly. Immediately, surging star energy surged. Lu Yin ran the heavenly star technique and began to absorb it. East Capital West, Erda, and other more than 10 students appeared. Everyone adjusted the state. 3 days later officially attacked the East Capital. Our opponent is not the natives guarding the East Capital, but the second batch of trialists who will soon appear. According to the rules, the second batch of trialists, even if the emergence of the fusion realm strong will be sealed power, can only play the strength of the probe realm. Nonetheless, is not an unusual person can be confronted. Everyone, be ready for it. All the students stood solemn. The Diwu Empire planetary trials rarely saw a second batch of trialists. This time it was purely because of the Starry Sky 10th Academy. Many unassuming demons temporarily participated in the trials for the sake of their grades. This was the reason for the second batch of trials, a part of which came to Earth, and the ones they were about to face would have this kind of demons. More and more students approached the eastern capital. South of China, more than a dozen students appeared on the sea and landed tiredly, finally arrived in China. That guy Erda organized his manpower to try to rob the fugitives. Let's strike too, we can't let him take the lead. In the east and the north, the same groups of students appeared, and the wind rose in China. The moment the sun lit up the earth on the 3rd day, Zhang Dingtian stood on the steel city wall, looking gravely into the distance as a batch of black shadows appeared. At the same time, far away, Lewin opened his eyes. In 3 days he absorbed 5 cubic star energy crystals and removed the impurities from his body. Now his body was filled with boiling star energy, much stronger than he was before. This was energy suppression. The more star energy absorbed in his body, the higher the energy strength. Nowadays his own self had definitely reached the peak of the probing realm. When converted into battle power it should be 3000. These days Lewin robbed a total of 7 cubic star energy crystals, used up 5 cubic. Lewin looked at the remaining 2 cubic star energy crystals in front of him, really can't resist the temptation, took out the dice, rubbed his hands. Come on, bet. I hope this time not to draw a little bit more, too pitiful, want to steal some good things almost impossible, said, crushed a cubic star energy crystals. The dull surface of the dice changed rapidly, eventually turning into a starlight glitter. Lewin swallowed his saliva, stretched out his finger, gently tapped on the dice rapidly rotated. Lewin stared with unblinking eyes, his eyes stared to the maximum. Finally, the 5 faces of the dice disappeared, only one face remained, 2 points. Lewin excited, 2 points, unfamiliar points. Lewin dead staring at the dice suddenly appeared below a black hole rotating. Lewin brain inexplicably appeared use, decomposition? Decompose everything? Lewin was surprised, what does this mean? Looking at the slowly rotating black hole, Lewin thought about it, casually threw a piece of scrap iron into it, but in an instant, the scrap iron fell out through the black hole, no longer a piece of scrap iron, but a complete piece of iron. The surface is smooth, hard, and the volume is much smaller than the scrap iron. Lewin looked at the iron block and knew what the so-called decomposition meant. Any dead thing thrown in would be decomposed into the initial material. This is a good use. Lewin thought about it and threw in a condensed air ring, which belonged to the student who robbed it. He had robbed several students of their condensed air rings without returning them, because these students had gone too far. The condensation ring passed through the black hole and dropped out a piece of dark red metal the size of a fingernail cap. Lewin was pleasantly surprised. This was gnarled gold, the metal used to make condensation rings, one of the precious mineral deposits. Collecting the gnarled gold, Lewin threw all the looted condensation rings into it, and got a total of thumb-sized gnarled gold. Lewin thought about it, and threw the gnarled gold into the black hole again, and with a pop, a piece of dark golden glittering metal fell out. Lewin stared in amazement. This is the gnarled gold essence. The price is far more than that of the gnarled gold. It is a necessity for the crafting of the super-large condensation rings, and the price is exorbitant. Lewin carefully put away the gnarled gold essence. His eyes were excited. In the future, shouldn't he find a junkyard specializing in breaking things down? In 5 minutes' time, the black hole disappeared. The time this black hole existed could be exchanged for star energy crystals just like time stasis space. Lewin guessed that the exchange ratio was estimated to be the same for all of them, and he had quite a headache, feeling that any more star energy crystals would not be enough. Forget it, we can think of a way later, Lewin muttered, moved his body, making a snapping sound, looked up in the direction of the eastern capital. It was time to go back. After that, he flew into the distance with a bang. Lewin rushed to the eastern capital, and at this moment the eastern capital was in chaos. Millions of survivors looked at the sky in fear. From time to time an aftermath wave swept across the land, bringing disaster. Erda had united more than 20 students to attack the eastern capital, and when the news spread, the war had already begun. The steel city wall was destroyed at the first time. Bai Shui gasped and stood outside the ruined city wall. In front of her, there was a proud-looking Haitian and 2 students. The natives of this area think they can stop us, they don't care about themselves. One of the students had a disdainful tone, and his eyes were hot as he stared at Bai Shui. This woman is also too beautiful. The other student's gaze was equally hot. They were all the strongest in the academy. They only needed to send out one person to deal with Bai Shui. But because of Bai Shui's appearance attracted 3 people, if it was not too many people, there were still quite a few students in the distance who swept their gazes. Haitian frowned at Bai Shui. Woman, give you a chance to submit to us, I can take you out of this rubbish planet and truly explore the stars. Haitian, you don't want to take it all for yourself, right? The students next to him were immediately dissatisfied. Haitian cold and arrogant, there is also a gap between the academy and the academy. His strength exceeds the other 2. The only people present who can defeat him are Erda and Zhang Dingtian. He does not care about anyone else. Bai Shui clenched her fists and slowly exhaled. Her blue hair fluttered. Immediately after, the earth froze and the temperature around her dropped steeply. The 3 students on the opposite side didn't care. This woman was at most comparable to the strongest person in the academy. 1 against 3, unrealistic. In the distance, Zhou Shan roared angrily, smashing into the ground at the same time as one of the students. His strength was barely able to handle one person. There are still a dozen figures hovering in the sky, coldly and proudly looking down. They never worry about failing. The city of the natives is just waste of time. Make a move. One of the students was arrogant, raised his hand and pressed it towards the eastern capital. The sky air pressure landed. Countless people were crushed and spat out blood, despairing and looking at the high sky.